What's up?
Hey, what's up? I'm just posting the link right now.
Okay.
Give me a couple seconds or come on.
Yeah, I had to let AZ know. Yeah, go back and watch the video, AZ.
Oh,
I think I owed an apology, don't you, Ash?
from who?
AZ. Unfiltered.
Oh,
Well, he called me a pussy. I think I proved I'm no pussy.
uh,
Let's see, who do we got here? Danny Williams, what's up? What's truth? How you doing? Hey, Melvin, how are you, brother? Uh, Struck by lightning
um,
and living skies, yes.
you
Then she's
know,
and skies. You have to watch. I'm going to say the same thing I said to Epic, or same thing I said to AZ. Go back into Slow's panel, and when I first came up on the panel, and watch and enjoy the show. Yeah.
there.
Sorry, got that out of your ass.
The link is pinned, folks. So
Epic could
yeah,
verify it too. He watched it.
it's there. Sorry, it took me so long. I'm a slow old fuck,
And
but
I
I got
can't,
it up
and I
there,
can't
guys.
pivot, and I can't pivot everybody. So
This is Tony F.
Tony F's here. We got Rebel or Rob C, the Rebel redneck rebel. But sorry, my tongue's getting tied up.
Rattlesnake and Yellow Grits, Living Skies.
Robert Bodell just showed up.
Oh, Robert Bodell. Good to see you,
Bud
brother.
Grower, Gorilla Circle.
The
Sky's got a
link
mic.
isn't working. Hold on
Sky's
here.
yeah, Skies.
Copy. Did I cut? Oh, let's
D
do this
Johns.
again. Oh, come on. All I want to do is copy and paste for fuck's sakes.
I'm gonna drop the link in
Copy.
chat. So if somebody wants to try it, I think Danny wants to come up. I think Danny's itching to come up. I know Danny. I know Danny. You
Yeah,
watch. I guarantee it. Danny's the first one to pop up.
does that one that I just,
What did I tell you?
yeah,
I know.
that
I
one
called
must
it.
have worked. Oh, so now I gotta,
Do you want me to add him?
yeah, put up the screen or something though.
Say
Come
something,
on.
Danny.
What do you mean, put up the fucking screen? You
That's
just
Danny.
seen me with my bald head fucking giving you the finger.
I
No,
saw
I
him. I
didn't. I'm
saw
on
him.
a different screen right
No, I
now.
saw him. I saw him. Ash. I did see him. Honestly.
See?
Holy
Okay.
jumping! I could see myself in it.
No, it's not that shiny.
Come on. I want
Oh, Danny.
Oh,
this
fuck.
message. Pin message.
Well, so the cat was hungry, was it, Danny?
What's that?
The cat was hungry, was it?
Oh, fuck, I tell you. They fucking clawed the hair right off my head, man.
So, there it is. Okay. So let's go back over. Okay.
Ooh, 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 Danny.
What's that?
Lamp
You
filled
got a
with
compliment.
oil.
Compliment? Where?
Yeah, you got a look on the
Oh,
screen.
yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I don't get those very often.
Take
Hey,
them while you
Josh
can.
Emmett. How you
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah. Yeah. Soon I'll be
Welcome as
fucking
always,
old and
Josh.
wrinkly and worse than what I look like now.
Get to my age, you don't give a fuck anymore.
Oh, I know, man.
So it's
Hey,
been
I already feel
been,
fucking older than you do, so believe me, I know.
Well, you are older than I am, aren't
been
you?
Fuck no.
What do you mean,
You're
fuck
a couple
no?
years older than me. What the fuck you talking about? You're 2.5 years older, I think.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm the baby.
you
I'm
fucking
the
old
baby on
man.
the panel. I'm the baby on the panel.
I guess I'm a monkey in the middle.
Hey, Josh,
Well,
how are you, brother?
you're not in the middle actually.
Okay, Chad's the
But
monkey.
we yeah, I'm monkey in the middle.
What? Nobody's gonna fucking come up on your panel. They're all just gonna stay down and chat. Well, for fuck's sakes, you can't fucking talk to people like that.
Now,
Keyboard.
Danny, now you're the monkey in the middle.
Okay,
Well,
good, good. Yeah. Why you got a
We need
problem with
to
that?
just so that people know, this is not what the sidekick show. So this is don't have to worry too much.
yeah.
About what?
About
Well,
anything
no.
really.
Well, no. The sidekick
Except
show.
what? Except
Well,
two rules.
but when we do the sidekick, okay, when we're doing the sidekick show, Danny, normally,
Mhm.
normally, for example, if you were our guest, it would just be us up on the panel, and then we would
Oh,
bring people up to ask you questions. You get so, but this isn't a sidekick show. This is an open panel, guys. If you want to come up, you're more than
thank
welcome.
fucking God, man, because there's no fucking way I was gonna fucking answer your damn questions. You would have got a bunch of no comments. Might have answered a couple, maybe.
Well, I'll say this much. I think our paths have actually crossed before when I was in Moncton a couple times, Danny, because I used to work in Moncton at one time, and I have family in Moncton, so
Oh,
yeah.
well, that's possible. What year?
Well, the first time I was there was 1998,
98. So it'd have been 28.
and the
And
second time was 99 to 2000 to halfway through 2000. Then I was there later on, but the time frames that you'd already gone to Ontario,
mm,
the last time I was in Moncton, you had gone. But the thing is, like I said, I also have family there too. So
yeah. Well,
I'll
by
drop
then,
I'll
by
drop
those years,
I'll,
man, I didn't have no more muscle cars. I was
I'm
already
drop
married and had a kid.
I'm dropping the last name of my family in Moncton in private.
No,
Media.
it's
Don't
not
know any of
familiar,
them.
man.
Lamp filled with oil. Oh damn! Are
It's
you
not
sure
familiar.
you're
I'm not
not
familiar with that
ASMR?
name, Ted.
Okay.
Look at the way he just come in, old Dan
Okay.
Canada. Isn't that what ASMR used to do?
I used to work in convenience stores and needs convenience stores in Moncton in 2000s.
Where it needs?
Needs, yeah.
Which one?
I started out the one down on across from Ed Subs and by the George Dumont.
Okay,
That's where I
yeah,
started. That's where I started at, and then I went to West Lane, where where eventually became Papa John's Pizza,
yeah,
and then I rotated around a couple other ones here and there throughout because they were almost all corporate at the time when I got switched to the West Lane store.
yeah. No, man, I never went to them stores. I lived in fucking further towards Magnetic Hill area,
Okay.
between one needs and the other needs. There was one where the old Kmart used, like, right at the corner there, where the lights are, by the old
Yeah,
Kmart. There
yeah,
was one there. I used to go once in a while, not often.
yeah. I used to. I worked that store a couple times.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't
Maybe
know.
that's where I
Maybe.
met. Maybe that's where I met you. I'm one of these people. I don't forget a face, but I can never remember a name. And I'm pretty sure when saw you at first, I've met you somewhere before.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is I wasn't going to them stores no more because when we had the kid, first we lived at the apartment, which was down on fucking Savoie.
Yeah,
Okay, and then
yeah.
from there we moved to the country, man. And the only places I went was the garage hangout, where
Okay.
we used to kind of party.
Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Come on,
So,
anybody. Come on.
so, so if you
So,
smoked
you know what?
weed, or
Oh, I
what's
smoked a
that?
little bit of weed. I smoked a little bit of weed back then.
Yeah.
I usually went places to. I usually tried to track down people I could go find smoke weed with because I couldn't smoke it at the. I couldn't
Listen,
smoke it at the family I was staying with. They were
there's not a
against it.
city. There's not a city in Canada, like a major city in Canada, that you can tell me to go to that I can't find weed. That I
Oh, it's not
haven't been
hard to
able to
find
Oh
find
weed.
no!
weed.
Fucking,
Oh
I'll
no!
tell you the corner
yeah.
that the people are where you can get it.
Oh
Like
yeah!
in any city across Canada.
Yeah.
And not dispensaries or that either. I'm talking like private people.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, did you
Yeah.
ever go to the
Same here.
garage, Chad?
It sounds familiar. I think I was
Let's
there with.
say, it's between Cedar Street and Churchill Street,
Yes, I was there.
on that street.
I was there once with a buddy of mine.
Okay.
Oh, I know what you're talking
Maybe
about.
I know your buddy.
I don't remember my buddy's name. That's the problem.
Ah, what a fucking buddy that is, man, if you don't remember his name.
Well, it's like I said. I remember faces, but don't remember names. It was somebody that I worked with at the Needs, and I don't remember which guy it was. There was a couple guys that I still talk to, and I think it was one of them, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Because I was looking for weed one night, and he's like, "Dude," he says, "I got off work in like 10 minutes." He says, "I'll take you to place." He's like, "Really?" He's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, man."
But there was like 3 places in that area, that you could fucking score. Actually, 4. No, 5.
Yeah,
It was 5 places, and just right that little fucking spot
yeah,
that had some, yeah.
yeah. And that's
So I
probably
don't
where I
know.
met. That's probably where I met you then.
It's quite possible, man. Hey, I met a lot of people. It's like you say, I didn't know their names, but I seen their faces.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you've seen. Well, that's my ugly mug right there. I would have probably had the beard at the time because it would have been not gray. It would have
Yeah.
been black.
Fuck. Hey,
Same color hair.
you're talking about fucking what? 90
20 years.
fucking,
20
yeah,
years
that's
ago.
fucking a long time, man.
Oh
People
yeah,
fucking,
20 years. 20 years
yeah.
is a long time. Gorilla, come on up, brother. You're welcome up anytime. You know that.
Oh,
Epic, if you're still in here. Oh.
Hey, he's congratulating you, Chad.
oh.
Oh. Well, I'd like to hear it.
We're gonna see how long that oil lamp's been here. Oh, 24 subscribers. Joined
I'm playing
September 1st,
crazy.
2016. And they have, let's see. Oh, they got quite a bit of content. 162 food, 31 on music, 130 funny truth, 43 videos on camping, 23 on workouts, Oh, they got quite the list, man. Fucking on dancing, van life, guns, Bible, homestead, need, and mellow. I'm gonna fucking subscribe, and I'm gonna put their link in the chat if you guys don't mind.
Yeah,
I
is that
just
link?
did.
You did. You never mind. Do it. Whatever. Okay. I tried.
You get an E. You get an
Just
E
look in
for
the
effort.
chat. So,
You get an E.
uh, I'm gonna show you guys something here.
Uh
Uh, yeah.
Uh oh.
And I'm gonna read this to let you guys know what's going on, but I gotta show you where I'm getting it from, so that people don't think that this is bullshit. So, this is the government of New Brunswick Twitter
yeah.
page. This is how they do their news releases.
Fucking twits.
So, this is why I subscribe to Twitter. So, um, the province announced today that all of New Brunswick will move to level 3 of the Butterflies and Unicorns winter plan for 16 days, starting on Friday, January 14th at 11:59 p.m. It will be in effect until January 30th at 11:59 p.m. Introducing these additional measures is not a step anybody wants to take, but we promised we would take action when action was needed, and at the time, and that time is now, said Premier Blaine Higgs. Based on the rising numbers of hospitalizations, that this is what we need to do to slow down the spread of the moronic variant and might mitigate the impact on our healthcare system. This will also give us more time to administer Kool-Aid doses and um, Kool-Aid children aged 5 to 11. Under level 3, the following measures will be in effect. People must stay within their single household bubble. A single household bubble includes the people you live with. Where required, this can be extended to include caregivers, a family member who needs support from someone within the household, or one other person who needs support, for example, someone who lives alone or another family member. A single household bubble may extend care to children from another household for the purpose of informal daycare or online education support. This must be the same household bubble for as long as level 3 is in effect. Public gatherings are not permitted. Any gyms, entertainment centers, spas, and salons are not allowed to operate. Restaurants may provide drive through, takeout, and delivery only. Retail businesses may continue to remain open at 50% capacity and with physical distancing measures in place. People are encouraged to use contactless curbside pickup and or designated one person from the household to go shopping if feasible to reduce contact. Faith venues may provide outdoor, virtual, or in-car religious services only. Organized team sports are prohibited from games, competition, and practice with people outside of the household bubble. Individual sports, you know. So this is what starts tomorrow night.
So hey, shame. If
Yeah,
you guys want, you can't fucking protest, man.
yeah, we're supposed to be basically locked down.
That's fucking bullshit. But did you see what What's Truth just wrote in chat? Going full Nazi in New Brunswick now, but in Quebec they're taxing the unstuck, and Trudy wants to do that to all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, he's fucking retarded,
Mhm.
man.
Well, that was an yeah. It's just, they
I
don't
think
say how much the tax is that they're proposing in Quebec, but they say that it's substantial.
Yeah, the less fucking the less you have, the more they want to tax you.
Yeah.
I think, in all honesty, I think the other members of the other parties need to grow some balls and say they have no confidence in him.
Yeah, but
Well,
they're all fucking rooting together, even the opposing parties, man. That's the fucking problem.
Oh, I know, but they need to grow. Like I said, they need to grow a set of balls and deal with them. Get them out
But
of
that's
there.
just it. They are on board with him. The opposing fucking, you know what I mean? The opposition is on board with him. They were all on board together with him, and the only ones that weren't on board with all the other ones was the PPL, or no, People's Party, PPC. Sorry, People's Party of
PPC
Canada.
for Canada. Yeah.
But the downfall with the People's Party is that's the only thing that they didn't fucking want, right? Was the what they're doing now, all this shit, right? Mandatory and all that. That's the only
Mm-hmm.
thing they didn't want. And all the other things that they wanted, right, was fucking bullshit. And that's why they didn't get elected. They were talking about fucking oh fuck, what was it now? Let's just say it wouldn't have been a happy fucking situation, but people wouldn't have been mandated was the only thing going for them, right? So that's why they didn't get fucking elected, I guess.
well, if they sign a piece of paper stating that if anything happens to me, that I get $5 million that's sent to my granddaughter automatically, no questions asked, no delay, anything. Within 30 days, if I die because of it, that she gets $5 million, then I will do that. But that's about it.
Yeah, hey, I was just talking to
And
one of
you
the.
can guarantee that no government or no fucking drug agency in the world will sign something like that.
No.
No,
Exactly.
but I was just talking to fucking one of my doctors yesterday. It was one of my phone calls. And I fucking told her, man, it's like this, okay? If they want me to take the needle, the only way they're gonna fucking get me to take the needle is by fucking dragging my ass somewheres, fucking tying me down, and then giving it to me. And they're gonna have a fucking hard time doing it because I ain't gonna go nicely. And she said, "Well, each to his own, right?" So she's kind of on board with it, but right,
Oh,
she, she,
look who made an appearance.
Hey, Nudie,
nudie.
what's
Oh,
up,
hey,
brother?
he's
What's
gonna come over here
up?
and bash everybody. Watch. Come here, nudie. Get up here. We want to talk to
Come
you.
on, yeah. Come on, Nudie. Come on up and talk.
Hey,
I
I
know you
like
wanna.
Nude.
I
I,
know
Yeah,
you.
he's
I
a
know you
good
I,
got
guy.
the to
yeah,
talk.
I
Oh,
like what
I
he's
love Nude.
yeah, and
I
I
love
love what
Nude.
he's trying to get people to start thinking. I know that some people criticize him that fuck even at first I did, but like you know um once I started seeing what he was doing, you can't just jump into it, but um it's it's hard to explain, but I gotta I do think a lot like him now.
Yeah. Hey, nudie, you're not up. That's what's up. Come on, get up here. We're not gonna bash you. We just want to ask you a couple questions. Easy to answer ones. They're not difficult ones.
If you don't answer,
What do you mean?
Danny, Danny, you already know what the answer is gonna be.
Yeah,
We don't answer. We don't answer questions,
yeah. You never know.
or I don't answer
Mm.
questions.
He is right. Who is right? Who's that gorilla? Nude, right? You have questions? Hey, Why
I'll
don't
give
we
you
make it? Why don't we make it a nudie night? We haven't seen you in a long time, and I imagine there's all kinds of people that would like to ask you a few questions and see what's going on. And come on up.
Yeah. There's been a lot of stuff going on. I'm sure you have your opinions on what you've seen.
Okay, Robert.
Hey, Chad, do you know why I'm always up first?
What? Why is that, Danny?
Because you're a
Because I
whore.
hate fucking typing, man, honestly.
I know. I do. I don't mind it. I'm getting better at it since I
I
started
am
doing it.
too, but I got severe carpal tunnel in both hands, that's why. Like, it's fucking, my
Ah,
hands are half numb from all the typing I did earlier.
Well, my right hand, I only got my middle finger and my thumb that I can use.
I use all my fingers,
I
right?
can't.
But the only reason why I can is because I got a pinched nerve in my neck. It stops my hands from going in pain, right? But the downfall is if I use them too much. After I go to bed and get up the next morning, my arms are fucking dead. I can't move them no more for about an hour or two. So it's fucked up. Yeah, it's like it's a good thing that I got the pinched nerve, but it doesn't help. It makes it kind of fucking worse in a way.
I don't know if you've seen that, but what I did there.
What you got there? Oh, did they operate on you?
I went through a plate glass window and severed all the nerve
Oh,
tendons and main artery all through here and all through my hand. They had to cut right here, take a piece of tendon out of here, cut this finger all the way up in a zigzag, put a new tendon in there, put
yeah. I
two
was gonna
pins in
say,
this
man, your
finger.
fingers are fucking fairly.
That's
Is
why,
that as
like,
much you can
I
open it?
can't do this. No, I
Yeah.
can't. That's it.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I can only use these two fingers. So,
Yeah. I hear you.
this hand here, and I'm right-handed, right? So,
Yeah.
fucking
I
joint
hear you
stains
now.
all over
hey,
my
hey,
finger.
Ash. Hey, Ash. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Look at the bottom of the screen.
Just joking, Dan. Oh, sure. Why not?
The
Give
new
me a
guru
few.
comment on the
Get the
on the
headset.
screen.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Right on. Oh, what's girl joking about now?
I got no time limit on StreamYard anymore or Nudie, so there's.
You could talk all night
We
long.
can talk until fucking February 2nd before I have to repay for it. You know, it's like if you think about it, go to the movies twice,
Hey,
and
Clash in Canada is in the house.
hey, Clash, how are you?
See, there's another one that's not up.
The link is pinned, everybody.
Oh, the new
Did
cannibal.
you change the one in the pin?
Is that who I think
Hold
it
on,
is?
I got-
You know what? Hold on.
Uh
I
oh.
got it.
Oh, there.
You bring 'em
you
up,
got
Ash.
it. That's what I was looking for,
I
actually.
knew what you were going for.
What's up, Nudie?
What's going on, people?
Not
me.
much, brother.
Right on, man.
Welcome
What's
up.
happening?
Welcome up.
Thank you very much. How you guys doing?
Oh, not bad. Not bad.
Good.
Surviving
here.
through this snowstorm.
The snowstorm. The snowstorm with the paddle storms.
Which one? Live or on YouTube?
No,
I-
we just had a major snowstorm here yesterday. 9 to 12 inches of snow, and we have another one coming in again in the next 4 or 5 hours, and it's supposed to last another 12 to 14 hours and up to 45 centimeters of snow.
Canada at its finest. We had a pretty harsh one here too. It's actually just a little bit of snow that's been over 3 weeks running, finally getting rid of as we speak here.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, Nudie,
And I'm- and then
I
I'm
only
getting
got
hit
3
by
questions,
that.
man. Three
All right,
questions.
ready.
First question: did you
Okay.
see the drama that was going on tonight?
I seen bits and pieces of it. I don't know all the details of it.
Okay,
That's about it.
from what you've seen, what? How could I phrase
You
What-
got to
that?
be specific because there's been a lot of different drama.
No,
Yeah.
no. Okay, okay. Between Slow Burner's panel and Sweet Leaf's panel.
Yeah, I saw that something started yesterday. I really don't know exactly what the details are, and I really don't care. To be frank.
Okay, so then you eliminated my third question. I was just going to ask you, what was your opinion on it? I was
Hey,
just wondering.
Guru, shut you down in one answer, Danny.
I know. Oh, shit
Yeah.
happens, man. Hey, now you got to go through the other two. They got 3 questions each, too.
My opinion on drama is the same as always. It's grade 3 sandbox, and that was a long time ago for me. Not interested.
Yeah. Okay. It's all good.
But
It's all
you'll
good,
always,
man.
but you'll always just
Yeah.
watch it for for the laughs. I'm sure.
No,
No.
I watch it to know. I'm on the watch out so that I know what to avoid. That's about it.
hmm
There's life is short, and with everything else that's going on right now, it's like, come on. We need to be the change that we want to see. Otherwise, we're just a big fat hypocrite, right?
I agree with you.
So that's the way
Yeah.
I see it. That being said, those who want to do what they want to do, go do what you want to do. I'm not, your business is your business. I'm not a
Yeah.
judgmental guy or interested in that.
Oh, well,
I'm just not getting in it. That's all.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
how,
accountability for all in
AFA
the
in the house.
house.
What's up,
Um,
AFA?
so one thing that I've been taking your advice on, and I know it's not big or anything. I'm starting small about doing some indoor growing.
Nice.
So I'm gonna start off with a little bit of cucumber and a little bit of lettuce.
Awesome.
And
Awesome.
see-
Every step towards it is a step towards it.
yeah, hey, Ash, herbs grow really good inside the house if you like to spices and stuff like herbs for your food.
Yeah, I don't mind some herbs. I'm not a big herb person,
Okay.
unless I can smoke that herb.
Well, you could smoke it. I don't know what it'll do, but right. But no, the
Oh,
reason why I'm saying that is because throughout the winter time, right, there's a lot of stuff that needs extra light, and herbs will still grow in just the light out of your window.
well, there's a like a kind of a living room area just outside of my door here, actually, where the only thing that's there is the modem for the fucking internet and a plant in the window that I water about maybe once a week. Nobody
Yeah.
knows who owns it, but I keep watering it. So it seems to be staying alive for some reason. I don't know, but um, yeah, I asked the landlord if I could set up a like a little table there and put a little gardening box on it. I said, sure. So I'll start small
Well,
and
start some grass plants. He never said you couldn't grow grass plants, did he?
yes, he did.
Oh, okay.
I can't grow weed in the house.
Ah,
I
fuck it.
can't even smoke it in the house, so I can't grow it then, right? Because it'd really stink it up in the house.
Oh, fuck. That's a nice odor, though.
Well, yeah, I know, but like he doesn't want it in the house.
I know.
You know,
It's too
what
bad,
can I
though.
say,
Fuck,
right?
man. Yeah, it's too bad. Hey, before it was legal, right? When I got my medical papers, I made my landlord fucking sign in a disclaimer shit saying that he had no problems with me growing in the house and everything. I got the whole fucking package, man. So I was fucking growing.
Yeah, I've had my medical papers for a long time, but I was dealing with a guy out of BC, guy by the name of Mark Emery.
Oh yeah.
The guy that basically started this whole movement here in Canada, anyways.
Yeah.
So, and he helped me get my medical papers.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I didn't. It wasn't that hard for me to get them after fucking they had some X-rays on my back finally.
Yeah, dude.
Are you still in the works for moving out west?
Yes.
I heard. Awesome.
Nope.
Last I heard, this is through the grapevine though. So, but actually, I think it was from Melvin was saying that things have cleared up a lot, and the grocery stores are restocked, and things are moving a lot better out there now.
So, yeah, it's you know where Merritt is?
Yeah.
Okay. Where he has to get to is on the side of the hill where it was all there was a lot of damage and shit like that along there. And
right.
As of yesterday, my brother still couldn't get to it.
So. Yeah, I heard they made a makeshift road a little after that happened, but it's really makeshift. Or as makeshift as you can get, just for basic services to get through and whatnot.
Yeah. But like for me to go out there and hook up a truck and everything and to pull that out of there, there's no fucking way. He says that we'd be able to get it out of there yet.
Yeah.
So
I can see that. It's got to be when it's repaired.
And where his house, where he was building his, there was a bit of a landslide and it washed in one of the walls of his new place. So now he's got to have that all dug out.
I see. Well, at least it's getting there. That's got to be
yep,
a little on the exciting side. It's getting closer.
Ash, would it be easier to get in there with the frozen ground or when it's dry in the summer?
It would be better to go in the summertime after the thaw.
Yeah.
Because of the risk of landslides once everything unthaws out there.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
who's this?
Show us your face, Slow.
Oh,
show us your face, Slow.
That's okay. I know Ruckus.
Yo,
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Yo. Yeah, I used to play with those when I was younger.
The yo-yo-yos?
yeah, the yo-yo-yos.
So, I am working on getting out there. Just that I'm going to try and make the best of what I got here now and start doing little projects and see how it's going to work out. So,
yeah, for sure. Get the experience. And
so, hey, if I go down there this summer, do you want to drive up to Ontario? If you can find yourself away from here further?
Oh yeah.
It right. That's the best I could help you out with. But like as far as it goes, man, you pay my gas there and back. I'll fucking drive you there and back, no problem.
Oh well, that might even be an option.
I'll be taking the 1 ton if I go down.
That's okay.
That sounds expensive in gas, no?
With diesel, man, it's fucking cheaper than my gasoline truck, my half ton.
Probably costs
believe it or not.
Probably about $1,000 return to Vancouver area in fuel.
Yeah, Well, how many
At the
hours is it
most,
from Ontario? Let's just say fucking I don't know.
it's about 3,000 kilometers from
Okay,
Toronto to Vancouver.
okay. So then that would be double.
Are you
Yeah.
going out to Vancouver too?
Who, me?
Well,
Yeah.
Well, I've never been that way. Know what I mean? This is the furthest I've been in Canada.
Ontario?
Yeah,
Wow.
I never
oh
seen the
man,
Rockies, man. That's what I always wanted to go and fucking check it out and shit, but I never ever had the chance or know
fuck,
what I mean?
we'll get a couple of tents and we'll just fucking camp the whole way along. I know places to stop almost everywhere, all along that route.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and there's fellow YouTubers and shit like that. So
yeah.
Long trip to do, only one person, all the driving.
Oh, I don't mind driving. I fucking I love driving, man. Know what I mean?
That's a long time though, that's all I'm saying.
No, I
A
know.
long way.
It's like from Ontario to fucking Moncton, man. We do it in
No,
one
that's
fucking run.
yeah, that's nothing. Just
yeah,
No, I know that.
leaving Ontario takes a day.
Yeah. If he says it's 3,000, right? Then going from Ontario to Moncton, it's fucking 1,500 kilometers. So it's half of the distance, right? So going to New Brunswick and back would be the same distance as going to Vancouver,
Right. Then you gotta
right?
come back.
Yeah, that'd be the shitty part if he's staying down there.
That's what I said. Coming back by yourself was it's a long
Yeah,
drive.
well, if one of you guys want to fucking tag along,
I offered to take him out before in Five Dan's truck. That was an idea back in the day, but
yeah,
that didn't work.
okay.
yeah. Okay, so let's
Yeah,
pinpoint that,
the
and
the
then
1 ton has a full size cab, right? But the half ton only has like a 1.5 size cab. You know what I mean? The fucking half doors.
Can you put a camper on it and fucking
Hey,
sleep in the back of the truck?
hey
If I'd
there.
have a camper, I got a
Hey,
cab. Yeah, what?
Yes.
look at the
What,
screen,
Chad?
brother.
Oh fuck! I can't read that tiny. Just a second. I
Look at
put
the
it on the
screen.
big screen.
Oh, Gorilla wants to go.
Who wants to go? Yeah, but where are we picking you up at, Gorilla?
He's in Ottawa.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he's along the
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, well, fuck. Maybe we can make a trip out of it this summer sometime. Maybe even in fucking well, like fucking Ash said, after the thaw or whatever, which would be what, early June,
yeah,
It's not an
middle of
airport.
June.
They're happy you don't have to. I didn't have nothing to do with it, but whatever you want to do is you. Very good on you.
well, it says here. Let me show you. It's a little bit further than I thought, according to Google Maps. And this is if you go through the states, which makes it even
Nope,
shorter.
nope. Fuck the states. Nope.
But
Sorry, guys in the states. No, man. Fuck yous. They won't let us across the border, anyways. Man, we're not fucking jaboed.
where is it? Oh, down at the
I
bottom.
don't even have a passport.
You're way too close. You gotta back up 40 hours.
Way too close, Ash.
4,356 kilometers. 1 day and 16 hours straight driving.
43. Yeah, so that's a lot more than you thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still doubled going to New Brunswick.
That's just to get where? To right to BC?
Yeah.
That's only from Toronto to
Yeah, I know.
Vancouver.
Yeah, it's 43 hours. That's probably doing a fucking 110 the whole way, too.
No, yeah, 43, yeah,
Right?
24,
But, hey,
40.
I like to push my luck sometimes and go just a little bit faster. Don't tell nobody. I got a bad habit of, I got a heavy foot, even though it's not a big foot. That's how I lost my license when I was a teenager.
It's okay.
First
It's more
year I had
fun
my
to drive
license,
without it.
man. What?
So it's okay. It's more fun to drive without it.
Yeah. Then they don't know how to write you up a ticket.
Nowhere to write one to.
That's right. A buddy of mine fucking never had he had a license a long time ago kind of thing, right? He's dead now, but this guy used to fucking drink like crazy, man. There's this one time we were all hunting during hunting season. He's there all fucking shit faced, man. He fucking went straight at a stop sign. He hit the fucking tree on the other side. The cops showed up and everything. The cops sent him home.
Who called the cops?
I don't know. They just showed up.
Oh, they don't just show up. Someone
Yeah,
called
well,
them for sure.
somebody that was hunting must have fucking called him. It wasn't us, right? We were there in our own vehicle, and well, he needed a chauffeur. He had hired me pretty much to drive his fucking truck there like the week before that. But then this week here, I went with some other buddies because he was a little bit of pain in the ass at some points, but that's because he was drinking. But yeah, he ended up going up himself, and he was fucking shit faced, and yeah, smashed the tree and everything. All they did is tow his truck away, and they asked us if we could fucking bring him home, so we brought him home. No charges, no nothing. He didn't have a license anymore. Kind of hard to believe, eh?
Well,
I believe it.
Yeah. But he was a reoccurring offender as far as drinking and driving. And that's why he had lost his license. So I think they were familiar with who he was, too. He died fucking liver failure, man. He drank himself to death. Ash, do you know the
yes.
name? Okay, there's two of these ones there in Moncton. Okay, Boo Boo, but
Oh yeah.
it's LeBlanc, not
Oh.
the other one you're thinking.
Oh, okay.
Then there's Little Bubba, which was his brother.
What is this?
LeBlanc?
A family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were they? Fucking badasses or something?
You could say that.
They were my neighbors, man. They were shooting at each other one fucking weekend when we were gone. That's how bad
That's
it is.
nice
They blocked the
pastime.
fucking. They blocked the fucking end of the road and everything. The cops fucking. Oh yeah, they were shooting from one house to the other.
Oh yeah.
I'm not joking, man.
I totally believe it. Doesn't surprise me.
I think that's half
There's
my
always a
problem
fucking
now.
snitch out there.
I just got a message from Wile E. Coyote and see if I can get him to come over to the panel too.
Did you guys ever get to do that fucking interview with him?
No.
Hey, Chad,
Okay.
What's up, Slow?
go read the comments on that video from tonight.
What, yours?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the lovely Eliza's in the house.
Yeah, she's been here for a while.
She's been here for a
Oh, no,
while.
she's like,
What's up, Eliza?
Hey, I've been listening to you guys, and all I can think is, oh my God, you guys remind me of like a road trip my godfather went on. Hey, Danny.
Hi.
And, you know, this is, of course, back in the days before I ever existed, you know, let him tell it. And, you know, he was a part of a band and a rock group, and, you know, how they were traveling all around the world and stuff like that. I'm just listening to your story, and it sounds so much like that. So I'm just like, ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
hear
but-
some good stories about BC and all that, right? Like from
It's
people that I
expensive.
know. Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
one thing that you got to remember is, do you know what BC actually stands for?
Well, that depends from whose point of view you're looking at it.
True that.
economic standard
For sure.
point of view of everyday people.
Oh, big cash.
Exactly. Bring cash.
Oh, I know. Oh yeah, bring cash. Yeah.
What's
cash,
up,
I know.
Josh?
Lots of it.
Yeah, I was just about to go to bed, but I seen Miss Eliza up here, and I owed her an apology from last week. So
Oh.
I came up to give Eliza an apology. So I didn't want to do it in the chat, so I'm sorry.
Well, I accept your apology, but I do have to ask, what are we apologizing for?
I don't remember either.
I
So
was gonna ask him too.
I'm the dickhead that was talking to your husband and said that I actually forget. I think I said that he was gay and that he was probably married to a dude or something, or he didn't have a wife.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
I forget
started to
exactly
lose
what
it.
I said.
Well, it's okay. I definitely I accept your apology, and I will defend you. Not that I'm gay or anything like that. But my husband, and
No,
I
Hey,
can't.
way to
defend-
man up, Josh. Good man.
No, it's
You guys hear me?
she was owed an apology. That
Sure
was
can,
not
brother.
the right way to
Yo,
act.
you
So
be chilling. What up, man?
I'm giving her an apology. So that's the
You
only
be
reason I came
chilling,
up
man.
here.
What's
So I was
up?
going to bed.
Hold on, let me
I-
fix my mic.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
You have a
Fix
good
your
night,
mic.
Eliza.
Okay.
Pull it up from under your butt. What up, Josh? See you, buddy.
No, he's got a Mexican microphone. Remember? You forgot
Yeah.
already?
What's up, Mr. Chillin'?
We can't hear you, man.
Oh,
I'm fixing my mic. Give me a minute.
okay. Yep. No worries.
Hey, children, how you doing?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. What's up?
What's up, baby?
What's up?
What's up? What's up, guys? Ladies.
So my dog told them they came in trying to figure out what was going on. I guess they've watched too many beer commercials.
Sorry,
So
no
who
hablo
you
inglés.
chasing? Who you chasing tonight? What division are you going after?
I went to go pick up my drugs.
Oh, well, I thought it was maybe you were going after the the LA Sheriff's Department or something tonight.
Now we're probably most likely gonna go out later.
Oh,
I think she's not gonna do overtime today, so she'll get home early, get a little bit of rest, and go out. Yesterday she got home and I was asleep. She was in the car, and then I ended up going in the car. Fucking wake up at 6:30 in the morning in the car, and we're like, "Fuck."
yeah, it is only 8:45 there too. So
Yeah, 8:45.
I'm looking at my time, thinking, man, I see darkness. Oh no, he can't be on my time.
1:45 for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's 11:45, so
Yeah, Liza. We got the right time.
Eliza, how close to the puppies are you?
oh my goodness, here I can go into the other room. They've gotten so big, and now
I know those puppies are fucking cute.
Yeah,
First
man.
2
Okay,
weeks, they grow the
first
fastest.
First off, hold it. I'm not going to get porn bombed, am I?
No.
I just heard puppies.
No, here I'll
No,
show
Ash,
you.
these are actual puppies.
You woke them up.
Listen to them. Wow.
Oh.
I got this, Ash.
They're getting so big, and the mama's right here, so she's in her garden. But they're getting so big, and they're opening their eyes now.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, did you see what colors they were?
They are a mix of black. See, here's one of the black ones who's just
No, I mean the eyes.
blue. All of them are double blue.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember you saying something about you were thinking maybe you'd get one with two colors.
Different colors, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, usually a red.
That's all right.
All right, I'll take the brown one. I'll send you my address later.
All right, look at that. Look at those
Why you
pups,
guys
man.
laughing?
They're cute puppies.
Because I wanted one first.
Man, they're gorgeous. Ruckus, you want one of those, my little brother?
Look at the little babies.
Little
Aw.
sister?
Mhm. They are getting so big and they are so cute. Now the mama, she's sitting here acting like she don't know how to act. I said, shit, I might sit there and keep two of the puppies and sit there and replace her ass. She acting.
Mm. They're probably starting to chew. Are they getting their teeth yet?
Oh gosh, yes.
That's
This poor mama.
probably, I bet you she didn't like that.
Ice cubes are your fucking friend. Look at that one over there hanging just passed out. Probably the best well
Oh yeah,
fed.
Right
yeah.
there.
That's the fat one. He's the one that he'll always get up and he's smart. He gets up at certain times of the day and he will sit there and drink all day and then be passed out at the end of the day while everybody else is trying to get sleepy.
Look at how big he is.
That's gonna
Holy
be the.
shit.
That's the one that's gonna be the biggest one. Watch.
For
Yeah,
sure.
oh believe me, I know.
That's a tank.
He's the one that's gonna end up gobbling everything too. And then this one over here, oh my goodness, this one is so funny. While this one is sleeping, he will sit there and he's so vocal, he will sit there and bark the whole time where he's eating, while he's sleeping. It doesn't matter. And then so far we have not given them names, but I'm gonna have to give them something so I can know who goes to
One,
know.
two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Mhm.
Should put think 1, think 2, think 3, think 4, think 5.
I know.
Just-
Here's
Just
the only
call them
problem.
numbers. That's all.
My kids are already thing 1 and thing 2, and all the way up to 8.
Ours were up to 7.
Very cute.
watching-
Thank you so much for showing us that.
We went to go take pictures with the think 1 through 7 and 8 and 9. Me and the wife through the mall, and everybody's looking at us and shit. I'm like, fuck, man. And of course, they figure, yeah, they're Mexican. They must have a lot of kids, So
Well, and that be the thing. That is the thing that is the most hilarious to me because people always want to sit there and try to put it on the race, and I'm sitting here like, dude, if you're blessed to have a large family, it don't fucking matter what race you are. At the
right.
end of the day, like
Hey,
having kids are a blessing. No matter how many, I ain't gonna lie, no matter how annoying from time to time. Having kids is a blessing, and honestly, after so long, you kind of get adjusted to the household, and it seems like a more of a normal thing. Now, here's my only problem. My male dog is sitting here and sniffing on my female dog, and I'm sitting here looking at him like, boy, if you don't keep your penis to yourself, I'm gonna chop it off.
no, get rid of his balls, not his penis. He won't be able to pee anymore.
I know. Naturally, I'll talk to him the same way I talk to men, like he can understand me.
Cut that thing off.
Like, look here, if I were you, I'd keep it in. Don't bring it out unless you're pissing. I'm telling you.
That's messed up.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it is, but honestly, my male dog, he's the best behaved, so I really don't trip on him too much. She, on the other hand, she was at the same level with him before she got pregnant. Whenever she got pregnant, I tended to cater to her a bit more, which is natural. Hi, Nanook. See, here's my male dog. He just sitting here and chilling.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, lay down, lick your nuts.
Right? He's my good boy. I promise he understands English. Now after she's had these puppies and been in the house and been catered to, now she's sitting here, she's forgetting the rules. Like one of the things she did today is that she went in my kitchen and she used the bathroom in my kitchen. And I cleaned it up. And then later on, whenever my husband came out of the shower, she went and did the same thing while he was in there. And of course, he's, oh my God, why the fuck would you do that? I'm like, bro, she don't understand English. So if you're going to sit there and be mad, but don't sit there and yell at her like she's going to be like, oh, my bad, Dad. You know, I couldn't get outside. You know, like I'm just like, dude. And so we had to sit there and clean it up again. And then, you know, she's been doing a lot of ornery stuff. Like she'll sit there and hop up on the table, sit there and try to steal food and all kind of stuff. And I'm just like, you
Oh
know,
wow.
I hate to. I feel like I have to retrain her all over again because she got comfortable being in the house and forgot what the rules were.
As long as the little ones don't take after what she's doing.
Oh no. Oh no. Look. I'm an animal lover, but I also believe in timeout, and I believe in kennels and cages. I will put her ass in the kennel and raise the puppies the same way I raised Papa. From the day he got here, we were already on potty training. We were already on, you know, getting little treats for doing certain things, recognizing your name, sitting, laying, knowing where you can go and where you cannot go. You know, establishing boundaries.
Yeah,
And
like for the male.
and, and the worst part about it is that you know what? Usually, animals will sit there and pick up boundaries better than some people will, and that's really really sad.
Yep,
But
that's true. Yep, I agree with that one. Shit.
so I hadn't been on YouTube for a couple of days. So I just decided, hey, I'll come in, say
Where you
hello.
been?
Right on.
I've been,
She didn't pay the bill. Ah, I'm
Oh,
joking.
I know there's times where I will sit there and I would take time away, especially if I'm spending time with my children or if I'm having some me time, I will go ahead and take time away. And then occasionally I will pop on. Don't get me wrong, I love being on the panels with you guys, but uh, I'll say this: I don't love it as much as my husband loves it because he's on panel all the time. And I'm just
I
like,
don't believe you.
man,
oh, yeah, I seen him on 3 different panels today.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
and the day's not over yet.
I've seen him
The
on
day's not over yet.
he's on somebody's panel right now, and he was sitting here and getting frustrated. And you know, once
well,
again, go ahead.
yeah, another 5 minutes and the day is over. Though it starts tomorrow for us. See, they're on the same time.
Oh,
Almost. But you know, one of the things I sit there and I'll tell him, you know, which is common sense to me. Well, babe, you know, if you're getting frustrated, then being on panel might not be the best thing. Go ahead and take a few moments away. I'm pretty sure the conversation is not going to stray too far.
Eliza,
Yes.
Eliza, have you been neglecting your man?
You would think as often as he's on these panels, though, right?
Well, I don't know. Just curious.
No,
Okay. You
but
guys
then
sound
again,
like you get along good, anyways.
well, whenever he decides to listen to reason.
Okay. We won't go there this evening.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
No.
But
Oh,
other than
well.
that, you know, I just sat there and took a few days being off of YouTube. Took about 3 days being off of the internet altogether, which was nice. Um, and usually I'll do that until something happens, like my daughter comes and you know shows me her phone or shows me a TikTok or you know some kind of Facebook video or something like that, and I'm like, okay, well, she brought internet back in, so I guess now we can be back up into internet land, you know.
You don't feel lost, though, after you lost out 3 days?
Mm-mm,
No?
mm-mm.
Yeah, but
you miss so
Oh,
much in 3 days.
oh yeah.
Well, that's okay.
Exile filled you in, didn't he?
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I also think is more reason why I feel more comfortable staying off of the internet from time to time.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to take a break once in a while.
Balance. Need
Right.
balance.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree. I've done that from time to time.
Especially on a
Take
platform
a
like
few days,
this.
disappear.
Mhm. You know, I strongly feel like one of the main problems in the U.S. right now, and I can't say the world because I don't know how other countries are, but we are so overstimulated, and whenever you are overstimulated, you really can't find peace, even if it is just a sense of quiet. You know,
Yeah.
so my
So
thing is, if I don't want to go to the news and be overstimulated, why would I want to come to YouTube and be overstimulated about a different situation, or TikTok and be overstimulated, or
so
you know,
did you catch up on any TV shows?
yeah, yesterday I did. Yesterday I did.
She was probably binge watching a show. She was. There's nothing wrong with that either.
I feel like okay, what had happened was
Sometimes you need.
Yeah, it's all good.
after my daughter brought it back, brought her little she was having an issue with a young lady.
Oh,
And that was interesting enough. She was beefing with another young lady over a boy, but this is a
oh,
boy, hold on, this is a boy that my daughter's not interested in at all.
what?
Yeah. My daughter does not care. She's my daughter stated that she dated this boy for 2 weeks. He kept talking about his ex, so she was like, "Okay, you know what? Obviously, that's where you want to be." She got that from me. So by all means, go over there. I will go ahead and take my daughter. Have a great day.
Mm,
Here we
And
go.
and
The
then I guess
comedy's about to start, folks.
yeah.
oh,
Hello, hello.
What's up?
What's
Danny,
happening?
I love this guy. If you ever
Happy fucking Friday, yo.
Friday.
Oh, Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday now.
Well, it's
Oh,
Friday now.
No,
cool.
you still
No,
got
no,
one.
we still got a minute to go, man.
Oh,
Yeah, we
we're
still
an
got an
hour
hour.
in here.
Oh,
yeah, but
okay.
on the East Coast, it's Friday.
Yeah.
¿Qué dice el muchacho?
Mhm.
Gotta find a way
What's
to get
that?
this
Atlantic
phone.
Canada.
Yeah.
Sorry for those of you that don't
Yeah.
realize.
I don't even know where I live, to be honest. New Brunswick, wherever New Brunswick is.
Oh, yeah.
I still got an hour. Honestly, with this hour, yeah.
Pulling out the old Rick and Morty again, time to get high.
Yep.
My son
No.
watches that. I've never actually watched. I think I've watched maybe half of an episode of Rick and Morty one time. I've never actually watched the whole thing.
I don't
Or
even know
No.
how to watch Rick and Morty. Like, you gotta buy the episodes on YouTube.
One of the things we'll do whenever there's like certain episodes of stuff that we have to get is that I'll usually sit there and try to find out what streaming service has them, and then being that I have like 15 other fake accounts, I mean, I'll sit there and have Eliza.subscriptions dot blah 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 blah, you know, because that'll sit there and tell you before I have to pay for that shit, I'm canceling that shit.
Yeah.
But you know, I'll do that and then binge watch, you know, a whole show that I want to watch, and then if there's another one, you know, I'll continue to go on, but I make sure it's always in that small time frame because
Yeah.
it's never really 30 days. Now they'll give you 14 days or, you know, 50 days or 7 days. So
Mm. Yeah, but you know what? We ended up getting Netflix, and for the first 3 months we had it, it was all shows that we had already, all movies that we had already watched,
yep.
and that kind of sucked. And then the last month before I canceled it, they came up with new series, like different seasons, like more seasons of some of the shows we watched. But nah, canceled it.
A good Netflix series, The Blacklist.
The Blacklist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually
Yes.
watched it when it was on TNT.
Okay.
So yeah, I did like the Blacklist. Actually, I was
Thank
on Netflix the other day, and a series I just watched. And I
Like
only
the
have one
UNs
season
are
of it
so
out.
fucking high in here, I can't reach the fucking thing, so I had to put a COVID mask on there. I
Dual
didn't go to the
usage,
dollar
man.
store. I usually just get one of those plugs with the wire because that clicks right onto there, and it's like, "Fuck you, boys! I'm pulling the plug."
Mm.
Now,
One of
just
the
so that you
episodes.
guys, just a quick thing. My friend here, that's how Dirty does it. That's his hashtag on TikTok. If you guys can go over and check him out, this guy's got some fucking funny ass videos that he puts out all the time. And I
Yeah.
don't know if he's able to share a couple tonight or not, but
Actually, I can. I got another phone here.
Oh, look at that bonus.
You know what
So-
series I used
what-
to watch was Prison Break.
Prison Break.
yeah.
I watched Prison Break because I like the guy Dominic something. I cannot remember his last name.
Yeah, I like
I-
them too.
I was like, ooh, he's cute. I mean, shit. I sat there and saw him in Blade Trinity, and I was like, oh my, ooh, okay. Well, damn, y'all making it hard not to want to go to the damn dark side, because ooh, wee, baby, Jesus, yes, hallelujah. That man was fun.
Amen.
Ain't never been
Oh,
off
here we go.
double chin, so I added double patty. Wait, hold on. She ain't never been with a fatty. Double chin, so I added double patty. What you call it? Kind of flabby. Big cheeks and my stomach kind of heavy. She said she ain't never been with a fat.
That's my most viral one right now.
That is hilarious.
20,000 views on that.
Well, I have one that's going pretty viral right now, and I didn't even realize it was going to be fucking viral.
This is one I expected to go viral and never did.
I was going to sell a car, so I'm sitting in the car. I look across the street, there's a bunch of cows there, so I go over, I'm like, I'm going to talk to these cows. Oh, this bull, he comes up to this girl cow, and he just fucking gives her pussy a big old lick. Like, boom, like 5 licks, and she just squirts everywhere. It's just like a fucking fire hose, man. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And then after that, the fucking bull, he's got his tongue wrapped all around his face, all over the squirt. He's like, the tongue all over, licking it all off, tripping out. It was crazy, man.
I really thought that one would blow up, and that's actually, I think, like my least viewed video compared to how long it's been on there. Because I got 20K views on that video from 5 days ago. This has been on there for 5 months, and I got 400 views on it.
Well, you lost half your audience. The girls probably didn't like that one.
Yeah. And then I got my anti-vaccine.
Chew. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, that's really funny. No, I made a video about spanking, pretty much sitting there saying that, you know what, those people that sat there and I was one of the people that got spanked, and whenever I got spanked, I didn't end up becoming a fucking serial killer and all this other shit.
Yeah, no, I like getting spanked now.
I know, right? It's a whole different
This one,
experience.
fucking, what was it? Christmas Eve, my fucking car broke down. My AC pump caught fire, blew my belt off. Well, I had to make it to work before I could make it home. I was out of town, and this is what I had to do.
Down Clyde Road, battery not charging, just grab an old belt there, and on the ground.
Wow.
What'd you do there?
No battery light on, boys.
I broke down because my belt
Right.
blew off. My AC pump went bad, and it caught fire, and my belt blew off. And I got back to town and overheated like 15 times, sprayed all the coolant out of her.
Mm-hmm.
But I got back to town, and I got to work, and my buddy had an old belt in his truck. Well, I had a drill in my trunk, so I was like, well, we're going to try to charge my fucking battery. And sure enough, it worked.
Innovative minds.
But booster cables would have worked just as good, eh?
Didn't have none of those.
Oh, okay.
Plus, he's broke ass. Couldn't run the truck to charge me up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. whatever
no,
was. Oh,
Yeah.
what?
no.
Spin
All
the
I'm
alternator
saying is
fast enough.
Oh,
this,
here's a funny one.
hold on a second. Hold on.
This guy
This
here
video
trying
that
to
I
tell
sat there
me
and
what I
gave,
can freaking do.
Oh,
I guess I pissed off some people, and I woke up and I decided I was gonna respond to somebody, but this person I responded to sat there and literally had like 19 comments, all that were, and I'm just like, dude. Honestly, at the end of the day, this is the only piece of advice I sat there and gave. And once again, I was me. I said, you know what? It's a gym. It's a gym. You're more than welcome to pick it up and take it or leave it right where it is. But my one piece of advice, my guy or my girl, pick and choose your battles. Not every battle is yours, and not every battle do you have to sit there and try to go 100 for. If you do not agree with getting spanked or whoopings or anything else, great. We here is a safe space to tell you your opinion. But you don't have to try to do all of this extra shit because I'm sitting there and tell you nobody gives a fuck. Like,
mm,
and at the end,
mm.
it was crazy.
Hey,
And then I got some comments on that. And I guess
yeah.
somebody's trying to troll me, and that shit's kind of funny because I'm like, bruh, all right.
You know what though? My dad, okay, when
Mm,
he decided to start to try to spank me to discipline me, he
mhm,
wasn't able to catch me anymore.
right.
So
I
it
never
didn't
had
work
a
out.
dad to discipline me, but my stepdad fucking beat my ass, let me tell you. Not my ass, I mean like my face.
Mm.
It must have been a slow fella. He couldn't run too
Oh, I
quickly.
fight back. I wasn't
Oh,
running away
well,
from
no
him.
wonder he fucking clocked you one. Freak.
Resistance.
You don't stand up to your old man like that, man. They're gonna kick your ass every time. Huh? Till you get older.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I got to a certain age, I began to resist as well. Because I mean, at the end
Yeah.
of the day, I knew it didn't hurt, and it didn't do what it was supposed to do. And whenever I was younger, I was ornery as shit. That's one of the reasons I'm so cautious of my 7-year-old because she's like she a light skinned version of my ass, and that shit is
Uh
boy. Look.
oh.
And one of the things
So,
is whenever
fight
I was
that.
getting whoopings whenever I was younger, I would specifically go back the next day and do exactly what the fuck I got a whooping for. In my mind, oh, you're sitting here and trying to hurt me because I did this. Well, I stand behind what the fuck I did, so let me go ahead and do it again to fortify what the fuck I meant. AKA, that was the 8-year-old version of I said what the fuck I said, I meant what the fuck I meant. You feel me?
Yeah.
As I got older, and then I started to resist in different ways. I began to understand that as much as parents don't like
Oh
it,
fuck. I got a
that
call coming in.
Yep.
okay, that resistance is needed
Okay,
as
take
well.
care, buddy.
Bye. The resistance is needed as well for the simple fact of now as a teenager, as a person that's growing and trying to develop into my person and who I'm supposed to be or who I'm meant to be or any of that shit. This was my version of sitting there and drawing my line in the sand and saying, I'm not going to cross this line. See, a lot of times, whenever we want to discipline, we want to sit there and try to control, especially when it comes to punishment. I see. Nice bud.
Mhm.
So,
But, a lot of people try to control situations. And I learned that, honestly, I really wasn't in the wrong. Now, I say that now as the kid. I'm waiting until I have to sit there and look at my child doing the exact same thing and in my mind not want to kill her, but to sit there and tell myself, okay, she's coming into her young adulthood. She's
Uh-oh.
she's willing to let her lessons be learned the hard way. I have to stand back and let her learn them.
Yep.
I can be here to soothe her wounds, but you know what? If she want to sit there and hit her head a few times, I gotta do what I gotta do, and I gotta back off so she can make her own decisions.
Yeah, and if she wants help, you're there to help.
Mm-hmm.
Gorilla, I
Yeah.
certainly can, brother. Just give me a message in G chat and we'll set something up. No worries.
Give me a minute. I'm probably gonna get on my computer so that my phone can charge. So I'll be right back.
okay.
Yep.
Well,
Chat.
it's,
Talking. Oh, well, he's there. Sky, did you see my last text? Huh? It's like he wanted to be out there by asking her in the regular chat, eh?
And I'll tell you, Gorilla Circle's asking
I don't have a
probably
problem letting people
one.
know I text her.
No,
I'll
that's
put
not what I
out there.
meant. I said you wanted to be out there.
Well, she had sent me a text last night. I didn't understand what she was saying. That's basically what the text was about. I was like,
Okay.
"What? I don't get what you're talking about."
What were you saying about Gorilla? Ashamed.
I can't remember now.
Fuck, it was only a couple seconds ago.
I know, that's how bad my memory is. Like, people don't understand. That's what happens with the head injury.
Blue
alright.
screen.
My long-term memory is great. It's my short-term memory that's fucked.
So you'll tell us next week.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I know it was nothing bad because it was Gorilla Circle, so it can't be bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's asking probably the only person that I trust to help me fix my computer. And that's Nude. Man, he'd help me fucking make my computer much, much better.
Notified.
That's right. Now I don't want to fucking put anything
still-
on it unless I ask Nude.
Oh yeah, hey Nude, I want a refund
Yeah.
of those. I want a refund of those bananas. They showed up today, and they were brown.
They weren't from me.
Hey, well,
that's
at
why.
least, hey, you can make
It said New
banana
Guru.
bread out of them.
Was
Banana
it not
bread.
AK on behalf of New Guru?
No, there was no.
There's about 20 people by now that I said on my behalf would send the free bananas.
Yeah.
Could be any one of them.
What are you trying to cover up, Ash?
What do you mean?
You're the only one on screen.
I didn't put that up there, actually.
Oh.
See?
You were
Chad.
Here, watch.
You-
Look.
you-
My hands are full right now. I'm lucky I hit the...
Yeah, I'm almost done mine.
Let's see. Well,
Let's see. Now you can't see it. Hey, somebody fucked the button again.
holy fuck. That's one ugly fucking fucker on there, man.
Face
Nope,
for
that
radio,
guy?
eh, Ash?
Track.
That guy right there?
Hey. Yeah, Gorilla Circle, come on up. We can play a track, but come on up now if you want. The chat can let you up, but if you can give me this many minutes to listen to the track, but come on up and I'll be right back. You okay here, Chad, for a minute? Or do you want me to
As
put the
always,
banner up?
Ash, as always, I'm fine. I can put the banner up if I need to. I'm good.
Okay.
I got this.
43. What's up, brother? Shout out to everyone else in chat.
I've seen you floating around in a lot of places lately, Nude.
Yeah.
Checking out the panels.
A lot of new places been discovering over the last week or so. So yeah, just continuing to network and putting some pieces together. I resolved whether or not I could have a Facebook page for Nude Guru. So that's now a work in progress. I certainly can. Hoping to have that done within the next day or so. And a whole bunch of other stuff.
Excellent.
But I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Always good to hear.
Yeah, I discovered. Actually, I got to give a shout out email. I put it in the Hangouts room. There's an individual, I can't remember his name, only been to his panel once so far, but him and his channel is mainly just teamwork, cross-promoting people's channels. So I went in there and it was just him just hyping up, let's help each other, sub to each other. And it was a lot of fun the way he did it. And I picked up maybe about 20, 25 subs in about 15 minutes.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I'm gonna look for a few more of those. And I just want to first get to that 500 sub threshold right now, just for I need the community page so I can start posting the quote of the days and all that kind of stuff. That's really the only goal I have for YouTube.
How many more you got to go, Nude?
I think I'm around 212 or 13 right now, almost halfway.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Invalid name 43 says, "Nice to hear your voice, Guru."
Is it the first time? Might be the first time, actually. I'm not sure.
It shocks everybody the first time they hear you.
Yeah, no kidding. I've been in his chat panels, his chat when he's been on panel a lot. He's always got some good discussions going on and have some fun too.
Yeah.
But I've never actually been up on his panel. One of these days.
I'm sure Danny Williams will find out when you're there. Dude's up on this guy's panel the first time.
Well, I seen you in 2 rooms for sure today. I don't know where the new ones are.
What's going on next for the Sidekicks show, Chad? Who's the next guest and whatnot?
I'm not 100% sure. Ash has got somebody in the works. We haven't had a chance, but we're trying to find out what happened to our last guest. We're supposed he either he forgot or
he's still missing in action since then.
Ash was just talking to him. He got a message from him. So
wow.
So I don't know. Yeah, just today. So it may be attempt 2 this Sunday. I don't know. You'll have to wait.
So maybe a reschedule.
Maybe Ash may have somebody already scheduled though, because I haven't had a chance to talk to Ash too much because I'm getting the snow too, right? And I gotta go shovel a friend of mine out that I roll joints for. So I got done. I had to do that yesterday, and then I had to go up and do it again today. And
gotcha.
And then I gotta go do it again tomorrow and Saturday. Well, there's Eliza. Here.
43. We're gonna get Colt to.
So I know it's
we're gonna. 43. We're gonna get Colt to do that video for us one of these days. You wait. I'm determined. Hellbent on that.
What
Sorry
video
it took me so long. I had to go and make some
dude.
What's that, Chad?
I said, what video is that, dude?
Oh, it's kind of this long-running fun thing in his chat. There's this fellow, he goes by Colt 43 on his panel, and we have some fun with him sometimes. So he watches a lot of TV, so we got this joke. We want him to videotape himself watching TV and then watch it back and see his reaction, but he won't do it.
That's not the same one that's in chat, is it? Invalid name?
It's his panel that I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I used to be subscribed to him. I gotta check to see if it's still there or not. Oh, no. There, he's got a new subscription. Oh, I might be able to give you another 3 subs, Guru.
Oh, cool. Right on.
Well,
appreciate that.
I could do it right now, but I don't have them open yet.
That's okay. Here, I'll plug myself while we're at it here. Might as well.
Well, I got you. I got you saved in my search. Plus, I'm subscribed to you with one of them, so I can give you 3 more.
Hey, Guru.
Cool.
He's telling you
Appreciate
you're
that.
actually wrong.
Can't
It's
do it
actually
right now,
good.
though.
So, Guru, I just wanted to be able to show. I've been sitting there and trying to eat better.
What is it?
It's pretty much just like it's a trail mix pack, but the 2 packs have different things in them. Like the red pack, which is cranberry health mix, it has a blend of cranberries, black raisins, golden raisins. Ooh, that's a lot of raisins. Almonds, walnuts.
Hey, you should. You know what? I'm just suggesting you should go to like a produce place where they sell nuts and berries and stuff like that. Right? Get yourself a dehydrator and make your own. It's a lot cheaper and it's healthier. You don't know.
Baby steps.
Yeah.
I got those. I got that in my kitchen right now. I love my dehydrator.
You
Oh my
do,
gosh,
eh?
I do. Dude,
Right
my
on.
favorite thing to sit there and do is like to make banana chips and strawberry chips. And I just say chips because you dehydrate all of the moisture out of them, and they're nice and crispy, and you can put them on your tongue and they melt.
The sugars come out, eh?
Yes.
Yeah,
But
they yeah.
for me they taste better.
Well,
And
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
And-
Ashcan has re-entered the room.
Shh,
Oh,
don't say nothing else.
so we have pistachios,
You know, 2
walnuts,
days
pecans,
ago-
almonds, cranberries,
Oh,
and peppertis.
but what?
Papaya. I don't know.
Papaya.
No,
Papaya.
PEPITAS.
PEPI
TAS.
Pepitas.
Pepitas. Okay, that'll work. 'Cause that sounds
I
better
guess
than what
I
the
don't know.
y'all was saying.
Yeah, but no, like me, I don't trust big companies that do stuff like that, a la mass production kind of thing. There's
Yeah.
always something extra involved,
Yeah,
right?
that I completely agree with. But right now, this is just helping me transition away from stuff like Hostess, Ho-Hos,
Yeah.
and potato chips, and the cravings have been real. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
But at least with this, for right now, I know that there's protein, and then there's the raisins, which are the raisins and the cranberries, which are a bit more natural, so I can still sit there and get my sweet intake while actually leaving the white sugar alone right now. Now this is just a transition, but I
Yeah. Right on.
struggle is real. I realize that the less sugar I take, the more I want a cigarette. But I'm also sitting there and trying to leave the cigarettes alone. And when I do that, the more of these I want to eat. So,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're quitting cigarettes. Is what you're saying?
well, naturally, I would only smoke like one a day, if that. And I've been able to cut down significantly. Like the cigarette that I had up a little while ago, I literally only smoked about that much of it, and then I put it out.
But why? If you're that close, why just not say the heck with it?
Because have y'all not met my husband? I need something.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Look, I need something, and I don't drink. I don't smoke weed. I don't do anything else. I have to be able to not only tolerate him and his mood. I have to sit there and also deal with 8 children and their hormones and their moods, with 2 adult dogs and their moods, and then now puppies, while trying to attempt to stay sane.
Yeah, good luck.
Like I said, I smoke this
You
much of my
deserve a
cigarette,
medal.
so I'm doing better and better.
Eliza, you deserve a medal. You deserve a medal, dear.
Thank you. I'm about to say, oh
It'll
my
get
God.
better. Hey, just keep it in your head. It'll get better.
All that I would have been sitting in the laneway somewhere smoking a big fucking crack pipe.
Man, look,
All I'm saying is, luckily, I like to. I'm not the person that likes the high. I actually had this conversation with my daughter, which was really, really weird because she's 16, and I kind of feel like, any other time I would have been like, this is not the conversation to have with her. But being that she decided that we were having a safe space conversation. And
Yeah.
what that is for us is there's a time that my kids will say, Mom, I really need to talk to you about something. Can we have a safe space? And with this, they can say anything, they can use any verbiage, they can use any kind of language as long as it's not directed towards me. And as long as, mine is not directed towards her, to be able to express their feelings or, tell me the truth about something, and they won't get in trouble and they won't be judged. So that's almost like kind of waving a white flag, sitting there saying, hey, I'm having an issue. I need to be honest with you. I really don't want to. I don't want any bad backlash. And so, and us having this safe space conversation.
Mm.
She sat there and told me, she goes, Mom, I just want you to know I've tried weed. And I said, baby, I just want you to know, I know. Well, Dad doesn't know, honey. Your dad doesn't believe he's a fucking pothead. He's high majority of the time. There's a whole lot of shit you don't know. I said, but see, I pay attention. I said, I see you guys before you guys go to school. I see you guys whenever you get home. While you're thinking that you're doing something that I don't know because you can't tell the difference, I can tell the difference in your mannerisms, the way you walk, the smell, and even in the glimpse of your eyes, or even the way you try to talk to me. Because one of my things is when my children walk in the door, you address the adult that's in the house. Not just for me, but at other people's houses, it's a old fashioned manner of respect. You address the head of household. And so she goes, so you knew whenever I was smoking? Yeah. I can even tell you the day that you did it. She thought I was kidding. I told her the day. She was like, oh my God. Yeah.
And
And
she's probably thinking, good, she doesn't know about the other times.
oh no, I know about everything this child does, but I try not to. The hardest part for me and my oldest daughter is she's 16, which means in a couple of years she's going to be 18. If I don't give her the space to make her own choices, she will never have this. And the last thing I want is for her to try to figure this out while she's now a young adult, and she is almost obligatory versus her being able to experiment and try it with the safety of mom and dad, or the safety of having home, if that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, kind of. But you know what, though, eh? If she hasn't yet, she probably will start wanting to go over at friends where mom and dads aren't there too,
Yeah.
right?
That's when mom breaks out tarot cards. Because yes. She tried that, and there was a little incident that happened. And once again, before she went, I said, you know what, something ain't feeling right. I sat there and did my little thing, and sat there and kind of keep an eye on her. And I said, oh, so this is what's happening. Now, mind you, I sit there and I bring it to exile. No, she wouldn't do that. She's not that dumb, blah, 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 blah. So I sat there and I messaged her later on that night. I said, I know you think I don't know, but I know you're doing this. If you're going to do this, be smart about it. Or if you're ever feeling uncomfortable, call me, call dad, so you can come home now.
Yeah.
The next day, mind you, she's getting away from dad. She goes, Mom, how did you know? I said, girl, please, I'm your mama. I know everything.
Yeah, just don't
AKA,
tell her. Just don't tell her. I've been there. I've done that. I know where you're at.
well, it's one of those type of things where I'm not going to sit there and tell her the tricks and the secrets yet until, I become a grandmother, praying to God that's no time soon.
Yeah, well,
But
yeah.
But she goes, well, how did you know? And then first she said, after the text I got, I figured you knew. And I said, yeah. She goes, well, how did you know? I said, honey, how old do you think I am?
She's starting to catch on. Be
It,
careful.
it wasn't that long ago. I was there, boo boo. And then I had friends that were doing that. And I was the good kid. So I lived vicariously through my friends. And I said, baby, you have to understand the shit y'all doing now. This is not new. This is recycled information. They're doing the same shit we did. The only difference is we were better because we didn't get caught as often.
That's what you think, eh?
I didn't get caught doing anything. That's my brother couldn't stand me because I was the good kid, even though
So your brother was the bad one,
my brother was
right?
Mr. Popular.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. He was Mr. Popularity. He was always in the limelight of everything. I was, even at a young age, I was the weird sister. I was the sister that was, into we'll say I was going through a goth phase. I
Oh
was
yeah.
into heavy metal. I was, I had adventured into a Wicca type of situation and things of this nature. So I was the weird sister, okay? But I was the weird sister that always knew everything that was going on. So yeah,
Yeah.
my brother was Mr. Popularity, and there was times that, oh my gosh, Eliza never gets in trouble about anything. And my mama sat there and told him, well, she's smart enough not to get caught. And at least if she's gonna get caught, I have to sit there and do some work to sit there and try to find evidence on her. So she's
Uh,
smart enough to, not tell friends, not do this, not do that.
Ash's granddaughter will be 16 in June.
Oh,
Yeah.
Take over, Ash. It's your panel, man.
as much as I want to be like, oh, that is so beautiful. I'm praying for you, all the luck in the world. I'm praying
Gorilla's
for
still
your
around?
children
Because I thought he was planning on coming up.
because mine. But no, part of this interesting conversation that she had is that she was sitting here and telling me that she smoked weed. Once again, I know. And then she goes, well, I said, okay, so, was it out of a bong? Was it out of a blunt, a joint,
Mm,
out of a pipe, or, how, give me details.
My dad used
And
to laugh when we were talking. He'd
well,
know.
well, she said, well, the first time she sat there and did that, she sat there and said that she used the dab, and it overwhelmed her when she first
Yep.
tried it.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, it's your first
Yeah.
experience. Yes, I've used the dab before, so I remember that shit was the funniest. I can laugh about it now. I swear to God, I thought I was tripping then though. So then she sits there and tells me, well, mom, some of my friends that have these vape pens, and some of their pens have THC in it, and then some of them have CBD. And she goes, honestly, I kind of like the CBD. And she goes, well, for me, the THC that helps with anxiety. I said, okay, so, if you're really having an issue with anxiety, we can go ahead and go a different route to be able to handle your anxiety instead of you smoking if this is your choice, because the last thing you want to do is get dependent on something to handle something that you should be able to handle, because baby, you're just now starting. Can you imagine if you think you have anxiety now, if you're doing all this shit and you feel like you're alone in doing it and there is no instruction manual? Your mind
Yeah.
will get officially blown. For the first part, you will be mind blown and mind fucked. So let's find another way to be able to handle this, especially at them times where you're at work and you can't hit you can't hit the vape. You feel me? Or you're
Yeah.
about to sit there and have a piss test and you can't hit the vape. We're going to have to sit there and start establishing backups. She goes, well, mom, I also want to sit there and tell you about the CBD. And I was like, okay. Cause she knows I don't smoke weed at all. She's like, I was really, really chill. And I said, oh, so you mean like you were in a meditative state? She goes, yeah. I said, guess what? You can do that naturally without ever having to sit there and put anything in your body. She goes, I know you do it all the time. And she goes, and honestly, I didn't get it. But after sitting there and hitting this vape that had the CBD oil in it, and I was so zen and so chill, mom, I understand why you meditate like all the time. I'm like, yeah, yeah. She goes, I don't know how I couldn't do it with all the noise in the background. I said, honey, you learn to block that out. Just like you do whenever you get high, like high.
Yeah.
And even though there's shit going in the background, you're not focused on any of the fucking noise going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a interesting conversation. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of, being of our house deal with um
the special type of conversation. I can't be like, okay, good. Now after this, go to your room because you're sitting here and you're fucking with drugs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay. I'm happy at the fact that she decided to come to me because now I also understand that I'm seen as a safe space, and that's great.
Yeah. Hey,
But
can
it's
you guys imagine having Eliza as a mom? Huh?
these
No.
are things I've acquired now. I was not always like this.
If she sticks around for more than 3 years, then she'd be more than the mother I ever had.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
then
Well,
I would definitely be mom to you. These are my bonus babies, and yeah, I've been in their life since they were 4 and 5. I've raised them pretty much,
yeah.
and uh,
Reversing the question, can you imagine having one of us for a kid?
Yeah.
Oh.
ironically, uh, I think if I had some of you guys as the kid, I think I would end up, mind you, because remember, if I'm going to be the mom, that means Exile would have to be the dad, and Exile is very much open to being the dad that wants to sit there and have private time with the kid and let the kid hit the joint, within like 16, 17, 18.
Would you still be down to that one little cigarette?
Yeah, like he's that dad. He's like, well, if you're gonna sit there and smoke weed, I would rather you sit there and smoke weed at home with your dad. This way we know what's in it. We know it's we can kind of be more of a control as far as the experience and blah 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 blah. And if you end up feeling unsafe, you're in a safe space, thing kind of like this. I had to grow to get to the point because I was very much so. You sit there and you do anything illegal, and you potentially bring the police to my house. When they come here, you can go with them.
Yeah.
I was that parent for many many years, and part of me still is, depending on what it is. But if it's something like marijuana, and being that in the state that we're in, it's legal here. I mean,
How old do you have to be there to legally smoke it?
for
What's
kids,
the
they have to be 17.
17? Okay.
And
Well,
she's
they're not. That's not too bad for age. Like, what is it here, Ash? 18, 19?
19. 19.
19, eh?
You gotta
The
Yeah.
weirdest thing is they
what
actually
you're
the
talking
the age
weed, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
gotta be of legal drinking age
19 here
in
too.
that province to smoke weed.
He
So
said
in
you had to be of
Alberta, you
legal
only
drinking
have to
age,
be
and
18, and I think Quebec, you only have to be 18. Everywhere
Okay.
else, it's 19.
Mm.
Mhm.
But you know what the worst part is they start smoking like at 12, 13,
Mhm.
right? So when mine hit
I
16
can't
on his
say
birthday,
anything.
I said, "You want a joint to smoke?" And he says, "What?" I says, "I know you smoke, right?" It's like it's been a good 3 years that we've noticed differences in his
Right,
attitude and all that stuff. So yeah,
right. I
but
mean, the craziest part to me is the fact that now they actually raised the age that you have to be in order to get cigarettes. But
yeah,
in my state, you can smoke marijuana at a younger age, and
yeah,
because we also have medical marijuana over here. So it's one of those you can sit there and get prescribed by a doctor, or if you have certain traits of certain things like heavy anxiety, PTSD, or things that
yeah,
or seizures or things of this nature. You
you can
know,
get doctor
they're more open
prescription.
to, yeah. And even with the prescription, the main thing they're trying to do is give you CBD versus THC.
Yeah,
So, I sat there and told her, if she wanted to do the CBD, because mind you, she has, previous night terrors and heavy anxiety, a lot of things like that. And so, if this will
allow her
Well,
to help herself. I don't have a problem giving her a little bit, but my whole thing is I never want to do something that you feel dependent on. I would rather show you a natural way to be able to achieve the same goal, because at the end of the day it is all mental, right? Well, in her case.
mm,
Let me not say in everybody's case. In her case,
yeah.
it's mental. And so I would love to be able to, transition her to a way that she can be able to achieve the same goal without the use of sitting there and trying to put something in her body or have become a dependent. Now, if she wants to become dependent on, zoning out and meditating in her head, by all means, baby. you
Yeah.
know, I, how many of us grew up and we were told that we stayed in fantasy world?
Mm,
Fantasy was better than reality. Fuck it.
hmm
You know what I mean? So
Oh yeah, totally, totally. I agree.
I'm also the weird kid that does D&D and World of Warcraft and does cosplay and stuff like this because, well, sorry, Ashcan, you look like you want to say something and you're tired of me talking. I want to shut up.
I don't think. I think he's just chill, relaxing.
Yeah, he just smoked a big
Stone.
joint, eh?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So it's settling in. Okay, I got you.
I'm pretty stoned right now.
he's just
Okay.
See?
he's just
That's a
chilling.
beautiful thing.
He's just chilling. I know
He's
Gorilla was
listening to
talking
his
about
new mom.
Crash left coming. Yeah, he's being a good boy.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
All of my
For
children are
now.
good until they bring the cops to my house for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, I noticed that 702's in the house too.
Hey,
Hello.
Yep.
Hi, Gorilla.
I never brought the cops at my parents' house, but other people did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
serious.
can't
One of
say.
my dad's friends tried to shoot himself in the basement.
The fuck?
Yeah, he tried to fucking off himself. He
Terrible.
had found out he had cancer and shit, and fucking just said, well, he was just gonna fucking kill himself, right?
Well,
Cops got
damn.
called in. I got home from after school. The cops are surrounded the fucking house. I'm wondering what the fuck's going on.
Right.
I go to walk in. The cop says, "Hey, where you going?" Right? Like, I'm
House.
fucking going home, man. Fuck off. Fuck's sake.
Right.
When I was growing up, when I lived at home, um, I I grew up with a fairly famous radio personality and much music personality, but we used to get in some shit all the time, and
Oh,
it
Mike.
got so bad. No, I can't really say who he is now. I got in shit once for saying his name. The guy who ended up being my best man at my wedding.
Oh.
And
Hey, did he have a thick
no,
black
I'm not.
mustache, dark hair? Okay.
No. Don't worry about who he was. But
Okay.
anyways,
No, I'm just gonna say, do you know why?
I'm trying to say a story, and you're making me forget what I'm trying to say now, and
Okay,
now I
go
forget
ahead,
what I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
say.
go ahead.
See, that's why I keep
You used to
saying
get in
don't
shit.
interrupt people
Thing.
when they're talking.
You
You used to
You
get in
Ash,
shit with this
shit.
guy.
Never mind. Just go on, guys.
Ah.
Seriously, it's
Ash.
no. Go ahead.
It sounded like it was gonna be a good story.
No, I forget what I seriously when people cut me off like that because of my head injury. I keep explaining
Yeah.
this to people all the time, but nobody listens to me, and they keep doing it to me, and I forget what I'm saying. Seriously. So go
Okay.
ahead. I'll think about it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. All I was gonna say, because if it's that guy there, right? Do you remember when they had fucking C-103 fucking find the prize or whatever? They had like a treasure hunt kind of thing.
No.
You don't remember that? It was a
Oh,
rose, okay? They kept giving people clues to try to find this prize, right? But it was a little rose inside the eye of on it was on one of the trucks. We spotted it. and we just went over and asked the guy,
No.
hey, can it be on one of the vehicles? The guy fucking tells us no. And it was there because somebody found it the day after.
What was that have to do with what I was trying to say?
Because you said it was a radio personality in Moncton, and
Not that.
that's
I did not say Moncton.
He
oh
did not say
oh
mountain.
See?
How much
You're
was
oh.
that?
jumping to conclusions and you're not paying
Okay,
attention.
okay. Well,
I
I
said,
thought you
now
said back
listen,
in the
Danny.
day.
Danny,
What?
Listen.
listen, brother. Listen.
I said he was a radio personality and worked for Much Music.
Okay, I understood something different.
Not from Moncton. He worked
Okay,
for Much
okay, yes.
Music, not Moncton.
Okay, do you
So
remember your story?
yes, he was my best man. As I was growing up as a kid, we used to get in so much shit together that the cops used to go to my mom's house and she used to have tea with the cops while they were waiting for us to come home. Got in
Uh,
him and I we were on a stolen moped one time and we got away from the cops because of the way all the alleyways are set up there. They got poles in the middle so you can't drive down them and that. So we managed to get away from them. So the cops were just sitting there waiting for us when we got back to my house. We
having tea
thought we
with your
would come in
mom.
the back door, sneak in the back door, and here they are sitting in the fucking kitchen waiting for us.
Having tea with your mom.
Yeah. Like,
Your jaw probably dropped there, eh?
oh fuck! And it wasn't, it was a lot. Like weekly,
Yeah.
I'd be walking down the street, and I would get to an intersection, and I would see a cop at the intersection. I would stare right at him, and then I'd start running back the way I came. Just start booking it. And then when they finally catch up to me, they said, "What are you running for?" I said, "Well, you know what? I looked at you and I thought of safety. And I remembered that my mom was going out, so I had to run home to get the keys so that we could lock up to be safe at home and so that I could get in."
Nice.
Yeah, well, it didn't go over too well
Right.
for too long because it was like, I don't know, every 3 days or so I was doing this to cops.
But that's when you say, because you looked at me like you wanted to fucking try to get me, so I figured, hey, I'm not sticking around.
Yeah.
Well, fuck, it's true, isn't it?
I didn't know my rights and shit like that back then. I'm talking like when I'm 13, 14 years old. I
Yeah.
was doing shit like this.
I'm trying to hide people my munchies.
That was right around the time I got caught for blowing up that cop car in Kitchener in that house in Hamilton.
I think that's my favorite ash can story.
What
The-
happened?
the-
Because
the
that
one
sounds a
the-
lot
the
like
one-
Exiles. He has one similar.
Were you hanging around with Exile?
That's the
When
question.
I was a kid, before the Young Offenders Act became the Young Offenders Act in Canada, you were either a juvenile or you were an adult, and the age of 16 cut that off. Well, I was
Yeah.
14, and I was playing around with making these homemade pipe bombs by putting. Well, I can't say on YouTube how I made them. So, anyways, but remember the old gas tanks? You used to have to pull down the license plate to get to the gas tank, and that.
Yep.
Well, that's the way the cop cars were back in. We're talking like 1982, maybe 81, 82 model cars they were using. So I think it was a Dodge Diplomat or something. But you pulled down the license plate, and I took off the gas cap, and I put a fucking homemade pipe bomb in the fucking tank, lit it, and ran like a motherfucker into the mall. Next thing you know, big fucking explosion. I just kept going. And then I managed to get away with that for a little bit. And then there was a house on the corner where I lived in Hamilton, and there was these people were thinking about buying it, and a group of us, we felt like we didn't want people there, so we went in and we broke all the gas lines on the inside of the house, closed up all the windows and everything, broke the lock on the gas meter, opened the gas up, and left it for a fucking little while. Came back
Wow.
a few hours later, strapped a few pipe bombs onto the gas meter and lit it, and fucking took the house right off the foundation.
See,
That
we could be
place is
friends.
now a park. To this day, it's still a park.
See, we growing up, we could have been friends. I'm not gonna say what I've done, but yeah, that whole vibe.
Well, that's what I was convicted for when I was a young offender, or
I was
a
never convicted.
juvenile. Not even a young offender, a juvenile.
I would just say this. I had freshly became a mother, and there was some things that were going on that I did not take kindly to, and I decided that where I draw the line is trying to come at my child, and I did some things. Only thing is, I was smart enough not to get caught. So if I had never appreciated being black until this day, to where I could be incognito, and I said it the way I said it. It was in the middle of the fucking night. I was able to dip the fuck out, and nobody saw my black ass, and the cameras. So now, mind you, the person that the person had a pretty good idea what happened and who and why. But I was smart enough not to leave any evidence. Yay, watching forensic files every day since I was 8. I'm just gonna put that out there. I mean, I'm not saying that they teach you how to be a criminal. I'm just saying that, there's a whole lot of education that you can figure out and find out on these shows.
Yep.
Now, with that being said, I was never convicted because they did not have adequate proof. They only had hearsay. And my mama, I did not realize how much my mother loved me until she became an alibi for this one specific incident. Now, any other time after that, she was so gung-ho on, you're on your own, I'm not a part of this, etc., which made sense. I never got offended by it because, as far as I'm concerned, you took the biggest fucking rep. So I will love you forever and always, period. But yeah, like I said, we could have been friends. I'm not going to go into detail because I'm not going to incriminate myself that much, but yeah. Plus, I don't know if statutes of limitations is still open or not. Nah, I don't want to find out the hard way. So there's that.
That's right.
I can tell you how they work in Canada. If it's an indictable offense, which is the equivalent to a felony in the state, there's no statute of limitations here in Canada, anyways.
So with that being said, I'm gonna shut the whole fuck up. Yeah, I never heard that story. I'm not gonna answer no questions about it. Carry on.
Doesn't it, hey Ash? Doesn't it depend on the degree of the crime?
That's why there's different classes of charges
Indictable?
in Canada.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in an indictable offense in Canada is basically a felony.
So it's
summarily is
what is it?
what they would call a misdemeanor.
But it's the indictable is 2 years and up, or is it just like fucking 3 months or whatever? It's 2 years and up, right?
No matter what, no, it depends on the charge. Like, for instance, a break, enter, and theft over $5,000. There's no statute of limitations on when the charges can be brought. On murder, rape, stuff like that, there's no statute of limitations, stuff like that. Now, if you break a little provincial law or misdemeanor law or something like that, like common assaults, stuff like that. There's certain time limits, usually 6 months to a year, that you have to file those
Hey,
charges in Canada.
I got a good question for you, Ash. Okay, how about if you get into a scrap with somebody,
Mhm.
and as a result from the scrap, 3 weeks later the person dies, but you're not aware of it?
Beyond my fucking conscience. That's all I can
Okay.
say. I can't give you any legal advice on shit like that, but like
No, it's just a
all I know
hypothetical
is
question.
it would be on my conscience, that's for sure. Because if something like that were to happen and they were to
Mm,
find out, you could be liable for negligent homicide, um, um, manslaughter.
yeah. Hmm.
So
That's if they can prove it, though.
no,
Well, no, I thought
that's
we were talking about our
no.
con.
See, that's where you're wrong. All they got to do is charge you with it
Yeah,
and throw a little bit of evidence. You have to prove that you're not guilty.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's how the law works.
yeah. Fuckers, eh? You're supposed to be
You're not
innocent, man,
innocent.
until proven
Yeah,
guilty, eh? The
no.
motherfuckers.
Honey, we ain't
Show
been
me a
innocent
court
till
of
proven
law
guilty
where
for the longest
you're
time.
innocent until proven guilty, and I'll show you unicorns flying around.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? When I learned like a little bit of the law in that from one of my courses in that, supposedly Quebec is Napoleon's law, and everywhere else is the opposite, which is what is it? Fucking Court of Queen's Bench or whatever. Now Napoleon law,
Yep,
you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. Whereas
that's
the
right.
rest of Canada is supposed to be the opposite, which Court of Queen's Bench or whatever. You're supposed to be innocent, but that's not the way they go about it,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, yeah,
I mean, I
whatever.
can't. I
Invalid 43, invalid name 43. You are guilty by being born. And you
right.
know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
We didn't
Well,
But
ask to be born either, right? You know, some
hey,
right.
days I wish my dad would have wore a condom.
hey, it's not really the part of being born, Ash. It's once you get that fucking social insurance number, man, that ID that you gotta use to fill in your paperwork to go work.
I
All
didn't
right.
That
even fill
number.
out for it. I was a ward of the court, and they fucking filled it
Yeah, and
out
they'll
for
fill it
me
out.
when I was 15 in training school. So it was
Uh-huh.
automatically sent to me. And by the
Yeah.
time I left training school, I had all my ID that they registered.
You know how
Yeah.
you avoid that? You
Send it
avoid
all
that by
back.
not no, you avoid that by not being born in a hospital for one, and not
Wait,
registering the birth for two. But then you're not a
you don't
citizen
control
of
where
any
you're born.
country.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
no,
You don't
no,
control
no.
where
But
you're born.
It's kind of hard to do that. Listen, I'm 55 years old. I was born in the 60s. I can't change my birth.
no,
Right.
I know. But
So the only
I'm
thing that legally I could do is return all the ID to the proper owner, which is the government, and
Uh-huh.
refuse to take it and
yeah.
refuse to live under their rules is
Or
what
you,
I
there's
should.
another option. What I do is I just refuse to operate under that.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it as it's just a hat, and I don't have to operate under that because my original state was before that. So I'm just keeping myself in my original state.
Well, I know that here in the States, they actually, people are looking into it, and there's actually a site on the government website. I know it's irony, right? That
What?
will allow you to be able to close down and no longer do corporate business with corporate entities. And what I mean by that is that whenever you're getting your social security number, your name is there and it's in all caps because you are no longer seen as a human, you are seen as a corporation. Because whenever it comes to contracts, corporations will only make deals with other corporations. They don't make deals with humans. That's one of the reasons why they do your name the way they do your name, as well as anything else that comes from the government, any kind of mail or anything like that. Your name will always be in all caps instead of lowercase, the way you would sign your name, because of that specific issue right there. And a lot of times you don't actually have to sign for anything for things to go through. So they actually do in the States here have some paperwork that you can actually look up and fill out to pretty much say that I'm no longer interested in doing business, from a corporation. I'm no longer interested in not only doing business with you, but I'm also no longer interested in being a corporation.
Mm.
Now, along with that means that for a lot of people, all the comfortable amenities now go away. But, my thing is, I don't need comfortability. I don't need compliance. If I sit there and tell you I want to be free, what I need is for you to trust me and my mindset, regardless of whether you agree or not, that I can handle being free. Because if you give me freedom and I can't handle it, well, guess what? I can become a perfect martyr for you. I'm the perfect example of giving me enough rope, letting me hang myself. But fuck,
But
give me the
hey,
choice.
yeah, you know how people on the Fourth Amendment, right? The right to travel without being like
Persecuted.
hassled and all that shit, right?
Mhm.
Well, see, the problem is when it comes to a vehicle, right? That's not a right to drive that vehicle to travel. You have the right to travel, but
Mhm.
you have to do it legally if you want to travel.
That's only if you're operating under that corporate fiction still.
Mhm.
No. Okay.
No,
See,
he's
a
right.
car a
He's right,
car
Danny.
is a mode of transportation, yes? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
y- how see what I don't get is if the car is supposed to be registered in order to be on the road, okay, and you're traveling without it registered in that, no insurance, well, some people take the chance on that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
They
When you're
have the right.
registering it, that thing right there is the
Go ahead, Mark.
corporate situation.
Got him.
Yeah, well then you don't have the right to drive on the roads with it.
If it's registered, you have whatever rights under that registration that they give you. If you don't register,
Yes.
then you're just operating in the free again. That's what I do.
Mhm.
Yeah, but if you get stopped on the road, whereas the road is a corporate thing, and that's what they say your taxes go towards, but your
Oh,
license and all that do too.
yeah, that's where that would be a very subjective
It's a
statement
gray
there.
area, right?
Yeah, if you're going to say it's a corporate thing, then there's no such thing as public.
Hmm.
Because now you're saying that all the roads are private.
They're not private.
Yeah, they're either one or the other, right? They're either
Well,
public or private.
No.
well,
But see, in
here's
order to. Okay, go ahead, Liza.
no. You can go ahead, darling. I'll wait.
Can I jump in?
Gorilla.
Sure.
Thank
Sure.
you,
Hey,
Gorilla.
Gorilla, what's up, man?
Hi, Gorilla.
I have to jump in on the privilege to drive and the right to travel. It's like to be a driver is commercial, and to travel in your own property is just traveling in your own property. But as soon as you start making money on the road, like you, Danny, are a driver and you need a driver's license to operate on the public road.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm just going to pick up my groceries, or I don't need a license or a registration or anything. But when the manufacturer sells you the car, they only make you the registered keeper. You're not the owner of it. And that's where they fuck everybody.
Yeah, again, though, that's still only a problem if you're operating under a contract with the state. If you're not operating under a contract with the state, there's no regulation over you and how you move yourself.
Hold on, I got you, Nude. Okay,
See,
let me break down what he's saying real quick. What he's saying is, okay, so these are issues that we have dealing. Well, at least in the United States, I really don't know how Canada does it. Whenever we are challenging the policing and things of this nature, we find these things out. Here is the thing. Whenever you are no longer part of the corporate entity, this means you cannot get tickets, because guess what? The tickets are coming from where? They are coming from
You could still get a fine.
Where are they gonna find?
They're
Exactly.
gonna fine you.
Well,
How? I
they
have no
Personally,
joinder. I have no name. Go ahead and try. What's
yes.
your name? Whatever you say. How are you gonna collect from me? Good luck.
Well, not just that. If they're going to fine you, the only way that they can fine you is whenever they send you the fine. It has to be once again in all capital letters. And
Well, even if
hold on,
it wasn't,
but
I have to I have to have a name for you to send a fine to, right?
okay,
I have
but
to have
hey,
something.
okay, listen to this next point. Okay, see, a horse and buggy, you don't need to register it or anything like that. You're allowed to drive a horse and buggy. You're allowed to
No, you're
walk.
not.
You're allowed to cycle.
No,
Okay,
you're
but
not.
if you operate a motor vehicle that's
No.
not registered to drive on the road, it should not be on the road.
Dog,
Says who?
if you are on a donkey and you're making money, you have to have a license for it. You have to have a driver's license on a donkey. On a
Only
horse
if you're
and buggy.
operating under a state.
No,
Yes.
Only if you're operating as a state entity.
none
And
of the
you know,
Mennonites have license.
hold on, Danny. In the city
Okay.
of Toronto, there was people like in New York where they have horse-drawn carriages and that. Here in Canada, there's a law where they're not allowed to have shit like that because they call it cruelty to the animals. But in the same city that they refuse that, they have mounted police going around and doing the exact same thing. So
The thing about it is you guys are under the a semblance that there is some actual legitimate authority when there isn't.
see,
Now, if you want to
the problem
delegate
is,
if anything, you are the authority, and this fictional government, if we want to call it that,
right.
how could you not already have any authority you gave them to delegate and dictate over you? It couldn't have come from anywhere else.
Here's a problem, though, that I kind of face, and where a lot of people are facing what's happening now is like, for instance, with that horse and buggy thing. If I wanted to start that and start doing it in downtown Toronto, what would happen? Well, the Gestapo would come and start giving me fines and that. And if I start spewing that, I have the right to do this and I have the right to do that, then they impound everything on me. And then I have to go through the illegal proceedings of an illegal court and do because of all this illegal shit and spend all this money just to get my rights heard in the system, or I would have to have about 10,000 people standing there with armed guns because it's the only way that it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, you're certainly going to need some backup
in a downtown area. Like, so to do something like that, it's kind of,
absolute
unless
point
we
made.
have that kind of backing, it's never going to happen.
Absolute point made, and that's really what it comes down to: is people exerting their will over other people. That's really all that's going on here. And there's two things that can happen: people can cooperate or compete with each other, and when they're in the corporate competitive mode, you get disaster all over the place. Welcome to reality,
But
that's
the
really what's going
disaster
on.
usually falls upon the one that's trying to resist the corporate entity.
It falls upon everybody who participates in that because it's unaligned with nature by design.
Okay. Initially, I think you guys are forgetting initially where I was kind of going with that. What I'm talking about is that you are filling out paperwork to no longer be a part of the corporate entity, as well as contracted under the corporate entity. The reason that a lot of these things can happen to you, as far as the retaliation, is because think about it like this: if two corporations have, let's say they're writing a contract, there's going to be a whole lot of what we call the fine print, and if you do this, this will happen, and if you do this, this is how we're going to retaliate, and all kind of shit like this. And then at the bottom of it, they sit there and they ask you to sign just to read it. Now a lot of times they'll sit there and be like, oh, you don't have to read the entire thing. But once again, when you don't read it, it's almost like not knowing your rights, not knowing your laws. So what I'm talking about is if you take yourself out of that entire the entire bubble, not try to adjust the bubble to be able to fit you. But if you take yourself completely out of the bubble, that kind of changes the game altogether.
Yeah,
Kind
out of
of
box.
like, kind of
There's a short. Go ahead. You finish.
it's similar to sovereign citizenship and thing. I'm saying it's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's kind of like that, to where you're no longer under rule of thumb or obligation to follow certain rules of a corporation, or that you are technically not a part of. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Well,
you're on par. There's another thing though that is even there's two ways to do that. One is what you're talking about, is if you want to withdraw your contract and your participation altogether. That's one way to do it. Another way is to realize that contracts are subject to when you choose to participate. You're not obligated to operate under a contract hat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that's because your default state was before there was a contract. So at any time you can choose to just operate as your default, and you can enter into and go back out at your sole discretion. That's a fast track way of, as soon as you think, for example, that there's a formula that you need to do to regain your freedom, so to speak.
Nude. Okay.
Then
Listen.
you're not even, hang on, let me finish.
Okay. Sorry.
Then you're actually not free, and you can even use that if you want to. If you still had that contract, maybe you might find a purpose for it down the road. What it is, though, is at the time that there's a said injury, it's up to you. If you make a claim that you're operating under a certain contract, and if you make that claim that you're operating such, let's say, a Canadian citizen at that time, or a U.S. citizen or whatnot, then you're subject to the rules and obligations of that contract that you made the claim to at that particular time. Now, if there is no claim in the matter and somebody is trying to claim an injury over you, and they're saying that, well, you have these obligations, well, there has to be the onus of and burden of proof is on the claimant, right? So
you're talking about insurance, right?
I choose no anything at all. I choose simply for 23 and a half, one more month, it'll be 24 years I've been operating in my original state, just me. Right? Not that the corporate thing that I was operating under before doesn't exist still. It does. I just don't operate under it. Unless I really found a reason to, but I haven't.
So let's just say you got no license, no plates, no insurance, and you get up to a toll booth. What do you do?
I would just drive by.
You know how good that'll go over.
Ashcan's point earlier is something that needs to be understood. I can do that because I have that backing that Ashcan was talking about. I'm a part of several groups that we're ready to stand together and do whatever it takes to defend our liberty. So if you're going to go the distance, don't do it unless you're prepared to do that, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm trying to make it out west.
That being said, there's a lot of these things that people, it all comes down to fear. And a lot of these things that people are a little bit nervous to do are the very reasons why they should do it anyway. Because that backing to that fear is the reason why the problem exists.
Yeah.
So that being said, you don't be stupid about it and put yourself in the middle. Don't take a gun and go in the middle of the police station and start going crazy. That's just stupid, right? But there are things you can do within reason, to position yourself and get used to it. And it all boils down to holistically being self-sufficient. And when you make the strides and efforts to go in that direction, all the pieces start to fall together when you start operating outside of the box, and then align and join with other people who are interested in doing so. And then the fear just dissipates because now you've got people that are willing to work with you and network with you outside of that little box system. And it just becomes irrelevant at a certain point.
Hey, Too Tall looks like he wants to say something about it. Come on up, Too Tall, for a minute or two.
Anyways, Gorilla, he's been very patient here, and I see that he's got something in the basement here that he wants us to hear. So,
no, I'll wait until Uh, there's a lull in the conversation. It doesn't matter. I queued it up and stuff. Just working on a little track.
Well,
Hey,
here.
hey, we were supposed to watch it when Ash was done his joint, and we never did. Did you get there, mixer? What are we looking at? A mixer?
Yeah, that sounds like good intro music for like background for a quick video.
I like it. I really, really do. I'm about to say, make me something. I'm gonna go ahead and give you two artists. Make me a little snazzy, jazzy, something, something.
Yeah, it reminds me of jazz. Yeah, I was just gonna
Yeah.
say.
You know why? Because I was working on the swing of it, and it's like I could change the way it goes. If you listen for a couple bars how it is,
Yeah.
and I'll take the swing off and listen to how it is just straight normal. Hear the difference of that?
Yeah, I did. It didn't have the carryover.
Yeah, now listen to when I swing it. So it kind of like draws on. I kind of draw it out at the end. It's just playing around.
I like it.
Yeah. Start making some intro music for people, man.
My
Yeah.
dog likes it too, obviously.
Nice. Yeah, I've been working on some stuff actually.
Right on.
Is this on a different computer, Gorilla, that you got the blue screen?
No, this is it.
Oh, so you got it. At least it's working again?
Yeah, it took a very long time to boot back up though. And then when I did boot up, it went to the safe mode shit.
Right.
Hey, can I, Gorilla? Can I give you a song and you kind of make it very, very high frequency for me, so I can kind of meditate with it and kind of, zone it out a little bit?
Yeah. It's like
That'd
this.
be awesome.
This program right here is like totally customizable. So I could change the pitch of it. I could change the speed of it.
Can you add? Like you can add different sounds too?
Oh yeah, I could add live musicians playing at the same time. So if I
You
was
know what? I was just gonna suggest. You know what you should try? Take the wine glasses. Have you ever heard them like rubbing the bowl top of the wine glass and making it like vibrate?
Yep.
If you put certain amounts of liquid in the different glasses, or if you only got one or two, right? Just you'll have to do it shot by shot and add a little bit more and do another take by I don't know, the end of 10 maybe. You'd have almost like enough to make chords and stuff, man. That you can be able to make some music with it.
Yeah, they made this fucking it kind of is like a piano made out of glass. And you wet your hands and you rub each piece, the sticks, and they're different lengths, and they make the noise, and you can make chords with that shit. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely we're gonna have to talk on the side because I have two people that I listen to whenever I'm meditating, either India Irie or Beautiful Chorus, and yeah, if I can sit there and have those guaranteedly high pitch and then kind of drag that a little bit slower, so instead of them being there's a few songs that are like 7 minutes, but if we can sit there and drag it out to where it can kind of go from 7 to 12, possibly 14. Or something like that, it'll be nice to kind of not have to worry about putting a song on replay whenever I'm trying to meditate. That kind of fucks up the meditation a little bit.
No, Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, that would actually be super dope.
I do. You know what I listen to is the binary beats. You ever do that? The frequency.
I did, but I'm not gonna lie. Some of the ones I listened to were so boring. They was putting my black ass to sleep.
Mm.
And I was like, no, because whenever you're meditating, you have to focus. And initially, this is how I started meditating with using actual songs. Was the first song I used to listen to India Irie years ago, and then one song that I caught, and it was called I Am Light, and I listened to the song, and I loved the message of the song. So for me, whenever I'm listening to a song, especially while I'm meditating, I got to make sure the message is 100% clear, something that I want to subconsciously go into my brain, right?
Mhm.
And when I sit there and tell you her lyrics were not just lyrics, it was literally like she was singing a prayer. It was beautiful. And she has many songs that are like that as far as the lyrics. And I figure, if I'm going to go ahead and meditate, that would be perfect to meditate to, on top of the fact that when it starts, she actually does she has a guitar, and with her guitar as well as the background singers, they actually were able to not only use the words but use the certain tones that a lot of people, when they're meditating, they're supposed to do to be able to open up certain things. And
Yeah.
hers was pretty much aimed at the heart chakra.
Hmm.
And I didn't even realize how almost instantly, whenever I hear that tone, I can almost instantly go into a meditative state, and it was
What,
crazy.
like
I
the
can stay there comfortably.
what's the tone?
Um,
Well, each chakra has a different frequency.
Yes, they have a different sound that they make as well as a different tone and a different frequency. And hers was at this song, and I don't want to play it because I don't want to get anybody's stream in trouble by even the first couple of notes, because
Yeah.
it's a song that is, the artist is very well known, and I don't want to end up getting anybody a copyright strike of any kind.
Yeah.
But
I
Hey,
can't get strikes for music.
huh?
I can only get a
oh,
claim.
yeah. Hey, Gorilla,
Yeah.
can you record something on that right now?
Yeah. Probably.
Here.
Yeah, you can record me. I give you permission.
Oh.
Hold on, before you do that. Channel Wide Talk Out, brought to you by Eliza Havoc.
Oh, just hold up. If you're gonna do that, just wait until I set it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Eliza wants something recorded, I guess.
No, I've been asked a lot of times that whenever people hear me talk, they're like, "Oh my goodness, can you record? Can I record you saying such and such and such and such?" Sure, but if you get famous, I'm gonna need my royalties. Straight up. Just saying.
All
It's
my
hard
work
out
is
here.
royalty free.
Yeah, we not talking about royalty free. I mean, I'm a kind person, but there's not many things in this life that I will do for free. I got babies I gotta feed. So
I'm telling you. But yeah, I could record right from the feed in, I guess.
okay.
So it's like if you see on the screen, it's recording right now.
Is it? Okay. Are you ready for me?
Yep, whenever you're ready.
Channel Wide Talk Out, brought to you by Eliza Havoc.
Light them up.
Right? It's where, ladies and gentlemen, get your bongs, your joints, your blunts, your roaches, anything that can be lit. Anything that can be lit. I will need you to put your lighters in the air. On the count of 3, we will flick them. Go ahead and light up. We will inhale for 10 seconds. Hold that shit. Think of wonderful fucking happy thoughts. And then after 10 seconds, we're going to blow that shit out.
If you don't cough your head off.
Well, if you do, that means you ain't supposed to be smoking the weed you're smoking because you ain't about that life. You should be able to hold that shit for 10 seconds.
Not after smoking 2 packs a day.
I can't even
Well.
hold my breath for 10 seconds.
Okay, well, fine. We'll do for 5.
Okay.
But I can hold a good toke for 20.
See, that's what I
Oh,
mean right there. That's what I mean. So,
right on.
that used to be the thing that we would always, anytime somebody used to come to my house and they used to sit there and smoke, they would sit there and have
hold my breath for 10 seconds.
Oh, I hate the way I sound when I hear it recorded. I sound different than I do in my head. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you plug your ears and talk, that's what you sound like. Try it.
You know what's cool about this
Oh my
program?
gosh, I sound so.
You know I could make you sound like how you want to sound through this program. Actually,
She sounds all right the way she sounds.
Right. I mean, I guess what I'm hearing, what the recording sounds like is what everybody else is hearing. So.
Not really, but yeah, close, but not really. It's
you messed it up a little bit.
Well, it's like it's going through my program too, and it's coming where it's coming from and going to. It gets all fucked up, also, right? It's like if you look at how big the spikes of the waves are, that's not really natural. It's like to make it sound good, I want to chop off the top of these waves so they're all even.
Mm.
To what?
I guess whenever I hear myself, I always think Yep, I sound.
See, there's an echo on there, eh? Is that what the end of the lines are? The echo?
I don't. I think that's just because I had my mic on.
Okay. Yeah.
It's coming through the TV. Plus, you guys are listening to it. Plus, it went through my mic, so that was my fault. Sorry.
Hey, Eliza.
Yes.
If you want good music, listen. I just put a link into the chat there. This girl lives about 10 blocks from me.
All right, I will definitely check her out.
Yeah, my favorite song by her is called "Sleep with Ghosts." So, and I'll probably end up playing it here before I end the show.
Okay. I have her pulled up in another tab on my computer. So as soon as we're not on the show and we're not talking, I'll go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, I've been trying to help her get some subs. When I first met her, I think she only had like 137 subscribers or something.
Yeah, that's still cool. That's very good.
Yeah, she's up to 216 now, so.
Which is awesome.
I promote the crap out of her, though.
Well, does she have any other form of media that she uses?
Oh yeah, she's on Spotify, and you can get her music on Apple Music and stuff like that. So.
Okay, then that's very, very good.
Yeah.
But
she needs to go to TikTok
By the way, Ash, Ash.
Yes.
I love the comment she said. She says, "Thank you for this." She had when I sub, she says, "Thank you for the sub. Tell Ash much love."
Yep.
Yeah. And somebody put in their they said instead of ash can, they said that ashtray sent me, and she goes, "What's ashtray?" Yeah, and she goes, "A shaved Canadian." Yeah. I think it was American Amy or something. Funny as hell.
Okay, Ash, can you go ahead and resend me the link? Because for some reason it's not allowing me to open it up.
It's right there in chat.
The regular chat.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm clicking on, and it's not allowing me to open it up.
Oh. Here, I'll check see if I can open it.
Okay.
Open link in new tab. Oh, 404 not found. Ash.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Watch this. We are going to do. I'm going to link you right to her song.
Okay.
The one that I like the most by her.
All right.
And we'll see if
I'm all for it.
this one works. And then, well, you know how to follow, how to subscribe, and that. So copy and go back to the show.
But another song that I like about India Irie is "Moved by You," and it's my husband heard it and he was like, "What the fuck?" That's literally what he said, because her first line is um oh my goodness, hold on. Go ahead and light up. We'll inhale for 10 seconds, hold that shit, think of wonderful fucking happy thoughts, and then after 10 seconds, we gotta blow that shit out.
That's gold.
Hold on a second. So I had to sit there and mute my mic for a second. Hold on.
Okay, I put the link to the song. You'll notice there it says "Sleep with Ghosts." It brings you right to the song. Everybody here still?
Yeah.
Yepper.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
fuck! I'm looking at my mic. Everything. Fuck! I thought maybe everybody went dead or something.
No, we're here. Okay. Oh, sorry. I started it. Oh, my bad. But yeah. Oh, okay. So it's up on my. It's in my tabs. I will go ahead and definitely check it out. But I think what I was sitting there saying earlier about "Moved by You," the very first line is, "I love the fragrance of your voice. You're the color of loyal." That sounds like some really weird sex stuff that I'm not doing. But I'm not convinced that I'm not doing it. What's happening here? But see, in that song "Moved by You," pretty much she's giving gratitude. She's giving gratitude for the earth, gratitude to. It feels weird every time I hear it. Yep.
Say what?
Oh wow!
Nobody wants to say anything anymore.
Going on
Well,
3:00 in the morning.
Did that make sense, Eliza? What I was saying a little bit ago about the different directions, the options that you can go with the
yeah.
the corporate entity. I think that's important to understand.
Oh yeah, I kind of already understood, because initially I kind of understood it whenever I came on. Now, mind you, I'm not sitting there saying that I understand everything about it, but yeah, as far as the corporate entity, me personally, I'm weighing the options of what all things do I usually on average see as beneficial. Because and also doing this, you don't want to do something without realizing what the fuck it is you're doing.
Absolutely.
And so I'm literally covering the basis of that, because as far as being able to gain the information, I've already done what I need to do to be able to get it, even if they go ahead and take it off the website and everything else. So as far as that, I'm already ready. My thing is, I just need to make sure that this is a choice that I want to make. And, kind of would I rather go ahead and stay in and fight the good fight to make change to said corporate contract? Or, will I be fine with just sitting there saying, well, you know what?
That would make you a terrorist if you did that.
Well, there's a lot of things that make people terrorists, honey.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's one way, and people think that, that's kind of a bait and switch thing that the people who are running that corporation, so to speak, want people to do, is they want them to try and figure out remedy within the system and still give their attention to it, and even give acknowledgement that they have some sort of authority, which they do inside that corporation.
But only inside the corporation.
Only inside, right.
Inside the contract, the contracted agreement.
Exactly.
And that's what a lot of people are not really understanding. If, people are like, well, what's your resolve? Get the fuck out of the fucking contract. That's the fucking answer if you want to be technical.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. There's another resolve too. That is one resolve, but there's another resolve. And it's the understanding that you can still have the contract if you want, but you don't have to operate under it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Once you understand that, you can have an extra benefit. If there's ever some scenario that you may just want to see, that I have an advantage that way. I still have that. If I ever found some sort of benefit that I needed from it, it's still there. Right? Whereas if you withdraw yourself completely from it and nullify the contract,
right?
Well, sure, then there's no evidence that it exists anymore. But even if there is evidence that it exists, this is where people will get a little bit into a fear mode, because the Gestapo might say, well, we're still going to pursue you under this corporate entity because we're going to presume, they use presumptions a lot, that you're operating under that, right?
Yes,
so, and that would be correct if it's undisputed. But you don't have to, again, the onus is on the accuser one way or another. And even if you don't have that contract, well, they're going to probably declare you lost at sea then, and they might want to think of taking you to Guantanamo Bay or something like that at that point. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So either way, the cool part about understanding what I just said is it's so right outside the box that you realize that you have all the say. You are the dictator.
You have all the cards. You hold all the power in that, based on your choice, depending on what it is you want to do.
Right. You have no obligation to follow any sort of protocol at all. Unless if you want to.
A lot of people ain't there yet because they're still living under a false narrative and a false construct of obligatory and, things of this nature. So, I never really understood whenever I was younger, but it makes more and more sense to me. Not only that freedom isn't free, but a whole lot of people that claim they want to be free don't really want to be free.
Yeah, well, that's it. And people, because it does come with a responsibility, and I had to think real deeply about that, because it's like, who can even challenge the idea of freedom? But the reality is, I understand why, after listening to people a lot, and their reason why they simple to say, I don't believe in freedom and stuff like that. I get it. When you're operating under a contract, you're not free. It's that simple. Right? You are constricted to whatever the boundaries,
the agreement is.
Right. So of course. And if you think that's all there is, well, no wonder why you don't believe in freedom. Because you think that's all that you have as an option, right? So, but the reality is outside that box. The construct of nature, if you will, is free. In the sense that you have your original state is without that contract, and if it wasn't for that contract couldn't begin, couldn't exist to begin with. So once that's understood, then an individual can kind of look back and go, well, maybe there's more options than I realized at this point, and you can start to think about other ways of existing. That has to happen first, though, and if it doesn't, well, your reality will be as far as you limit yourself from seeing. To you, that will be your reality.
Mm-hmm. But see, once again, people aren't really ready for that kind of conversation. That was almost like whenever
Well,
I had to sit there.
be careful with saying that, because that's a blanket statement. That's a very individualistic thing.
Yes, because
When I say that, I was generalizing, and when I say that, I'm not talking about every individual person. I'm talking about there are a lot of people out here.
Absolutely.
And I don't know them individually, but like I said earlier, you have so many people that are comfortable with
Absolutely.
the way things are because, for them or in their mind, things don't exactly affect them. It's not individually
Absolutely.
touching them.
Right.
So therefore,
And
part of it is that they're not saying that there's a problem, but
if
then
that's
go ahead.
if that's where they want to stay, then so be it, right?
Exactly.
And we have to we have to not interfere with that, because if we do, then we're the same problem. We're a hypocrite.
Yes.
And when an individual wants to be on the path of self-destruction, whether they realize it or not, freedom is freedom. If you interfere with that, you're just as much of a tyrant as somebody trying to interfere with you being on the path of
Exactly.
cooperation, right?
And that's something that I was sitting there talking about my daughter earlier, and that's something that I had to come to terms with because we have to get ego. Whenever let me slow down, okay, so I can go ahead and connect my thoughts for you guys. For me, I had a lot of issues with control, so in order to I have to look at things with the mindset of not only am I on my journey, but my kids are too. Everybody is, regardless of whether they agree with it, disagree with it, know it willingly or not. Seen, unseen, known, unknown, same difference. And it is not my job to interfere, no matter how much I want to protect, save, help, rescue. I cannot do that because in the process of doing that, I am not allowing my child, well, in this instance, my child, to learn what she needs to learn, her, the karmic lessons that she needs to learn to be able to get what she needs to get.
Right.
As long as I'm intervening, or let me put it another way, as long as I'm putting on my Captain Save a whole cape, she can't learn nothing.
Right. You're actually harming.
Right, because then she's going to end up repeating it and not really to anything, any fault due to her own. And then a lot of times whenever you're repeating things, they're getting worse every single time you have to repeat it.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
I mean, that's one of those. I even made a TikTok video, and it was funny because one of the question was on Spiritual Talk, what is one thing that, if you said out loud, you would be seen negatively. And I said, oh, honey, I've been waiting for this. I said, okay, it is not your job to wake up everybody. It is not your job to wake up Tom, Dick, Harry, Keisha, Ray, Pookie, and them. That is not your job. Think about it like this. It is almost like an alarm clock. For some people, an alarm clock can go off and they will get up on that time, at that time. For some people, the alarm clock, there's a reason we have a snooze button. The alarm clock will go on. They'll sit there and smash that button down, say, fuck it, still go ahead and sleep a little bit longer. Some people, they're wide fucking awake, already on that second cup of coffee before the fucking alarm clock ever goes off. Okay. So you have to let people progress on their own time. You can't control what somebody knows, what somebody intakes, what somebody learns, and things of this nature, no matter how much you want to be able to be helpful.
We shouldn't want to. It's
exactly
because it's harmful and it's not our business.
Hello, Danny. Oh.
Can I interrupt here for a minute here? You mentioned something in there. You mentioned terrorists, and that. Do people know the difference between what a terrorist is and what a tyrant is? There is one a difference.
There is. Depends on words being subjective.
By definition.
Yeah. Depends who you ask. Every word is subjective, but which one? Dictionary?
Yes.
Dictionary definition? Okay. Yeah, I've looked at that.
So
definitely
the
difference.
definition of a tyrant a cruel and oppressive ruler.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be your government officials. Now, the definition of a terrorist, a radical who employs terror as a political weapon, usually organizes with other terrorists in small cells, often uses religion as a cover for terrorist activities. Now, that's the police. There is a difference between tyrants and terrorists. And
Well, we can break it down.
The reason
We can
why I
break it down
say that
further.
is, hold on. The reason why I say that is, cops are the ones that are doing this for political gain. It's their own political gain. People don't realize this. It's their own political gain by all these police unions and that. So it is their own political gain to do this.
That's why they call it police.
control. It doesn't matter what government's in. They get to do what the fuck they want and they control it.
Yep.
So that's the difference. And the ones that are in the government,
police,
those are the tyrants.
Keywords: police, policy, police enforcement, forcing policy.
There, they break down the word police to police. P-O for police officer, lice. They're like a bunch of little fucking bugs all over the place.
I love that guy. That shit is hilarious. But let's go back to what
Good
the
one,
last
Danny.
person. Before Danny, the last person he said literally is pretty much those entities that are enforced to go ahead and uphold policy. Why would we need to uphold policy if you guys are not in a contract?
Right. And a lot of people don't understand that. Policy and procedures are for the people that's work for that organization, not the general public.
That have a contract. Well, anybody who has a contract.
Exactly.
Right. So laws are what the general public are generally supposed to go by, not policies and procedures. So there's a difference in everybody, and all these fucking corporations, cops, everybody, they keep getting policies mixed up with laws.
That's why it's stupid.
Feelings.
What?
That's why it's stupid to operate as a citizen. Because if you operate as a citizen, you have all the contractual obligation to those policies of that citizenry.
That's what I was just about
You're
to
part
say.
and parcel to it, right?
Yeah. So right now, since they took 30 years of taxes from me for, I'm going to get as much as I can out of this government right now. And fuck it. They took my pension, so I'm going to take as much as I can from them and not pay back anything.
Do it.
You know what? I really started looking
I plan
into
on
this.
it.
I completely commend you 100%. Any way I can help, I'll help you as well.
Like, there's a few things that I qualify for down here that I need. My things that I can get away with that I don't need, but I'm going to get them anyways. I need new glasses. The government's going to pay for them. I need new hearing aids. They're going to pay for those.
Mine as well, right?
Yeah. So,
it's a membership, right? Look at it that way, because that's what it is. It's a membership of a club, and take benefits if you don't,
I had a seizure one day, and I did a face plant, and I knocked out one of my teeth in the front, so I'm going to get that fixed and get like a denture or something put in there. Get them to pay for that too. So,
well, initially, fellas, this is how I got into this, because I used to be a tax preparer, right? And whenever you learn about taxes, one of the things they also teach you is that the IRS is a separate entity. Why is it that the IRS is a separate entity, but whenever it comes to, reporting taxes, you have to report it to the IRS? You know what I mean? Well, for those that are in America, I really don't know if you all even do taxes over there in Canada or not. But
actually, you guys actually have to change all of your money now too, eh?
Well,
same shit, different pile cut in half.
That has to be changed.
Yep.
Same shit.
Same shit,
Yeah,
different
because-
pile cut in half. That's all it is. You know,
Well-
there's
but
the same things going on.
on all
Exactly.
their money, on all their money, it says "In God We Trust." They don't do that anymore. It should say "In Science We Trust."
Well,
Yeah.
Just saying.
the whole reason I even brought that up was because that is kind of what put me on a pathway towards understanding that, you know, a lot of times, if you guys actually heard any of my other panels, I always sit there and say U.S. corporation, you know, instead of you know, the United States of America, because that's what it is. And I keep saying that in the hopes that people will kind of catch on. You know, if it's a corporation, but you take it as the state that you're living in, whenever you're given, whenever you have children and they have a birth certificate, which now they make mandatory for all children, especially if they're born at a hospital. That is literally you signing a contract, making your child, you know, signing your child into the contract.
You're
Okay.
signing up as a member is what you're doing. But here's the thing, once again, can Costco, if you have a membership with Costco, can they make you operate under that Costco membership all the time?
Mm-mm.
No. So you can have the membership. It's fine to have the membership. But don't represent yourself as a member unless if it's convenient for you and something
Right.
you really want to do and something of benefit to you. If it's going to screw you over, well, there's a
Yeah.
maximum in law. Let he who be deceived. And that's how
Right.
these fuckers operate. And they will screw you time and time again until
Oh,
you
yeah.
figure it out, if and when.
I mean, shit, it's a corporate contract. I mean, I don't know how many times and I'm using Donald Trump, y'all, as an example. I can't tell you how many times Donald Trump, for himself, has been known to have contractual meetings just to find ways of undercutting and underlining the contract, you know, a contract before he signs it, so that he can know, okay, what are the benefits? What are things that are not the benefits? How can I be able to weasel out of something that's not a benefit? Or, you know, I want to pretty much going over it so that he understands how to address, you know, those that are sitting there and trying to tell him, okay, well, you have to follow this, you have to follow that. Because mind you, there's loopholes to everything. That's another thing I learned. There's loopholes to everything.
When you're outside the box, you don't even need loopholes.
There you go.
You know, like with me and you, if we wanted to just do some business together and we do some trade or whatnot, it's up to us if we want any kind of fucking intervenence with that. We can do it on a cash basis. We can do it on whatever basis we want.
We can do it on a barter system. We can do it on any kind of, you know, it's up to us what kind of compensation, if you will, that will be handled.
Up to us who would be also, if there's a dispute, who would handle arbitration if we want. All those things are totally up to us to decide.
Exactly. But see, a lot of people don't get that. And, you know, I had to learn that, you know, once again, it is not my job to wake up everybody, but I will sit there and put out gems. And like I say all the time, it's a gem I'm putting out there. It is up to you whether you want to pick it up and take it and go with it, or, you know, by all means, do your own research. Don't just take my word for things.
Right.
Or
my message is
whether you want to leave that shit right where the fuck it is.
My message echoes that, is that it's totally possible as living testimony to that. And so many other people have already done that. And when you start to do that, it gets recognized by those people and the options become limitless once you realize that there's a lot of people who are willing to cooperate with you instead of compete with you in life and move mountains, so to speak. Life begins once you start to take the responsibility of that. And boy, does it.
Right. And that's the thing I'm often trying to put out there. But I had to also remember my own words. It's not my job to wake up everybody. So I just drop little things here and there, and I'm you know, I hope and I pray that, you know, this is just something that intrigues somebody, and, you know, somehow the information trickles down.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Like
Like
you say.
just by default, by living this lifestyle, and being able to talk about it, you end up being a little light beacon for those who might happen to be looking for pieces of information along those lines or whatnot. And so that becomes a good thing because they take that information and they assemble it to whatever they want, and then that helps in a lot of ways. Like, not even just for that person, but once they make different changes for themselves, they too can have a hand in being a beacon for other people. So, it reaches a lot further down than people would think, but only for those who are wanting it. And for the rest who aren't, it's totally fine. Only the ego will want to go further than that. Best to just let it go. It's okay. People can have their self-determining path either way, and it's cool.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Yep. We seen you put the joint up to the screen. We
Continue.
knew it.
I was about to ask if you need me to go ahead and
I'm
get
here.
honey.
That being said, though, it's cool.
I'm here, man.
With one exception, if those people want to and think they have some kind of righteous ability or whatnot.
Hey, is that Chad there that was just showing his face?
Yeah, for a second.
What's he trying to say?
Yes, it was Danny.
Boys,
Oh
you
no,
ugly fuckers. You call us
I
ugly?
was just
Oh, fuck.
So when people
I was just showing it. I didn't want to interrupt people and show them I was here. Sorry, nude.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So when people who are on that self-destructive path, but still self-determining, which is cool, somehow come to the conclusion that they think they have a right or an obligation even or a responsibility to encroach their will on people who are self-determining on the other way, then we have a responsibility. And this is where it becomes a bit of a conundrum, because people on this path of cooperation lifestyle, self-determination lifestyle, what we don't want is impedance, and we don't want conflict with other people. We just want to be left alone, and we want to be in peace and whatnot. So when other people are intervening or interfering with that, then we have to do something that is very uncomfortable. We actually have to resist that intervenence to whatever degree necessary. Otherwise, we are condoning it. We are accepting it. We are advocating for it, and we're saying it's okay. We're sending a message for that. Right?
Agree.
So we need to do whatever we need to do, and that's why, I do have people, several different groups of different sizes that I will stand together with, and will stand together with myself as well, in the face of tyranny or bullyism or whatnot. And it's really important to do that because of reality being what it is, but only in self-defense, never as an aggressor. And that's very, very important.
That I don't really think a lot of people understand, because they've been so conditioned to sit there and literally think of the life that is either you or it's me, instead of all of us can work together to be peaceful if that is what we choose. But we have a mindset. Well, let me not say a mindset. It has been a form of brainwashing to always sit there and think that it is better to sit there and have control. Like we were sitting here and talking not too long ago. The hardest part for a lot of people to relinquish is control. But there's a reason that once you relinquish it, it feels so good. But there's also a reason why that is so difficult to do. And a lot of people, they try to do things without doing it all. Like they try to jump into this type of lifestyle without relinquishing control, aka the ego, aka, I want to do this and become my form of Pinky in the Brain. Time to take over the world,
and they become the very thing they're trying to get away from, right?
Exactly. Which is initially what happened in the first fucking place whenever people came to the fucking Americas in the first place. Right. Initially, they were trying to get away from England, and they were trying to get away from the queen just to come over here and do the exact same shit and still have to go ahead and give shit to the queen while doing the exact same shit.
That's yeah. I don't know how much of that is actual fact because history is coming from the indoctrination school and all that stuff. Giving the benefit of the doubt, it's pretty damn ludicrous, isn't it?
Yes.
But same thing. I mean, that's exactly it. And the difficult part for people is because of growing up in a corporate environment, and corporate lifestyle is incentivizing competition. It's not incentive. You get penalized and punished to cooperate. And in nature, it doesn't work that way. In nature, when you're with people in an intentional community or whatnot, for example, if it's me and a few other people out there, I want to make sure that my neighbors are as healthy as possible. Because if we're going to come together and work on a project, we need to be strong. Right.
Exactly.
So there's, the narrative completely flips upside down. People don't think about that or realize that when the thought is brought across their table to them, they immediately resort to fear mode at the idea of it because the corporate layers of indoctrination have built that into the resistance factor. So those are the things that people have to get over and get right to the core and realize that your whole ideology of how you live in your comfortable state of competition is destructive. And that is something that is as difficult for a person who wants to make it for themselves makes it, because it means you have to realize that every single thing you taught pretty much was a lie.
Yeah. You have to unlearn everything. Yeah.
And that means you have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize that it was possible for you to be that gullible, and you were that gullible, and you were foolish, and you were fooled, and you have to look at all of that and accept it, and then start the path of healing from that. And that's a lot for people to swallow at first, right? But everybody's on their own path with that, and eventually, I mean, you can only get knocked on your teeth so many times where you don't have any more, and you got to admit to yourself, shit, this just ain't working for me, right? And when that happens, then hey, the good news is you're not alone. There's people who are living another way very well with nature and very effectively. So that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to kind of be that light beacon for anybody, as other people were for me, that helped me realize those things a long time ago. And if they hadn't done that, I could still be totally in the dark.
Yeah.
If they hadn't done that,
But see, that was also me taking days away from YouTube and days away from the internet so that I could go ahead and kind of get to that point, with myself. So
yeah, that's what happened to me too. Like I was some of the paths that I took in my early 20s, I learned how to do some business and whatnot, enabled me to become financially independent, if you will, near the end of my 20s. So I ended up having a lot of time once I recovered from some health issues to really start to reflect and think about things. Whereas and research and try and get to the bottom of it, where I already had this kind of gnawing drive in me that was just like not accepting this bullshit lifestyle that is going on here, right? So, but most people, because they're so caught up in it, don't have like 5 minutes at the end of the day, to do anything more than maybe a beer and a cigarette and a video game and go to bed and rinse and repeat type of thing, So it really is a hamster wheel rat race, and that's why it's so difficult for people to, they're so unhealthy in mind, not thinking clear, that they don't even get time to reflect and contemplate on. And that's by design. The system doesn't want people to have that time, so otherwise they'll come out of it, and that's no good to the rulers who want to keep the slaves in the state of slavery.
Right. On that note, my son is over here waking up. He has decided to come in my room and overtake my bed. So, and he's looking at me like he's about to say something. Shh. So I guess that's his code word for he wants to sit there and lay down with mommy so he can have good dreams. So thank you all for the wonderful conversation. I truly adore all of you. I will have to take my leave and be mommy.
Pleasure as always.
Pleasure as well. You have a good night, Eliza.
You
See
too.
you
It
on
was
another one.
definitely it was a pleasure with you guys. I love having adult time. It's just that's a bit more rare than time away from government entities. So I will talk at you all later.
Have a good one.
I put you in my track.
Okay, thank
I
you.
remixed you into it.
I'm gonna have to hear it.
Yeah.
Be right back in 1 minute, folks. Nature calls. Be right back.
Yeah.
All right, nude.
He ran off to go use the washroom.
Everybody goes quiet, Daddy.
Yeah. Eh?
Oh, I know. As the guru says that, everybody goes quiet.
Oh, Ash is back from him lighting up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ash can has entered the room.
Okay, what was that all about?
Welcome back, Ash.
I was playing with my mic, my sound.
So, oh, Banana, how are you, my dear?
That call I wanted to make to Too Tall. He was, I don't know if he's still here or not, but he made a comment about going to National Way. That is perhaps a better privilege membership level, but it's still another corporate fiction level. So it's still, you're still under the semblance of privileges, and privileges are takeawayable. So you're still under the delegation and equation of some other entity as being an authority over you, and it means that you're giving your adherence that somebody has the authority to decide where you can go or when you can go or where you can travel and all those kinds of things.
Hey,
and take that away too.
I just want to address Eliza. I think it was the part where you said, okay, light up. In case you're wondering, that's what it sounded like to me.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
So he didn't.
That's the part I told you.
Yeah, he didn't put anything bad in there. I don't think she said anything bad anyways for you to put it in there, eh? Oh, no comment.
I don't answer questions.
Oh, okay, she says. Nice. Hey, Guru, did you see what I put in?
Yeah, he just answered you.
Okay.
I'm on top of that.
Yeah, he just answered you.
Attention.
Well, gee, yeah, like a second ago.
Attention.
I just signed up 3 accounts to your.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just there's not too many people that know that those are mine, so just shh.
They must be on the status where you don't show, because I don't see any email notification or anything. So I have no idea which accounts.
No. Subscriptions to your channel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Whatever accounts you used aren't showing up. I didn't get a notification or nothing.
They have been sending out notifications a lot lately because
Yeah, go
For
on your
for my last 50 subs, I never got one fucking notification on YouTube about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
check in your dashboard to see if like for new subscription, they should be the last ones there. But I also put your link for your channel in the chat too, so it might not be the 3 last ones there.
Yeah, we'll
Okay,
see.
I'll
We
check.
got Lady Love in the house. Good to see
Lady
you, Lady
Love.
I see the number count up. Let's see if it shows.
Oh, number counts up, people. That's a good sign. What?
We got 23. Hey Ash, we got 23
What?
likes
Yeah.
and 10 people currently watching. So if you
Yeah.
haven't hit that like button, please do.
It's showing me in my last 7 days, January 8th as being the last one, as if, yeah, this back office thing is totally inaccurate. Even the amount of subs that it's showing me, see if it's the same for you guys. In the studio, I'm like 7 subs lower than what it's showing on the channel itself.
Oh, just a second. Yeah, well, but you might have had a few people that fucking bounced out of your, like, you know what I mean? You know how people like to psych other ones out? Oh, yeah, we'll give them a fucking sub and then we'll take it back.
Yeah, but it should be matching. Should be matching in your studio with what it shows on the display on your channel when you're looking at your channel that the public can see. It should have the
Okay.
same thing. Mine is for the last couple weeks. It's not been the same at all.
Well, just a second. I'll go look on your page and tell you what I see. Oh, too far.
It's going to see what I see. 216. My studio shows 213.
Your studio says 2/3. Oh, okay.
Yep. And it also says my last sub was on January 8th, which is complete bullshit.
I think they probably never got to the other thing. The other ones where you see the subscriptions, right? And it was 213 on your other thing, and it says 216 on your channel. Those 3 last ones are the ones that I just put in there. So maybe it's not registering with your other, like with your dashboard yet.
It's not registering a bunch because I know for sure I've had quite a number of subs between January 8 and now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
no offense, but I see his link all over everywhere. So and almost every
if he's not
chat
on
that
it.
I see, there's at least 1 or 2 people subbing to him. So he should have
Yeah, even
had
it-
at least, by my count, he should have had at least 30 more subs. At least.
Absolutely. I was up to almost 235 2 days ago when I found that guy that was doing the link exchange, and then by mid-afternoon the next day, I was almost back down to where I started.
Yeah, but it's like I was saying, there's some people that'll do that. They'll go into your channel, sub, and then take it back.
Cool.
No, it's not the people. I know that for sure. It's
No,
just
it's YouTube.
one thing I know is that YouTube, as you start to climb up, if you got like kind of dormant people who haven't clicked on your videos for a while, once you start going up in subs, it'll shake off a few.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I understand the reason why, because, you know, YouTube wants to give a bit more of an accurate sub count to their advertisers so they can be more realistic to what they charge. So it makes sense.
But you know what, though? It doesn't take their subscribers away, because I read in one of their, one of their, oh, fuck, how they say that? In their disclaimer or whatever, that they do not take subs away, and people have been thinking that they do, but they don't.
If they say that, they're full of fucking shit.
Yeah.
They're completely full of
How's
shit.
it happening that I have to go and subscribe to different ones that I know that I've been subscribed to before?
Me too. Exactly.
I've
Me
had
too.
to do that.
Do you know that I had to I had to go back and subscribe to Tom Zebra twice. And he was the
Oh,
very first motherfucker that I ever subbed to. He's the one who got me into all this.
yeah.
That motherfucker. Love him to death. But
How
you
many
know,
how many times have you had to resub me, Ash?
3 times. No?
Perhaps it's a
Yeah,
YouTube
exactly.
virus that was somebody who wants to sabotage YouTube from inside did it, and even the shareholders don't know, and they think because that wasn't their intention. It's very possible. Like this whole thing that's going on right now with the Russian little
Spam.
things that pop up in your chat. That's definitely a virus. Somebody did that.
Yeah.
That's not
Hey,
people
hey,
actually
Ash.
doing that. That's the code.
Yes.
I have 2 new achievements on my channel. I have 50 hours of watch time 3 days ago,
Oh.
and I have 500 views on a video 5 days ago or 4 days ago. I'm wondering if that was the I don't know what video that was, but anyway, just thought I'd let you know. And I'm at 71 subscribers as of the present moment on my studio and on my channel.
Wow, cool.
Hey, I
Yeah.
got one blocked user, man, and it's one of those fucking bots.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Say that again.
You know how when you go into your account or whatever, you can see who or how many you got blocked users. Well, I got one in there which I never blocked anybody, but it's a bot.
Really?
You probably
Yeah.
hit it when it first started or something. When we were all blocking them. Fuck, I
Oh,
still
okay.
blocked them. And you probably hit that one and then you just didn't do it anymore. And that was that one that you hit that one time. So
Yeah.
all you gotta do is do it once and it'll show up there. So
Then-
I probably got about fucking 8 dozen of those on my account.
Oh yeah.
I'm afraid to look.
Thank you very much for the extra subs, Danny. I
So
appreciate
we got a
that.
question in the chat.
Yeah, right on, man.
Who's
We got a
making the
question in
track?
the chat. Who's making the banana animatronics? That would be Gorilla Circle. Banana.
Wow, cammed up caveman. My newest video, 14,292 views.
Awesome.
Premiered 8 hours ago.
Very good. Very good.
Wow.
Awesome, cammed up
That's what you
caveman.
call a viral video.
Yeah. Very good.
Hey, cammed up caveman, can we play it here?
Definitely. Definitely. No problem, banana.
He said, "Go for it."
Page here. Oh,
I'm assuming is a he. Is he wrenched?
That?
I guess you
Who's
could see the
wrenched?
link on his channel. Cammed up. To know which video he's talking
Cammed up
about.
caveman.
In the meantime, I'll fill in some space with a plug.
That's the right one.
Trying to get a bit more consistent at that. I've been so lackadaisical as a marketer. I've been not very aggressive.
A whole 29 subscribers.
Oh. For who?
For me.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow, eh? I got 2 channels that don't have any subscribers because nobody knows they're me.
I I got 20. Backup nude guru. Ready to go.
Oh,
They've got 2 subs and they're both me.
well,
Yeah.
Danny. Some of us know who some of us know who you are on some of them.
Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was spamming somebody's chat one day. Along with others.
Yeah.
Shh.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of a quiet night tonight. Only 4 lives, including this
we
one.
won't say who it was. We won't say who it was, but we do have the clips.
That's all right. I wish you guys could see the icons on them other ones. They don't show up. They're just friggin' letters. And I even took the pictures and everything.
Ashcan, are you looking for a cammed up's video?
I'm about to put it up. I'm just loading it up and queuing it up and everything right now.
All right.
Video.
Yeah, I gotta.
The one that's going
do the
viral.
cache thing here, so it plays better.
Yep, the one that's going viral.
I'm gonna take this off. Just make sure.
Ash is getting better at all
Can
this
we
stuff,
go
Guru.
big screen on this? Oh,
definitely.
Now is everything working on this side? Okay. So let me go back here and let's play this.
Ashcan, we're getting
Look,
really
he's about
laggy.
to take me to jail for filming in public.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is with.
You want me to host it?
In fact, yeah, if you could.
Why? Why what? Why swastika Anthony Hoffman? Why are you doing this? Is there Nazis in Zephyr Hills? Is it illegal? When did it become illegal to be homeless and have a camera? It's not. In Zephyr Hills. Okay, why are you here? Because people called that you walking in between cars. You just walked in between the cars. Why are you going to try to talk to me about walking? I understand that, but I'm coming. What's your name and badge number, sir? You already know that. You asked me. Yeah, but for the record, with my camera, could you please give me Zelensky ZH473? Thank you. I very much appreciate that. But yeah, somebody. But I'm not doing nothing illegal, right? Anthony, listen. I don't need to listen to your shit. Okay? You, be hostile or something? You just came up to me for no reason. I didn't do nothing illegal. I have the right to remain silent, and I choose to remain silent. Any further contact from you will be non-consensual, sir. Have a nice day. Okay. Don't treat me like a piece of shit and then expect not to get treated like a piece of shit. Don't sit up here telling me that I can't walk on the damn sidewalk. What's wrong with you, sir? Somebody called it. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Who does no way? This is America, isn't it, sir? Yeah, but am I being detained? No. Then please leave me alone, sir. Your contact is non-consensual.
Don't walk in the cars, please.
Sir,
I don't want you to
I'm
get hit by the
49
car.
years old.
I understand.
I know how to
That's
live.
fine.
It's not your job to tell me how to live, sir.
I gotta make sure
Okay?
you're okay, okay? That's it.
I appreciate that. That's not your job, though, sir.
Thanks, Daddy.
Please leave me alone.
They always so desperate.
Are there Nazis in Zephyr Hill? It's hard to tell, man. Have a nice day, sir.
I gotta make sure you're okay.
America, guys. Your freedom is an illusion.
When did he start paying his bills?
I'm your father. I'll make sure you're protected.
And see, that's the thing too, because he mentions there that he's homeless, that they can treat him any way they want. It's a good thing that he knows his rights. So, because if he didn't know his rights, I guarantee you that would have went so much differently.
Let he
I see it all
let
the time
he who
here in
be
Canada.
deceived be deceived.
Yeah.
That's how they roll. He almost drew on you 2 times. Look what he's saying in the chat there. Really? It's hard to tell because the video is laggy, but yeah, he was going for his gun there.
Yeah.
That's fucking nuts. All for a man walking on the side. You see the level of insecurity these fucking douchebags have. They can't
We
even
live in
fucking
America,
stand.
my friend.
You sneeze the wrong way and they
Have
get
a nice
freaked
day,
out.
sir. I appreciate your hard work, brother. I sincerely mean it from the bottom of my heart, brother. Yeah. Don't disrespect your citizens, man. That's who you work
I'm
for.
not trying to, come at you sideways or anything. I just want to make sure that you're okay.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Are you good?
I'm good.
Should I worry about you? You crossed in the middle of the street.
Somebody, well, the car's gonna stop.
Somebody should have minded their own business, correct? I'm okay. Somebody should have minded their own business, right? Have a nice day, sir.
Yes.
I'm serious. I really hope you have a nice whole life, brother. I don't mean no harm towards y'all. I want to be free, man. Let me be free, brother. You know what I mean?
Ash Gorilla got dropped.
Yeah.
He said he's gonna stay down.
That's the right way. I'm concerned about your health. You signed up to a tyrannical Gestapo. You're the crazy one here. I should make sure you're okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought you mentioned to the cop or something that you were homeless, cammed up. That's all. Or
Psychopath.
Cammed Up Caveman on YouTube. Check him out.
Good job, man. That business called which one? The notary? Right there? I think so. That's what he means. That notary he was just showing there is the one that called.
yeah.
We have a free man who's just not doing anything wrong. Minding his business with a camera.
I think he may be trying to film us.
I'll be right there. Do you want us to shoot him?
I thought AFA was in the house for a second. What the fuck? Yeah, really, eh?
Well, you're gonna think Eddie's in the house here for a second, as I'm gonna pull this. Way to go, Cammed Up Caveman.
Well, it's been a pleasure. I'm gonna jump down because I'm gonna try to hit Epic's panel in the morning. Hopefully he has one. If not, then I'll sleep in.
Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking the same thing, Danny.
It's
Oh,
getting a little bit on
I,
the late
I,
side. I
I
imagine. What?
gotta before I leave, I have to definitely make sure I say hello to somebody that's in the chat.
Oh
Oh,
yes.
Always have to say hello to this lovely, lovely lady,
did
Ash.
she just come
We're
in
both
now?
doing. Hey, Lulu.
What's that?
Eh,
What's up,
Hey,
Did
Lulu?
she?
Lulu.
Did she just come in now?
I think she just did. Yeah.
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 Uh, you missed the show, Lulu.
No, well, who knows? I may stay here for a little while.
Maybe
Okay,
she's
well,
done. Ashcan did say we can go till February. What was it?
Until February 2nd.
Guru's gonna hold you to that now. Damn it. Oh, by the way, Ash, before I
Hey,
forget,
she just woke up, man. Maybe she'll come up on panel and talk to you for a bit.
One thing though, Nude, we have to stop every 11 hours
That's right.
and then just
We'll,
restart up.
we'll get good
Yeah.
at that. We'll have lots of practice for sure.
Mm.
hey,
Well,
hey,
I'm still
Ash.
gonna jump down, so I'll talk to you guys later. Have a
Okay,
good
bro.
night.
Yeah, you
So I
too,
had an
man.
I
Have a
had
good
Okay,
one, Danny.
right
Thanks
on,
I
again.
know.
you guys too.
Thanks
What?
again for the extra subs. Appreciate it.
Yeah, did you seen the names, eh?
No, I still haven't. Just
Oh,
the numbers.
okay,
But
right on. Check it
okay.
out.
Cheers.
Catch you guys later. Good
Yeah,
night,
good night.
everybody in chat. Good night.
Hey, Danny. See you tomorrow, buddy.
Or
So,
later on
so
today in
Ash.
a few hours. Yes,
Yeah.
Stan.
So I had an interesting inquiry from somebody when you were out having your last union or YouTube break, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Who is our guest on the Sidekick Sidekick show this week, or do we have a guest lined up yet?
That's the thing. I've been waiting for people to get back to me.
Ah,
So unless you had somebody, it was.
I don't presently have anybody lined up. I'm in the same boat. I'm waiting for people to get back to me.
Yeah, it's but ATL. I believe it's ATL Cop Watch. I believe his channel is. He's a newer channel, and
Okay.
there's also American Amy. And
So you got a couple that we were working on, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a couple others that I'm
And
working
there's-
on, but we're gonna keep them under wraps for right now.
And there's one in chat right now that I've been hoping that may be able to do a whole show with. And I may even just, instead of doing the sidekicks one, I may put that right on the CAP talent one.
Oh.
And be the premier live event.
Ooh.
Banana.
Ooh.
Are you
That
up
could be
for it?
That could be interesting.
Yes.
That could be
Banana
interesting.
in that lovely voice. And I'm hoping I'm gonna send another email and find out when this lovely lady that I keep promoting will come on the show soon, and that's Jacqueline Reinhardt.
Oh, okay.
But
So you got a couple things in work for Cap, and you got a couple things in work for the sidekicks.
Yeah.
Just waiting on responses. Well, there's your answer, Guru.
Oh yeah, that was my question earlier. I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
I didn't forget. I keep telling everybody I got a memory like an elephant.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Oh, that was a while back. Yeah, I was just wondering what the schedule was, or what was happening next with the Sidekick show and everything.
Well, you know that we could even. I never even thought if you were up to it, if you would like to come on and explain to people what you do and have the one or two guests at a time come up and ask you questions. And
Yeah, I've had that thought and totally up for that. And I was just thinking it'd probably be a good idea when I'm a little bit getting to close to coming out of pre-launch and more ready to kind of fully go. I think it would be kind of a good symbiotic thing when I'm ready to kind of start doing my own panels and stuff. And maybe it would be a good showcase to get the word out. And then after that, part of my panels are going to do the same things as well that I plan on interviews, so I could showcase you guys at a later time as well. Those are my thoughts. I was just waiting for the right time to voice that. So
yeah, right on.
That being said, I mean, we can always do like these things as well. Come up and just talk about this stuff to whoever wants to listen and whatnot. There is nothing more I would rather be focusing my attention on than helping people now more than ever learn about these things and get the show on the road for themselves with everything that's going on, being 3 minutes to the midnight type thing,
Yeah.
With all the cooties crap and everything, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. Well, you heard what's happening here starting at midnight tonight.
I heard. Yeah, you're saying lockdown again.
Yeah.
And that's just for
St.
St. John's, is it?
No, for all New Brunswick.
For all New Brunswick, okay.
All New Brunswick.
All New Brunswick.
Any other provinces or just there?
Well, I haven't. I mainly concentrate on the New Brunswick government and right now, and then there's a couple people in Parliament that I follow, but
yeah, same here.
They don't like me following them, but I follow them. But hey, it's the only way that I can get whatever news that they're putting out, right?
Right. Well, if it's, history repeating itself as usual, it's just a matter of time. I'm sure it'll be for everywhere else is here as well. No surprise. It'll be interesting to see this time how far they go with it.
Oh, wow.
Personally, it doesn't affect me too much because, the only thing I still kind of do at certain times is buy little things here and there, gadget things or whatnot, but most of my purchases go outside of that, and I'm not interested in any of the assembly gatherings that people do, that won't happen, the restaurants and all that kind, and certainly no government facilities. I could give two shits about that stuff, but certainly for people who are counting on that stuff right now, they're going to have more smacks in the face. And I don't like to see people get hurt, but at the same time, there's a pro and a con to everything. That's more reality checks for people that maybe it's not such a good idea to be relying on those things,
Well, just a lot of people just, if they don't do that, then they kind of lose their way of life, and people are kind of stuck on that way of life.
That's it, because of the convenience of it, right?
Yeah.
But it is totally a bait and switch trap, and people have gotten so carried away in that lifestyle that this is the reality. That pullback thing that I've said many times, that's it, right? At some point it goes snap, and you'll be in a reality check mode at that point, and it's either sink or swim,
Yeah.
And that's by design too.
Yeah.
And of course,
So
they want people to go into panic because of that, and then do the same thing that they have been trained to do, which is sit there and bitch about the situation to the people who they're dependent on, and fight amongst each other instead of doing the cooperation thing. But that's an opportunity, you see. So I'm excited about that. Again, I don't want to see people get hurt, but to me, that's more enthusiasm. It gives me more enthusiasm to do this because it puts people into more of reality check mode, that they have to look for other solutions that they may not have been so open to, because it's so much easier being in the indoctrinated way of life that they're used to living habitually for so long. If it's still possible to just chug along and get my little paycheck, and at the end of the day have a few beers and my vices and escapes, well, why bother, right? Why bother learning something else that could make me more independent and strong? And what would I need to do that for when I have this going for me?
Yeah. Like
pull the rug out, and all of a sudden it changes the narrative in a hurry.
I really can't wait to get out there to be able to just park that trailer and to be able to start setting things up.
I bet, because you're seeing the writing on the wall. So absolutely, I can see.
And that whole area, if I need to do some day work or something like that, there's farms and vineyards fucking everywhere, all around me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely. So I can go do a few hours work here, a few days work here and there, and that to make some cash that I need to get my shit. But I'll get whatever I can from my government that I paid into, and
and other
do whatever I can.
Other opportunities too, if you really want. If you wanted to still do some the systematic corporate business stuff, it's still plausible. You can grow microgreens, you can go foraging and all of that. We talked about that before. There's there's so many opportunities right now. It's endless, especially with everything that's going on. Anybody who wants to opportunize themselves in the financial world, just start doing business without a license and you're set. Pretty much almost anything at this point,
Well, the way I got around a lot of licensing and shit like that is like, if I had shit for sale, I would just do it on a weekend and advertise and do a yard sale.
Yeah, it's absolutely
certain towns have certain limits on how many yard sales you can have a week at your place. So usually it's 2 a week. But, I found a way of getting around that because I managed over, 160 properties. I could have 15 yard sales a day at every fucking place if I wanted to.
Right.
Like move them around. So, and that's how I got around making a lot of extra cash too. So
yeah,
fucking government.
I'm gonna head out there, guys. Take care, Ash. Take care, Nude.
See you later, Chad.
Take care, Chad.
All right.
Have a good one. See you on another one.
You too. Oh, I'm sure our paths will cross as they always do, Guru.
As always, you bitch.
I just keep avoiding your alter ego.
Well, thanks for informing me of that. I'll take that in reminder.
All right, later.
Have a good rest.
Yeah,
that's funny. Yeah, another little key thing with that is you're able to undercut your competition, and people who still kind of live in their pay your taxes mindset, be a good kind of sheeple government slave type thing, will still bend when it comes to saving a buck. So, 9 times out of 10, 80 to 90%, you'll be able to take the corporate customers just because you can undercut them because you don't have the same taxes that you have to put on. So you can totally make it more financially beneficial for yourself and them, and also be helping to be a solution at the same time. That's the beautiful part about it, operating this way.
Oh, good night, Lulu. Have a good sleep. Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Lulu. Yeah, and there are still people as well that there's people that are like, well, if you don't have a license or whatever, if you're not insured properly and blah blah blah, I don't want to trust you into business and blah. They're just brainwashed to the tits, whatever. But there's still a lot of people who have a clue and would rather still support, individual business, local business, independent business, just for the principle of doing so, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm one of those people, and there's certainly a base of people. So,
and if I can get away from going to places like Canadian Tire and Walmart, I'll do it.
Right.
If I can support a local person, like that's why when I go get all my pot, I always go to my local person, and I try not to support Cannabis NB, the government.
Right.
But now they're fucking with us, but they worked around that. So
they use convenience as their edge, like McDonald's, right? They set up one almost every 2.5 quarter kilometer block radius.
Yeah,
and it works. They use the aspect of the human mind to their advantage, and then they make the human unhealthy so that it caters to their laziness. They make them lethargic and say, well, I don't want to put in extra effort. It's too much for me,
Like they closed all of our shops here, our weed shops. So now you can only get it through delivery. But I was on a live panel when I ordered too, and I doxed myself, my fucking address.
Oh shit!
I forgot the microphone was. I don't give a fuck, but my whole address and everything is out on a live stream right now. And
if I ever do that, I better have my submarine ready real quick.
But I ordered it, and like I was still on the panel 45 minutes later. I'm getting a call. Yeah, your delivery's here. Like people couldn't believe it. Like it was that fast. So, Cannabis NB doesn't deliver. And
right.
you still can't get, like I got 10.5 grams of pot for $25. Where the fuck can you get that?
That's
Cannabis
it, right?
NB, you get 3.5 grams for $25.
Right.
So, and it's the same THC level and everything. So,
yeah, I will do black market, if you want to call it that. That's the free market, the real free market. I will do business that way than any other regulated business in a heartbeat. Absolutely.
See what he says? It's like ordering pizza. LOL. Exactly. But yet, a lot of you can't order by phone pizza at a couple of places or KFC now. The only way that you can order is online.
Wow,
So,
getting to that point.
If you don't have the internet and you want KFC, you got to go pick it up. And right now, you can't do that because most of them are closed.
Right. It's all conditioning to go towards the social crediting system, and just getting conditionalized for people, so they have to have that passport mark or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, it won't be too long. We're the biggest thing is how long will it be until we can even get internet access without the checks?
Well, that's what Elon Musk is doing, right? Free internet.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be free at the beginning. That's the bait and switch. Free, and everybody flocks to it and gets hooked and dependent on it, and then all of a sudden, boom.
$20 a month.
Right. $20, but also $20, and you need to have 7 vaccines and 24 booster shots. Right.
And an IOU for your firstborn.
Right. When you see it, you can see when you see the writing on the wall, it's easy to force their hand and see what they're trying to do. This is just how they work. It's always at first something that looks beneficial, and it is in a way, right? Like, look at us being able to have this conversation abroad in clarity and overseas and whatnot, without it costing us, like 20 years ago, $4.99 a minute for a phone call.
Yeah. Or 10 cents a minute on a cell phone.
Right.
For a local call.
Right. And it's all the same fucking signal. It's all the same shit.
Yeah.
But this is debate, so they lead us down to where they want us to get hooked on and get us into dependency mode, and then they flip the switch. That's the same narrative cycle you can see over and over again, and it works. It works very well.
Well, with all this shit that's going around, Quebec's wanting to fucking put an extra tax on the unvaxxed, and it's supposed to be a significant tax.
I heard that. I heard it was
and now Doug Ford is thinking about doing it in Ontario, and the premier of Alberta and BC are thinking about doing the same thing.
Right.
So,
and that's great. I applaud them. I think they should. I mean, a gang or corporation or club or whatever you want, that has profit in mind is just doing exactly what they set out to do. So any penny that they can soak from its members successfully is a success.
But at the same time, Alberta is trying to make it mandatory for the vaccination.
Right.
Everybody. Mandatory. Yep. So now, if that goes through, you're going to see flocks of people moving from the province.
It's going to be funny.
Because CTV did a poll on it, and it's online. You can check it out. But they did a poll on it, and they asked that question, and 80% of the people said that they were against the forced vaccines.
Right.
And only 20% agreed. And yet, because the 80% do not want it, is why it's going to become a law there, and why they're going to force everybody to, because the majority don't want it. So that's why it's going to go through.
They're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
So that means now all those people that don't want to take it have to find some way of getting out of that province.
Or learn how to be self-sufficient in a hurry.
Well, they're talking about going door to door.
Well, that's coming everywhere, and that is part of being self-sufficient. Part of self-sufficient is going to that degree where you defend yourself from tyranny. That's tyranny to the extreme, right?
Yeah.
And this has been going on in Australia for quite some time now, and it's only a matter of time where that was, just like Nazi Germany, was a dress rehearsal for the rest of the world. And,
But what I don't understand is, and what a lot of the people aren't really catching on to, is that nobody's really picking up on what's happening here. If we go back to last summer and look at what was going on with all this mandates and that, mandate this, mandate that. We weren't allowed to express our rights to free protest or anything. They were grabbing people, beating them in the streets, giving them all these outrageous fines.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I hate to keep plugging them because I kind of think that they're a bit biased, but when it comes to this particular subject, I support them. And that's Rebel News. And they have a website called fightthefines.com.
Mm-hmm.
And because of them taking those fines to court, and every one of them, over 150 of them, everything from a $880 to a $14,000 fines, have all been dismissed and proved unconstitutional. Every one of them that they've taken to court so far,
Yeah.
they've won. So now, if you notice, the police don't do that anymore. They're not
Yeah,
out
it was
giving those
it was
because
a little venture that went for a while for them,
yeah,
and then
but
they made a lot of money off of it.
it started going to court, and people were seeing that it was unconstitutional, that judges were ruling on it, and then they were told that they can't do it anymore. So that little bit of change me, but it took the court to a ruling on it. Now, there has been, on the average, of 3 federal lawsuits being filed every week against the federal government about all of this. But
Mhm.
until the courts start seeing them case by case and going up against the federal government, which all of this is being put off because of these unicorns and butterflies that are going around,
Mhm.
that everything's being delayed. But until they start going through, this is going to continue to happen. But once it starts going through and they find out that what they're doing, at least here in Canada, what they've been doing is breaking the Health Act, they've been breaking the Privacy Act, they've been breaking the Human Rights Act. Just alone 3 right off the top, and then the major support here in any country, no matter if what country you live in, what piece of land you're on, or whatever. That's what's happening. So
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if that even changes anything. They might just, continue the delay tactics and maybe let a couple through or whatnot. I don't really see that changing much because their agenda is what they're going to do it one way or another. It's only a matter of how, getting the cooperation of people in general or by force, one of the two.
well, it's going to get to the point where if you're walking down the street, a cop will be able to come up and ask you, do you have your papers on you? If you don't,
Isn't
you
it
get
already
arrested.
that way? It's already that way. Look at the video we just watched, right?
No, I mean your vaccination passport.
Oh, for your yeah. It's gonna.
That's what I mean.
This is
it's gonna come to that point where you're just gonna be walking down the street, taking a video, and they're gonna ask you for your vaccine passport. If you don't
right.
have it, you're gonna
Yep.
go to a camp.
All this going on has
And-
been conditioning so that is accepted.
Yeah.
That's what that's why they've been doing these things, is to get people so that they don't resist that when they get to that point as much as possible. That was the point. That's a lot. Think about it. That's a lot. Look at all the trouble they went to organize this on a worldwide scale. And I'm not just talking about the cooties, butterflies, and unicorns, but everything. At least for as long as I've been alive, and certainly a lot longer than that, just to come to this point for that to happen, And they're going to, they already are going through with it. Look at how many millions of people already, God knows how many hundreds, who have taken the jabbies and boosters and whatnot. That's already done, There's no reversing that.
No. Not at all. And the adverse effects that came with it There's no reversing that.
That's right. One adverse effect is, you know, a person who's taken that, yeah, but a lot of other things can get pretty crazy talking about that. But personally, I don't know if I'm talking to the same individual after they gotten the jab anymore. I don't actually, I don't trust that I am at all, you know.
Yeah, and like there is no medical exemption cards in Canada.
That don't surprise me, but yeah.
And yet I'm medically exempt.
Right.
But yet, because I'm medically exempt, I have to go by the same thing as the people that aren't vaccinated. Now, please don't get me wrong, anybody, by that statement, because no matter what, I would still stand with the unvaccinated people. Even if I could get it, I wouldn't. But I can't get it. But I'm still put in that category. So I still can't do anything, even though I can't get that thing. So I'm sort of stuck here. And now I can't travel. As you can see, we've been going through this for months. It's there's been a lot of restrictions. Now there are certain things that I've been finding that I've been able to get by, but then just as I see that, I see new obstacles coming. So I'm always trying to look forward and look around ways of doing things. So, but the way that they're doing these right now, it's hard to do anything. I'm honestly, I'm afraid to go out.
Rightly so.
I may be one of those statistics, maybe one of the first people that they start doing it to, but I would be a statistic, and I don't want to be that statistic. So, if it comes down to it, I have ways. As long as I'm here, I got ways of getting food, shit like that, no problem. My landlord said that if anything happens, he'd do my grocery shop, and I can almost every store here you can order online, and they do curbside pickup. Pay online and that. I have that all hooked up with my bank now anyway, so it's not really going to affect me to the point where I still can't get what I need. It's just that I can't do it personally. I don't have that pleasure of being able to go out for that walk and enjoy that trip to the store as much as, I may not like it, but it's still something I enjoy doing, right? Getting out, meeting a few people, but you can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Well, that's the plot that they want, and but that's okay, because as long as you still get access to your needs, I mean, you can always make another reason for you to go, like go for a coffee walk or whatever it is, and gamify it for yourself. That's what I used to do, because it is important to do that, right? Just for health and to have the balance to get the fresh air.
And I don't go anywhere without my camera. I don't call it a phone, because technically I'm not allowed to have one. It's a camera, and so everywhere I go, I take my camera, and if I happen to see something, I record it. Sometimes I don't see shit, and I still record it. Just go for walks and that, and but you never know what you'll find sometimes, right? And that's what I like doing. Been on a couple different panels, like Epics a couple of times. going down to the Bay of Fundy, like the beach and shit like that, had almost getting washed out by the fucking water of the Atlantic Ocean, and shit like that. I love doing shit like that. Showing people like the neighborhood and the historical shit around here,
right?
Because I just happen to be in. I believe it's the oldest city in Canada, and I believe it's the first city in Canada. Is St. John. It was back. It was founded in 1785, I believe it is. So,
well, I'm hoping that I'm aiming, anyways. I have somebody who can potentially code the app that I want to do that I'm going to be talking to in the next few days to get that organized. And so far, I've been able to talk about some of the preliminary things that people can do and to think about seeding the idea of self-sufficiency, what people can do on more of an individual basis, and also giving the message for people who are wanting to catch wind of it, what you can do if you want to take it to the more extreme level like I did with grouping with other individuals of like mind who are willing to go the distance and whatnot. But that didn't happen for me overnight. It took quite a while for me to find people and network and get connected and make that stuff happen. So what I'm hoping to do with this app that I'm making is fast track that that thing for people. So I intend it to be kind of an activist app of all sorts. And inside there, I'm going to have my own things going on. And the idea of networking and assembling together in groups, I intend to facilitate through that app. So that's my aim. And if I'm successful at doing that, then people will be able to have speedier access to people in different places in different ways, so that they can do these things that I'm talking about without having to go through a lot of the time hardship and whatnot, especially with everything that's going on right now. And it'll make more sense for people to do that as things are progressing with this fucking bullshit that's going on. So that's my aim, and I think you're going to take to that quite readily when it's there. You're already taking aim to doing these things, taking the initiative and whatnot. But I'm doing the best that I can, and I want to do more. I want to help in any way that I can. But not just by sending a message and talking about it, but I can create these tools and whatnot so that I can remove the barriers for people that they would have to be able to put that into practice for themselves.
Yeah. It's just the biggest barrier right now is this health barrier. If it wasn't for that,
you mean your personal health?
No,
or you mean the
public
cooties thing?
Public, yeah.
Well, so this is what I'm talking about. Like, this app that I'm creating is going to be for people who want to do the types of things that I'm talking about, like activism in all different ways, forming groups to do business together outside of government interference, grow food, forage together, band together and resist tyranny, all the way to helping the current activists like the cop watchers and blockers be more fruitful with their activism, and the whole 9 yards. That's what I'm trying to put together, in addition to the hub that is the centerpiece for kind of unindoctrination education, if you will. you know.
Mhm.
So that's where I'm at with it. I've got somebody now who might be able to code the app, and all this. Of course, I don't intend to make any money off of this at all. I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in helping to improve the situation that goes, and throwing basically a life raft out for people who want it and are just tired of the fuckery and want to get out of it. You know.
Stephen Musel in the chat says the last walk you did was in the snowstorm. Yeah, that was a couple of days ago. That cleared up. We've had another storm yesterday.
It's been quite a winter so far.
Yeah, we got about 9 inches of snow yesterday, and then it's been mild all day today. It was up as high as +4, and then tomorrow, starting around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, something like that, it's supposed to snow, and we're supposed to get another between 35 and 45 centimeters, so about another 16, 18 inches
Right.
of snow coming tomorrow. Well, later on today.
Right.
And then the temperature drops back down to like -18 again.
Here too, it's been insane. The amount of snow we already got so far. It even went to, I think the coldest day here was -16 or -17. I've never seen it anywhere near that here since I moved here.
Yeah.
That's nuts. I'm not a stranger to that growing up in Winnipeg and all, but, you know, that's what I was moving away from.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that they say that the valley, it hasn't been that bad. Like the south side of the valley, down around Oliver and the Soyuz and that.
Yeah, usually that area at Soyuz as well, they typically don't get, it's not as harsh. Soyuz, I've never lived there, but I contemplated it because it's the opposite. You know, Vancouver is just rain galore for the winter. You know, Soyuz is BC's desert. It's the opposite, you know.
Yeah. And like literally at 2 o'clock, like in the afternoon, where I'll be set up at is in Oliver. And it's halfway between Penticton and Osoyoos.
Yeah, it's nice there.
And it's like, you've heard of Mike's Hard Lemonade?
Yeah.
Well, the guy that invented that lives out in Oliver. He's big vineyards out there, world-class wine vineyards.
Yeah, there sure is. There sure is.
And like I have a few connections out there to get a little bit of work here and there. So, but yeah, it's during the day at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on like a Wednesday. You can literally see tumbleweeds going down the middle of the fucking street, and the streets are just bare because everybody's already at the beach. Now, everybody that's out in that area during the summertime, they work on the farms, so they're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning doing their work. They get all their work in. They're done by about 11, 12 at noon there. They go and they're out on the beach by 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's way too hard to do farm work during the hot sun. So they do it first thing in the morning in the cool mornings.
That's like the Latin countries. Same thing. Yeah. That's what they do.
Yeah, and they spend all day on, you know, Lake Okanagan there and Lake Osoyoos.
Right.
Water sports, getting stoned.
Living.
Oh yeah, some of the best wakeboarding you'll ever find.
Yeah, that's the good stuff about BC. And the opportunity part of BC is endless with the amount of resources and the forest growth and being a milder climate, and you know.
And a lot of people don't realize though that it's that stretch of road. For me, like it's going to be perfect. So say I want to do some yard sale shit to make extra money or sell my goods at the side of, I can do that out there, and there's only one road along there, and there's nothing but fucking campgrounds through the whole fucking area, and it's the one route to get to the border in that whole area,
Right.
to get into the States when you're in Osoyoos. So
Right.
it's a border crossing, right?
You can do that. You can also have a little website where you have pre-orders based on whatever it is that you're collecting or growing or whatnot. There's a lot of that going on here, and just make your meeting spot delivery once a week or whatever it is that you want to do, or people come and collect it, and all kinds of different stuff. The opportunities are endless, and people like that better, especially when when it's financially beneficial for them. And also, just think about the people who are coming into having more of a crux because of the limitations being imposed. That opens up a much better market for people who want to service those who aren't vaxxed, right?
Yeah. And like I thought that was kind of disgusting during those floods and that out there about people, because they didn't have the vaccination, were getting refused services. And
it's not a very smart business move, is it?
No.
But this is what fear does to people, right? They're just
and that's what a lot of people don't understand is what happens if, say, all of these businesses refuse to go by this mandate and then tell their employees that they do not have to go by that mandate. They can go by it if they want, but they're not going to enforce it at their company. And all these companies actually stood up. Well, then that would throw this whole fucking thing out the window.
It
But
would.
no, all of these companies, what's happening is that the government is scaring them with these heavy fines at $5,000 and $10,000 per person that they find in compliance. So, even though that they're unconstitutional, these companies, they don't look at it that way. A lot of small businesses, they bend over and they close up. But you notice all these bigger like chain stores and that,
most
they never
of them
closed up. They limit there's shit, but they never closed up.
Most of them are operating on the wire line of bankruptcy. So, right. So as soon as the idea that they're going to be thrown onto the other side enters into their head, they're going to bow right away because of everything that they got on the line, because they're so close to bankruptcy. They don't have the mental muscle to even think. No, they're just going to go straight towards, we listen to what we're told. Otherwise, we might not have financial backing and we might not have a business tomorrow. And me and my 17 families that are relying on this aren't going to eat in a week, right?
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
problem.
even bigger corporations like Tim Hortons, for instance. What if Tim Hortons refused to ask for that passport? Every person that's in there would get that Tim Hortons would get between a $5,000 and $10,000 fine for it. So if me, you, and Chad and Guru were sitting around,
they would go bankrupt in 2 days. Think of all their customers they have.
Well,
is it per customer or just per employee?
Per customer.
Per customer. Okay.
Yeah. So what they're doing is they put that fear that they can put on them, but they don't realize that if they fight those tickets, they'll win because it's unconstitutional. That they can't actually enforce businesses especially stuff businesses like McDonald's and Tim Hortons and Burger King, stuff that their food will probably kill you before it does any health for you. So how should they be allowed to ask you for any health information from you? Because the government says they can.
Well,
but
this is
yet,
where,
so
yeah, I understand what you're saying and why you think that. But this is where I actually don't see that they have a leg to stand on, because it's no different than having the status of a franchisee. And this is where all these businesses that are operating under a license are operating in the same position, if you will, the same capacity as a franchisee. So the government is, in this sense, because that's where the sub license is coming from, where the franchise license is coming from, has every right to dictate how that franchise operates while they're operating under that license. So Tim Hortons would have to withdraw, just like any other business, and operate independently outside of their government oversight in order to do that and have a ethical leg to stand on.
But in order to, you can't technically do that within city limits. You know, like big
You
corporations,
can
you can try, but
this is where
it all comes down to where, say, now you got to remember, places like Tim Hortons can never do anything like that. Maybe a small mom and pop shop might be able to try and fight it, and they might even win. But it'll cost them probably $150,000-$200,000 in court fees and that, and they'll go broke anyways. So that's the problem with it.
So this is where you have to realize that it actually, jurisdiction doesn't actually have anything to do with physical land boundaries. That's actually an illusion. It has everything to do with what arbitrary contract you're operating under, wherever you are. Of course, they want to make people think that it does have to do with land boundary, and they will use their Gestapo muscle to try and enforce that on people. But that doesn't legitimize it. That actually...
no, this is more strong arming by the people that have already signed a contract with these so-called government officials, and that they have a binding contract.
Yes,
Now hold on. Now, because the government thinks that these unicorns and butterflies are going around, that they can throw in that fucking stipulation into that contract and not get any feedback or anything on it, or have the option to opt out of it. And that's the problem with what the here is. So when you got all these companies out there, unless they're willing to actually stand up and have their lawyers ready, all these small businesses and that, like, you know,
there's not really many small businesses even left, but
right.
The reality is there's pretty much only two corporations right now, and there's one oversight of both of those corporations. So it's really just one corporation, and they're running the whole show of the entire world. I can show you a video actually and show you I forget the names of them off the top of my head, but so they're actually not even financially incentivized to do the things that we're talking about. It's actually going to cut into their profit because they're getting money on all sides, including the government sides, the payout sides, the bailout sides, the corporate tax kickback sides, the tax profit sharing sides. All of that goes right out the window with the idea of going independent, aside from the fact that it's a Gestapo, a mafia, which you know how mafia works. If you want to, once you're in the family, if you think you're getting out, you're not getting out with your head type thing, right? So that's the reality of what's going on, but people don't see that on the lower or whatever you want to call it, the citizen level, because the citizen level is so caught up with just making the bare basics that they can't really see what's going on in the real corporate desk world behind closed doors. They're not privy to see all that kind of stuff, or even think about it. But that's the reality. Is it's really just, it's a war. Business is war. It's a war over control, and people are getting paid for it. The minions are getting paid for it, and the people who are behind that have another agenda. They could care less about the financial benefit because they just print the fucking money anyways. Or in this day and age, it's all digits in a computer. They just hit a couple numbers in an enter key, and they got access to their own currency. Of course they do. They're making it, So that's not the incentive for them. The incentive is something else.
Well, unfortunately, if you look at everything right now, it all comes down to money. It's for the love of money. That's all they're doing this. It's out there. You can see it. Everything they're doing. So
the minions are doing it for the money.
Yeah. So you look at who made the most money off of all of this so far, and we're talking a handful of people. So you have big pharma, of course. So you got Pfizer and Johnson and Merck or whatever. So you got those. But the main people is you have the Walton family, which is Walmart. Then you have Jeff Bezos, which is Amazon. And then you have Bill Gates, which is part owner of Costco. These people are the ones who made the most money off of all of that. This and Uber.
Yep.
So, tell me it's not for big business. How many small businesses have been closing down? But mainstream media won't cover that. You got all these governments, like our government, saying that, we created so many new jobs. You know how they created the jobs? By making the passport mandatory and people losing their jobs.
Yeah.
And then have to go on welfare because they won't even get unemployment. So now they don't classify as unemployed Canadians on unemployment. They're just
I don't know when a job was ever such a good thing anyway. I mean, job just over broke. The far opposite reach of being self-sufficient. I mean, whoop-de-doo,
I quit a union job because of moral reasons. My own moral reasons. I didn't believe that I should be making that kind of money off the homeless. And so I quit during a strike. I lost 12 and a half fucking years of pension. I can never get that back. But that fucking corrupt pension union representatives and that, they get to keep all of my pension that I paid into. So that's why right now, when it comes to me going and getting all this extra shit now, I was really fucking humiliated by asking for shit because I'm used to being on the other end. But now, after what I went through over the summer and how, what I'd found out about how the homeless are being treated and shit like that, in different parts, the way I was treated by government officials over the summertime and that, I just don't give a fuck anymore, and I'm going to take them for everything I can.
Might as well.
And I'm going to use it to store up on shit that I need.
When it's all just fictional things anyways, especially that are just created out of thin air, take it. Why not?
I know that if I had stuff that I needed to ship out there, I have enough contacts and shit like that I could send the stuff out there ahead of time and not have to worry about it. And it would be there for when I got there.
Right.
So I try not to buy too much stuff for myself. I got I had to get a tripod and a little bit of computer shit and that, but like
Yeah.
maybe
travel lightly so that the back doesn't get bent, right?
exactly everything I got fits into one of those duffel bags on wheels and a knapsack. So
I have a video that has a pretty good, it's by Max Egan, came out recently. That is an excellent explanation as to this conversation and what's really going on, who the two corporate conglomerates really are that are kind of remaining and whatnot. It's a bit of a lengthy one, but if you want, I could just play a semblance of it and you can decide when you want me to stop or whatnot. But it's a really good basis. We could play a bit of it or as far as you want, and then I could put the link to you and anybody else who wants to watch the full thing if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, give me a minute to cue it up. Max Egan, for anybody who doesn't know, is definitely a freedom-minded individual. He lived in Australia for a long time on a self-sufficient farm, homestead. And as of recent, I think kind of in the middle of last year or in September of last year, because of the cooties crap, shifted over to Mexico somewhere right now and is continuing the same life. But okay, give me 1 minute as I set it up here. And he's same type of character where he just says things as they are, no holds barred type of thing. Why is that not coming up? Oh. Chrome tab, there we go. Okay, should be in the basement, I think. Okay, full screen that. All right, here we go.
Great. Looks like you need a good wine pairing. Take a look to your right. Your age has already been pre-verified through your profile, so no need to wait for an ID check. Just place the item in your cart whenever you're ready. I'm getting a notification from your connected smart fridge. It looks like you already have a full gallon of milk at home. Should we put this one back? Hey, good news, your oil change is done. Your vehicle will be ready at the Tire and Lube Express. I've added the service charge to your cart. Now for the fun stuff, to electronics. You definitely saved the best for last. This TV has great reviews on Walmart.com. Add it to your cart, and I'll have it brought to the front for you. Need any accessories? Here are some options on Jet.com. Looks like that's everything on your list. Are you ready to check out with Walmart Pay? I'll have the TV brought out to your car. Thanks for shopping at Walmart and have a great day.
Oh, yes. So doesn't shopping look like it's going to be fun in the future, folks? All to protect you from the terrible COVID-19 and its many, many variants that just keep coming. The latest IHU variant, I hate you, of course, after the moronic variant, the Omicron variant, which is moronic. They have the I hate you variant. I wonder what the next variant will be. Probably the FOAD variant or something like that. Who knows what they'll come up with. Just go die variant, we're coming to get you variant, whatever variant they can think of. You can't make this shit up. I mean, and when I say that, I guess you can make this shit up because they do make it up. They have been constantly making it up. A couple of corrections on the last video. That lady that I said I didn't know where it was from, the people trashing the restaurant, apparently that was a BLM thing from a couple of years ago. And a montage that I had in there that someone sent me was apparently people passing out quite some time ago as well. So ignore those two bits. But keeping up with the news, what's going on in Australia is just next level. People are still lining up for massive amounts of tests. They're saying that there's going to be huge outbreaks. Hundreds of thousands of people will be infected in Queensland. Gumby in the Northern Territory is basically keeping unvaccinated people now under house arrest.
I will now go through each of these decisions. First, the lockout. The fully vaccinated can continue as they were. For people who are not vaccinated, lockdown rules will apply to everyone 16 and above. If you are not fully vaxxed, stay home. You are at greater risk of catching COVID, becoming ill, and needing hospital care. You may only leave home for 3 reasons. Medical treatment, including COVID testing or vaccination. For essential goods and services like groceries, power tokens, medications. To provide care and support to a family member or person who cannot support themselves. You cannot travel more than 30 kilometres from your home when leaving for one of the 3 reasons, or the nearest practical destination. If you need to go to the hospital and it's more than 30 kilometres from your home, that's okay. There are only 3 reasons to leave the home now, not 5. Work is not a reason to leave the home for the unvaccinated. The Chief Health Officer has also determined that restriction of movement is critical right now and that 1 hour of exercise for the next 4 days is not essential. Remember, these restrictions only apply to those who are not fully vaccinated.
And how does that work? I mean, shopping is considered an essential service. You're allowed to go out for shopping, but working and exercise are not considered essential services, and this is for your health. Well, that's interesting. So you're not allowed to exercise for your health, and how are you even going to go out shopping if you can't go to work and earn any money so you can go shopping? So basically, if you're not vaccinated, you need to just stay home and die. It's for your health. Interesting the way they play these words, isn't it? And another interesting twist, I think it's in Australia, is people who are waiting for COVID tests now are listed by the news as possible COVID patients. Think about that one. You're just someone waiting for a test. Perhaps you're one of these thousands of people that seem to be lining up in the elements for hours on end to see if they're sick. They sure will be after standing in the line for so long. But perhaps you're one of these people waiting for a COVID test and you're now listed or categorized as a possible COVID patient. Not even a possible COVID positive case or a positive case, a possible patient. That's interesting wording, don't you think? The news likes to do this sort of stuff. They really do. And, you know, camps being built everywhere. Camps being built in Canada, camps being built in the UK, camps being built all through Australia. There's another camp being built in North Queensland, I think near Cairns or Innisfail. Quarantine centres, of course, concentration camps, folks, that's what they are. In Israel, you now need a vaccine certificate to even buy food at McDonald's.
All righty. We are at McDonald's in the Big Fashion Mall. And here's what happens. When you want to place your order on this screen over here, the way it works is like this. You click English, and now it says, in order to proceed with the order, you must confirm that you have a valid green certificate of your order. So let's say you don't have one. You click don't have. Look at that. It blanks out the screen. So basically, if you don't have a green pass, they will not give you food at McDonald's in Beit Shemesh. That's where we're at. Welcome to Israel 2022.
Yeah, and of course, it's all about your health, folks. I mean, why would you be eating at McDonald's anyway? And of course, the whole Novak, however you pronounce his last name, debacle, the tennis player who's kind of locked up under house arrest in Australia at the moment as well. Other guys speaking out saying, hey, just come and get the jab, it's all good. Never seen anybody shrug their shoulders so many times in the little interview that he gave about how, just got to deal with it. That's just the way it is,
I believe in what the people who knows about medicine says, and if the people says that we need to get vaccinated, we need to get the vaccine. That's my point of view. I went through the COVID. I have been vaccinated twice, and if you do this, you don't have any problem to play here. And that's the only clear thing. And the rest of the things, I don't want to have or to give to you an opinion that I don't have the whole information. The only, for me, clear thing is if you are vaccinated, you can play in the Australian Open and everywhere. And the world, in my opinion, have been suffering enough to not follow the rules.
I wonder if he'll fall over on the court. There's been one guy who's been called off the Australian Open because he's had breathing problems. And when you look at this Nadal guy out there saying, well, just come and get the jab, look at the company he keeps, and it would bring certain things into question. Perhaps he's been a plant all along, as many of these people are, folks. You don't get to these high echelon positions and have your face on the media all the time if you're not part of the club. That's the way it is. I mean, I even wonder if half of these people are even human. I've showed you all sorts of realistic robots, and I really wonder, like I said, folks, whether half of these people are even human. It's like society splitting in two, though. It really is. Now, recently, I've been talking to you about the whole AI thing and what's going on with these jabs, what's really in these vaccines. Some of the work that's come out with La Quinta in Spain, or La Quinta, I think it's called. They've done some great work showing what's actually in the vials and some of the nano routers and where all this is going. And what it's all about, folks, is the next level of communication, 6G. You think about 5G, what 5G is. 5G was simply putting in the infrastructure, the 5G signal, which is simply the millimeter wave, getting this all hooked up so that we've got basically instantaneous communication. As I've said to you before, when you look at it, first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation communication, that's where we are. Now the sixth generation of communication, which is 6G, and that isn't any change to the frequency, the bandwidth or anything like that. That was all set up with the 5G. That was the fifth generation. That's what 5G is, fifth generation. And I've said before that the 5G signal, I mean, sure, it's fast downloads and all that sort of stuff, but you're not going to notice it. Humans aren't really going to notice the difference between the 4th generation of communication and the 5th generation of communication. Speeds are a little bit faster, but it's not being done for humans. It's being done for AI. The AI needs that fast speed. You don't. We don't. I mean, it's fast enough for us as it is. I mean, what are you going to do? Go beyond human thought? How quick do you want it? So they've set all this up for the 6th generation that they can roll out. And what is the 6th generation? Well, the 6th generation is the neural network, folks, the neural link that we've been talking to you about. And have a look at this. There's this website, and it says from connected people and things to connected intelligence. Think about that one. This is everything we've been talking about. And they tell us they've been doing this. Have you ever heard of dreads?
In 2013, former President Barack Obama was announcing his administration's brain research through advancing innovative neurotechnologies. The study, describing a way to manipulate a lab animal's brain circuitry accurately enough to turn behaviors both on and off. The point of the remote control mouse is not to create an army of robo-rodents, but to perfect a technique that will control the behavior by activating and deactivating neurons. The technique used to control neurons is called DREADS, designer receptors exclusively activated by designer drugs. Because the receptor does not respond to other molecules, including natural ones in the brain, the only way to activate the neurons is via the human-made ones. DREADS allow scientists to manipulate neurons without implanting anything in the brain. Look at this. Current optogenetic experiments rely on extracting opsins, light-sensitive proteins, from plants which can be introduced to mammals by methods including injection and infection via adenovirus. What they do is they genetically engineer a receptor that can get into a viral vector, and what that means is through injection of the vaccine or through the contraction of an adenovirus which has been modified. You might think, oh well, I just won't get injected, and I won't go anywhere where I can get this adenovirus.
That's an interesting sort of a concept, isn't it? DREADS, this is the digital link-up, mind control through the digital link-up, and they can do it without any chips or anything like that. They can do it without any implants. They can do it via injection. You've got to listen to the way they're saying things. And when you look at 6G, you get further into this whole connected intelligence. And what are they saying? 6G is the next generation advanced mobile communications system, but it will go far beyond communications. 6G will serve as a distributed neural network that provides communication links to fuse the physical, cyber, and biological worlds, truly ushering in an era which everything will be sensed, connected, and intelligent. This, in turn, will lay a solid foundation for intelligence of everything in the future.
Radio communication turned its first page when Marconi transmitted the first radio signal across the Atlantic. With the endless frontiers of wireless, spanning 5G, we start wondering what 6G would be like. 6G will serve as a distributed neural network for future intelligence of everything. Network sensing and native AI will become two new usage scenarios to fuse the physical, biological, and cyber worlds, leading to an era of connected intelligence. 6G will provide universal high-performance wireless connections with speed comparable to optical fibers. Terabits per second peak data rates, up to 100 gigabits per second user experience rate, and sub-millisecond level transmission latency will enable truly immersive human-centric experience. Further integrating terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks, we can see, touch, smell, and play with family and friends from thousands of miles away. Even in the sky, or in outer space. 6G will accelerate full-scale digital transformation of vertical industries. In future automated and flexible manufacturing, precise localization and deterministic communication will be provided to support real-time interaction between collaborative robots. Every thinking of network architecture is also considered necessary to enable massive machine learning and knowledge sharing among robots. 6G will continue the journey of connected everything initiated in 5G, but with larger variety of devices, new human-machine interfaces, higher density of connections, and native trustworthiness. 6G will integrate sensing with communication in a single system. Radio waves can be exploited to see the physical world and make digital twins in the cyber world. Such capability offers autonomous driving vehicles ultra-high resolution and accuracy in all weather conditions. What's more, high precision localization and gesture recognition will truly free our hands and make art creation anywhere, anytime. 6G will boast its native AI capability. Deep edge architecture enables massive machine learning in a distributed and collaborated manner. Robots can thus harmoniously work and play with humans. Meanwhile, end-to-end machine learning will also be leveraged for customized optimization and network automation. 6G is the next horizon of innovations. The ambition of our 6G vision is to make our planet intelligently connected, sustainably developed, better protected, and full of vitality in all walks of life. 6G, the next horizon, from connected people and things to connected intelligence.
Now, in order to do all of that, they need to first get these components into you. And even Klaus Schwab in the World Economic Forum, I mean, they've said the fourth industrial revolution, it isn't just about changing the economics and changing the way we live, it's about changing ourselves.
You now say that you want to talk about in this year's conference in January, mastering the fourth industrial revolution.
When we look at the world today, we see governments and even business very much engaged in mastering the crisis of today, very much absorbed by crisis management.
Right.
But if you look into the future, there's so much going on in technology.
Yeah.
It's a real revolution, and our life, the pattern of governing societies will be so much affected with what's going on in research, in innovation. And we are not sufficiently prepared for it. Just look at the discussion on big data.
Yeah.
It shows how difficult it is to find the necessary rules, to find the necessary norms.
And look at things like artificial intelligence.
Exactly.
And robots, look at things like gene editing.
Exactly.
You know, opening a whole new horizon for medical science.
And you see, the difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take genetic editing,
right.
Just as an example, it's you who are changed.
Yeah.
And of course, this has a big impact on your identity.
Yeah. And offers certain kinds of possibilities that have to be careful about. You know, when you began to do that kind of gene editing, some people worry that you are changing what it means to be human.
That's the problem. And of course, the new industrial revolution offers us many opportunities, but it raises manifold questions on the ethical, but even legal implications. And we have to be prepared for it. And that's what we want to do in Davos next year.
So they tell you that they want to hook it all up. They want everything intelligent. They want everything connected to the hive. They want everything controlled. When you get back to what I was saying before about dreads and what was just seen in that little video clip, and you can go and look all this stuff up for yourself. Once you're hooked up to this, they can control your minds. They can control everything. They can control your thoughts. They can control whether you're happy, whether you're sad, whether you feel like you should go out and support the government today. They can control just about everything you want to do, folks. And that's what it's all about. Now, there's also an interesting thing as well. You think about magnetics and electronics. How do you mess up a computer? How do you mess up a cell phone? Any of these things. Magnets, strong magnets. How's this tying in with people all being magnetic through all this? Are they going to work out something where people's cell phones are going to start malfunctioning because of the magnetism that the people are emitting, which will make them more interested in this metaverse? And what you just saw in that 6G clip, I mean, that's the metaverse. That's exactly like what they were saying in that movie Ready Player One, where you could go into this reality and you could be anything you wanted to be in any reality you wanted to be in.
We could go somewhere without going anywhere at all. You don't need a destination when you're running on an omnidirectional treadmill with quadraphonic pressure-sensitive underlay. James Halliday saw the future, and then he built it. He gave us a place to go, a place called the Oasis. This is the Oasis. It's a place where the limits of reality are your own imagination. You can do anything. Go anywhere. Like the Vacation Planet. Surf a 50-foot monster wave in Hawaii. You can ski down the pyramids. You can climb Mount Everest with Batman. Check out this place. It's a casino the size of a planet. You can lose your money there. You can get married. You can get divorced. You can go in there. People come to the Oasis for all the things they can do, but they stay because of all the things they can be. Tall, beautiful, scary, a different sex, a different species, live action, cartoon. It's all your call. Yeah, that's me. Well, that's my avatar. At least until I feel like changing.
That's the sort of stuff that they're heading to with this, folks, which is what all this stuff is about, what all these movies are about. Just making it look attractive to you so they can lead you into that, which is probably what it will look like to begin with. But what's it going to be like when you're stuck in there? There's some really interesting things going on as well. You know, these black-eyed babies. There's another video that I saw of a baby less than a day old that's holding its head up.
How you holding your head up on your own, boy? What in the world?
Looking around too.
Bro just came out the womb. I already know how to live. I already know how to move his head. How old are you?
Not even a full 24 hours yet.
Who are you? This man here.
And again, those black eyes. Very strange stuff, folks. I really wonder, and I've said it before, I mean, this is rampant speculation, but I've said it before, you know, the whole story of the grey aliens, what these things really are. Is that what they are turning people into? Is that what androids, is that what humans fused with graphene look like? And are they connected to this hive mind? I think there's something to this. I really do. You know, I think, you know, when I've said we're living in a people farm, which I've said so many times, we're living in a people farm. What will it be like? You know, what are they doing with the flock? Are they growing them to convert them into these drone workers, just to trap their souls into the hive? Because a lot of this is a soul test and it's a soul harvest. The interesting thing is, like I've been pointing out before and other people have pointed out, they're even injecting people with COVID vaccine before they're euthanizing them. People are literally going in to take a lethal injection to say goodbye to this world because they've had enough. And they've got to inject them with a COVID vaccine before they do it. Why? What's it all about? I'm going to share something with you at the end, which is very unusual for me. It's a very unusual sort of a thing for me to be sharing, but I want to share it with you anyway, because I think there's a different way of looking at this. But you've got to have a pretty open mind to check this out. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot more going on than people would ever imagine, folks. And it isn't just about culling the population. I mean, sure, they're culling a lot of people and killing a lot of people. Kids having heart attacks now, myocarditis. How many people, had you ever heard of myocarditis before 2020? It's a very rare disease. You never hear of this. And now there's like thousands of people down with this rare disease, myocarditis, pericarditis. I've never heard of these things. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I don't go out researching diseases. I've never known anybody who's had any of these diseases. And suddenly there's so many people with these conditions. People just falling over randomly. Tennis stars collapsing, sports stars collapsing.
Yeah, I know. Hey. Oh my god, oh my god.
Whoa,
Can we please get a medic?
Guys,
Can we please get a medic?
Guys.
Oh my god.
Guys.
He's just...
TV announcers collapsing. I mean, it's happening all over the place. And they're all being diagnosed with this incredibly rare condition. So that should say something to people. But I really believe they want to lock us into this whole mainframe system. And they're not giving people a choice. It isn't going to be a matter of you having a credit card or signing up with a certain bank or anything like that. Sorry, folks, bit of COVID. It's not going to be about anything like that. It's just all you're going to have to do is have this injection, and they're going to hook you up to the grid without you knowing it. And because people, I mean, this injection is destroying people's immune systems completely. So now they're going to be completely dependent upon a new jab every time they have a detox, because their body is simply producing this alleged spike protein now. And I'm still getting reports of people getting sick around others who've had the jab. So perhaps there's something to this shedding thing. There's one report of a woman who became irregular after being around jabbed people at work, and she said she's regular as clockwork, and now she's irregular. So that's very strange. A lot of people getting sick on the Gold Coast as well. I mean, there's been a lot of spraying apparently on the Gold Coast in Queensland, Australia. It was raining for a couple of weeks, and then they were spraying above the clouds. And then even like a lot of friends of mine have contacted me and said, yeah, I've gotten sick. I've had a sore throat. I've had bad back pains. Just stuff. They're all, and everything's COVID now. You can literally go online and you can look up knee pain, COVID, and you'll get a result. Back pain, COVID, you'll get a result. Headache, COVID, you'll get a result. Anything that goes wrong with the body at all now is now a symptom of COVID, symptom of Omicron or I hate you or whichever variant they want to put out. Like I said, folks, I wouldn't be surprised if the next variant is the fuck off and die variant, FOAD variant. You just see where they go. I mean, yeah. Crazy stuff. But they want to get you into this mainframe, get you locked into this digital system and track and trace everything you do. Then they'll pretend to save you by bringing in their quantum financial system as well. And the quantum financial system is an absolute trap, folks. The quantum financial system is a digital financial system. It's a financial system whereby everything is open, transparent, tracked and traced. It's the perfect system for the contact tracing and the vaccine passport and everything else they're doing. So those of you who've been sucked into this quantum financial system, like it's going to be some be all and end all, like there's white hats in there that are working towards saving us, No, it's going to come down to us. This is a soul test. And how far are they going to push it? Well, they're going to push it as far as we let them push it. They've certainly taken the country back in Kazakhstan. They're literally just killing security guards in the street now, like literally killing them. Pretty brutal stuff. Just sneak up behind a bunch of them and take the back one out and then just move up. The crowd just moves up and takes a whole lot out. That's what I imagine is happening, folks. And they weren't exactly being friendly. They weren't taking any prisoners there. So, I mean, is that what's needed in the rest of the world? You know, I'm not one for violence, but how much violence can you take being perpetrated against you, which is what our governments are doing? And violence at the most extreme level. The violence against children, the violence against everything is very, I mean, look at this. This is violence. Look at this. Look at the sky today, folks. This is Acapulco. It's always beautiful here this time of the year. Look at this haze. Now, what they're doing, and people in Acapulco are getting sick as well from something, and you got people lining up to get their COVID tests in Acapulco. It's crazy. So it's just happening everywhere. People lining up like this in Canada, lining up in England, lining up in Australia. I don't know what's going on in the United States, but they're certainly doing it in other countries. They're just managing to push this scam on people. But I think that's about all I wanted to say, folks. And I'll try to keep it short. I'll try to leave it here. I do want to show you this clip at the end. And this goes for about 15 minutes. And I'm going to play the whole thing. And like I said, this is a very, very unusual thing for me to play, but I think there's another way of looking at things. I mean, I'm not a Christian. This is a very Christian clip that I want to play you, but I want you to watch it with an open mind and an open heart. And if you're not a Christian, I'm not a Christian. I think Christ was a great guy, and I prefer to follow his path and walk and do the type of things he did, perhaps not perform the miracles, but, follow that path. I prefer to do that than follow the path of the church. I don't respect the church at all. I just don't. I think church and religion is designed to keep you away from God. And the only real parts of the Bible that I find truly informative are the words of Christ. That's just my perspective. I don't care what you think about that. It's just my perspective, and that's what it is, and I'm entitled to it. But when you think about it, even if this is a holographic creation, even if we're living in a simulation, there had to be an author. It's like in that recent film that came out. What's it called? It's called Free Guy, which was about artificial intelligence living in a simulation, and they became self-aware. And of course, there was an author of that world.
Ashkan, you there?
Yep.
Okay, so he's going to go into another thing about that and then show that thing. I'll put the link, so if anybody wants to watch that, they can. But I realized that the two corporations was on a separate couple-minute video, so I'll just play that real quick, and you can see what I was talking about with that.
Sense. Recently, like maybe a year, maybe 2 years ago, I talked about a company called BlackRock and Vanguard, two companies, BlackRock and Vanguard, who basically own the whole world. They own everything. They own all the businesses. They own both sides of all companies. You know, they own Pepsi and they own Coca-Cola. You know what I mean? They own Nestle's and they own Cadbury's. It's the same people in competition with themselves. They own all the airline companies who work in competition with each other, price gouging and whatever, you know. So, you know, they own all the airline companies. They own all the companies who manufacture the airlines. They own all the steel companies who produce the metal they use to manufacture the airlines. They even own the mining companies that dig up the mineral to make it into the steel to manufacture the airlines. And now they're in the process of buying up private real estate, basically turning the entire world into private rentals. They don't want any private ownership in Western countries. You know, when builders are going in and creating new suburbs in certain countries in the United States, and I'm sure in other countries as well, you've got companies like Vanguard go in there and they buy up the entire real estate section, the entire new estate. And they give the people, like, you know, 1.5 times what they're asking for the home, so that people have got no problem selling it to them. So then they turn them all into permanent rentals. And you find Vanguard is basically an investment company with shareholders, but what Vanguard mainly invests in is BlackRock. And the main shareholder of Vanguard is also BlackRock. So they kind of invest in each other. And BlackRock and Vanguard basically own the entire world and all the governments and probably the banks as well. I mean, it's probably owned by the bankers. We don't really know who the main shareholders are, of course. But when you look at how this is all going, BlackRock is now the leader in, they've got a neurotech section, and now they are the leader in computer and brain interfaces. What a surprise. BlackRock. And BlackRock, according to BlackRock, it's better, you know, because it's business. I mean, this is all corporate. This whole thing is a business. The world is basically one big holding company run by BlackRock and Vanguard. And according to them, the best form of government for business is a totalitarian government.
Markets don't like uncertainty. Markets like actually totalitarian governments where you have a understanding of what's out there. And obviously the whole dimension is changing now with, as you said, a democratization of countries. And democracies are very messy, as we know in the United States. You have opinions changing back and forth.
Because, of course, as you said, we don't want opinions changing all the time. Opinions keep going back and forth. No, we want to put this system in place and just have it flow the way we want it to flow because it's good for business.
So that's about it. Those two companies, and they're under the wing thumb of the United Nations, who is also under the wing thumb of several corporate shareholder holding companies who are layered under other ones that once you get to that point in research, you'll start to see that the who is totally disclosed. So many layers disclosing it, you'll never in your lifetime figure out who that is or what that is and why that is. All by design, of course. But that's a pretty good overall summary of the gist of how things really work and where things are headed. Not in the distant future, but that stuff is happening now as we speak.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you just see technology changing all the time, and it's been put out there like this shit has been happening, but people just don't want to believe it. And then when it comes, it's like they're either right fascinated with it or they're dead set against it, and they're saying, well, how did this happen?
Right.
And, you know, they never stood up when, you know, the time needed. So
Yeah, definitely. We're running past the wire with the standing up part for
Oh,
sure. And, that's why I was saying earlier, when I was mentioning that those who have taken the Jabberoo, I don't trust, because it could very well be that those people are already living in that simulation that was it was just showing kind of on that video there. So, again, I don't know if that's the same person anymore, even with the test, because the test is shown to have traces of that graphene oxide on it and whatnot. And I know that the earlier ones were designed to go right up to the nasal passageway and pierce that little soft tissue there that protects the brain and insert a bit of that crap up there, So, yeah, I mean, who's who anymore, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Wild stuff. But with all that going on, I mean, nothing has really changed. Everything is still like, nature is still nature, and seasons still come and go, and water's still falling from the sky for now.
Yeah, for now.
For now, right? And we don't know what they might do to how far they can actually. We know they certainly can affect the weather. That's for sure. But either way, I'm still alive, and nothing is too late as long as you're still breathing. That's the way I see it. So it's still worth doing everything and pursuing and seeing what we can do about these things. And if we can throw even a small, in my opinion, and it's totally just an opinion, but if we can even throw just a small enough monkey wrench into the system where their goal of whatever it is, a combination of eugenic depopulation control and cybergenic robotoidization of some of the human civilization or whatnot, they say they want to bring it down to 500 million left. I don't know if they mean like 500 million pure bloods, or is in that 500 million, is it 500 million robotoids, or what their thing is. But if we can even affect enough change for 1 or 2% of the current population, which is some 8 billion or whatnot, 7.5 billion, that's like 750 million people. That's a far cry from their goal, and I think that might be enough of a monkey wrench to whatever their true agenda is for a reason for doing this. If it's not just AI itself doing it, and it's not even something that has a rhyme or reason to it other than just a code, which is a freaky thought to have, but it very well could be just a code running its course. But that could be enough of a monkey wrench to actually thwart that agenda and maybe not stop it, but at least not make it succeed to whatever it is it's trying to do.
So if people in say Canada, their jobs are gone, how do they pay taxes?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
So
how are
then
they a puppet anymore? Right.
Yeah, but not only that, but now because there's no taxes being paid, that means that, oh, guess what? There's no money for politicians.
Right. That's I'm excited about that part. How our tyrants don't work for free, or mercenaries don't work for free.
Exactly.
Right. So yeah, what's going to happen when or either one of two scenarios with that? One is there's no money coming in to pay them, which we also know they can just put it in digits in a computer and pay them anyway. But that being said, with hyperinflation totally inevitable and on the brink, even if they do that, if $2 million is not even worth a loaf of bread, then you're in the same predicament. They're pretty much just doing it for free anyway. They're not going to sit there and work to get $3 million a day when you can only buy half a loaf of bread that 2,000 people are fighting to get in the store over.
Exactly.
Right? So this is, I don't know what their plan is for that part. I'm very intrigued to see.
I don't know what it is about this province here, particularly that I live in, but for some reason they do the stupidest fucking things here, and it's ridiculously fucking expensive. A lot of people just don't understand that. But just even basic shit, like we have out of all the provinces, not territories, but the provinces, we have the highest dairy prices in Canada. You know, we have some of the highest food prices in Canada here. Fucking food's made here. You know, it's cheaper for me to go buy Majesta or Royale toilet paper in Ontario than it is for me to buy it right here in St. John. And literally, I can look out my door and I can see the stacks where it's actually made, the plant that Royale and Majesta toilet paper and paper towel are made.
Right.
That's how close I live to it. But yet it's more expensive here than it is in Ontario.
Yeah. This is how you know
for
that
the
there's
exact same package.
right.
So
Yeah, this is how you know that there's definitely something else going on and other interests going on, because if it was just about what makes good business sense and what makes good profit sense, well, there's a whole bunch of hypocrisy going on right now that doesn't make any good business sense at all, including killing your customer base and making them incapacitated where they can't even buy your corporate products anymore.
yeah, like
Right.
we got three huge food manufacturers. Well, four or five huge food manufacturers here in the East Coast. So we have McCain Foods, which is also Maple Leaf Foods. They're brothers that own different companies. So you have those two companies right there. And then you have Cavendish, right from PEI. Then you have Larson's Meat Factory. And then you have Chris Brothers Meats, which is part of Bonte Foods, which is a huge group that sells Chris Brothers meats all across Canada and the US. And they're right here. But yet, like I said, to buy those exact same products, same packaging, everything, to buy them here, it's more expensive than to buy them in, say, like Quebec or Ontario.
Right.
And it just makes no sense to me whatsoever. The shipping is down. Like, they don't have to take it fucking 1,200 fucking kilometers, 1,500 kilometers. They got to take it 50, you know?
Yeah.
But it just makes no sense how shit is done here. Property taxes are like, I know back in 2009, my property taxes on my house on King Street in Moncton, with, you know, I didn't have very much front footage, and a lot of people don't realize that's one of the things, how they get you on your property taxes is how much frontage you have. I didn't have much, so my property taxes were still over $2,300 a year.
Right.
For what? To have the right to be there. Is all it is.
So that somebody wouldn't come and take your house. That's all.
No, take the land from underneath my house. I own the house.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, I can pick the house up and take it, but I can't stay there if I don't pay my property taxes.
Yeah, right.
And then I got to pay my water and sewer on top of that.
Right.
You know,
Actually, it's the dwelling too, is it not? Because they charge for each improvement on a property.
Yeah, and it goes by the square footage of your house, and
right?
Yeah, how big your property is, where your
That's
property is.
Property tax is a pimp fee. That's what that is.
My taxes actually went up almost $120 a year from one year to the next because they put a fire hall 1 block away from my house.
Right.
They opened up a new fire hall. They moved it from one end of downtown to where I lived.
Right.
And my property taxes went up because I live so close to the fire hall.
Right.
So, and stupid shit. They wanted me to put a fence up because I had a 4-foot deep pool, above ground pool that was 18 feet circular, right? They wanted me to put up. I had to put up a 6-foot high fence because the pool was 4 feet and it had to be 2 feet above the pool.
Right.
And it had to be so far away from the pool, and it had to be all enclosed, like a complete 6-foot fence around it with a locking gate and that, just to have a pool. I got the pool for free. I sold the pool for $120 because I wasn't paying. It would have cost me something like almost $3,500 or $4,000 to put up a fence, and because it's $4,000, it would have cost me another $400 to give the city to get a permit to put up that said fence that
Right.
they're forcing me to put up if I want to have that pool.
Right.
So
yeah, it's the ludicrous of it. The idea of being forced to have a service and paying for it, whether you like it or not. I mean, that is just what's your first clue to give your head a shake, people. But at the same token, they're only servicing the contract that people have agreed to operate under. Once again, when you're operating in a zone that is registered as a union state or a corporate state, where that those dwellings in there are sub-licensed. The property is sub-licensed once again, and so they're just doing what they're required to do, and getting paid to do exactly that, which is force people to take those services and take their money. You better believe it that under those contracts, they have absolutely as ludicrous as it seems, every single honorable right to do what they're doing because it's under contract. That being said, nobody's ever forced to operate that way. I have property in several places that are not under contract like that I hold. I hold them outright. I've also occupied land, as I've talked about many times before, without any connection to this fictional thing called ownership, and did just fine. By myself with a partner, even that's even without my protection guards of groups. Go ahead. You're gonna say.
No, the problem with a lot of trying to live off the grid and shit like that, in certain provinces, per se, like in certain areas, if you live in a rural area and there's a water and sewer line that goes through that rural area, it doesn't matter if you're on a well or not, you got to hook up to the sewer line and water line. You're forced to go on the grid, and you cannot have a piece of property that's completely 100% off the grid and live in it year round, at least in Atlantic Canada.
Again, if you want to, depends how you're operating. If you're operating again under that license thing,
well,
then yes.
here in New Brunswick, all anything that's not within town limits is either farmland, which is owned by private people,
Mhm.
or it's all fenced off because it's for forestry
Right.
and it's protected and it's managed by Irving Oil. So
Yeah.
it's all, so you can't even get on the land.
Well, that's where you go, and this is where it gets to the point where people are overstepping their bounds to what's in line with nature. Anybody who claims to have occupational ownership over a mass territory or mass land, that's an act of war, doing such a thing, right? You're saying, like, if you did that or if I did that, I say, okay, I got this mass land, and nobody can come on this land except me because I said so. Well, that's just because I said so. It doesn't mean it's actually the case in reality in nature, right? So
So the way they did it was, as you come in to New Brunswick and you go in through outside of these towns, and all you see is forest and that. As you're driving along these highways,
yeah,
you will see fences put up. Now, what they
right.
did is they put them up in conjunction with the Department of Transportation to
Uh-huh.
keep the moose and the bear and stuff like that off the highways.
Right.
But there's also signs on there saying that there's no trespassing past those signs because it's managed by Irving. Now, and then there's also, but it's under, there's a certain code. One of these days, I got to go get a picture of it. There's an actual statute now stating that you can't go in there, but under penalty. But then there's also another spot, just as you go just south of Fredericton, for a whole 20 or 30 kilometer radius. If you go on, it even says you could be shot because there's a place there called CFP Gagetown.
Mhm.
It says Canadian Forces Base. A lot of
Right.
Army training. They have a lot of live action shooting and that, and it goes for like 20, 30 kilometers along the highway and that. And like you go in there, if you don't get shot, you will go to jail.
Yeah. Yeah, so it comes down
Because
to
you're on the military.
on the military base. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, that's where it comes down to again, is how far individuals, individually or as groups or whatnot, are willing to go to, to not say that's acceptable, right? And say that, because these people are just making a claim, is all it is. And so I can make the same claim. I can say, right?
No, well, Irving they're not making a claim or anything. What they did is they signed a contract with the provincial government to do all the forestry there, but they they look after the parks and everything too.
Yeah.
So
It's still a
this way
claim. If they're gonna claim territorial occupation where we get to decide who can come in or who can't, that's a claim of authority or ownership over that. In other words, it's no longer, we're not saying this is public access anymore. We're saying we own it. This is private. We dictate, we decide what's going on here. Right?
Yeah, and yet it should be like if there was a government agency on private land that it's open to the public. It's public land and it's managed by the by private sector,
Right.
and now it's
Which in reality is what it is, because just try and convince a fox that they can't go on that land over there because what was that company you said, the oil company?
Irving Oil.
Irving, yeah. Try and tell a fox who's wandering free on there, hey, this is owned by Irving Oil. It's not owned by anybody.
Hey, Sci-Fi. How are you, brother?
So it just comes down to that, and what distance are individuals and people and groups willing to go to say, no, you don't own that. I have the same ability to access this land and occupy it as you do at this point, and because I'm alive and you're alive, and so if you want to hinder my ability to do so, well, we've got a war on our hands. This is what it comes down to: compete or cooperate.
Yeah.
And people in the corporate way of life are trained not to think like this at all. They're trained to just be a good, obedient. Don't even think about challenging these big, huge walls. So you go to a Walmart and it's like this giant building, and you get this idea in this head, like this big monster. You're up against it or something. It's like that's just a fiction in the mind. In reality, it's just people. Just people and people and people, and some people have one idea, and other people have another idea, and so it all comes down to whether or not people are going to operate in cooperation and peace, or they're going to compete and go the distance. To what end are they going to compete? All the way to killing each other in war, which is what's happening all over the place too, right?
I think one of the biggest problems that ever happened recently, anyways, in this whole retail thing in the last 30 or so years is actually allowing big box stores like Walmart to even exist in Canada. I remember back in the 80s when they were actually protesting, trying to keep Walmart out of Canada. They were trying to keep the big box stores out because it was ruining the malls and all the smaller shops and that. Yeah. And what happened? They allowed them to come in. They built all these big box stores. Now all you see are these, the malls are going dead. They got all these multi-million-dollar, $100 million malls and that are now going dead, but they're building all these new retail outlets that are strip malls and box stores all over the place that,
it's a good thing.
Look at in California, there's a whole fucking mall that they're tearing down now.
Right.
I was just watching a live stream on it. Somebody going by there today. I think it was AZ Unfiltered showing us the mall. They're putting in a new rail line and that, and they're tearing down a mall and putting in housing.
Yeah. Happening all over the place. Quick shout out back to Sci-Fi Bry. How are you doing, man? It's a good thing because it's the cycle of economics, and it's a cycle of corporate empirism. Eventually, they have to collapse just by design, right? That's that pullback thing that happens because at such a point, as we're seeing right now, greed kind of overtakes itself, and when it gets to the point where you've taken all away from the people who can buy from you, they have nothing left to buy from you anymore. So that's really what happens.
But look at ever since these big box stores started coming to Canada, how many small businesses went out of business. Now you got to remember that they come in and they say, oh, this store's going to hire, it's going to employ 60 full-time people and 30 part-time people. So they're making
licensed
90
business.
Jobs.
Licensed business went out of business, right?
But anyway, but
that's important because that created opportunity for me.
Yes, but they got they're saying that they're creating 90 jobs is what I'm saying. But that one business is saying that it's creating 90 jobs, but it's not counting how many fucking small businesses just went out of business because of that one box store that probably put out 250 people that have fucking work now because they can't afford to keep opening the doors all the time because they can't afford to compete with these big box stores and it put all these mom and pop shops out of business.
Well, yeah,
that's
of course
they
yeah, for sure. Of course they lie because in the corporate model, it's not rewarding to tell the truth. It penalizes you to tell the truth.
Well, we see it all the time, every day on fucking YouTube here.
Yeah, So that's the thing, right? By design, people will lie if there's good enough reason. I have a quote about this, and money is always a good enough reason for people to lie, as we see time and time and time again. But so be it in the sense that it happens. It doesn't. In the end, people don't. They think they're getting away with this, but you're not getting away with anything. You're not. Maybe at a certain time when this is going on, things look great. The Haven period where everybody's making a bunch of money and cocaine on the desk almost looks like it's for free and blah, blah, blah. And everybody's in this hoopla party until the pullback happens. Exactly. And that's what we're at. And that's the cycle in the corporate world. And that's by design in nature, so that the balance stays tipped to the way that it is. And this is why I said earlier that the reason why it's a good thing is because this continually gives an opportunity for people to learn from that and also open up the doors, which is what's happening right now, for a separate look at the situation, whereas before people might not have been so open to do that because it was much more easier to just be complacent. Right.
Yeah. But and then again, when you come back to when you get hired into these box stores, you're hired on like a contract basis, and you're hired at minimum wage. And if they don't think that you're supporting their company the best way that you can, and that what they do is they just get rid of you and they hire new young kids. There's new kids that are coming into these. It doesn't take a college education to run a cash register. We've proven that by look at McDonald's, one of the biggest businesses in the world, and it's run by teenagers.
IQ no more afford to get a tyrant job.
So exactly, you need a GED to become a cop,
right?
So you need more training to be a fucking cosmetologist than you do to be a fucking cop. You get these fucking clowns that know nothing about politics. And then they think that, oh, well, because my family was in it, or because of this, or because I got lots of money and I've been supporting this, we get idiots like in the States, we get idiots like fucking Donald Trump as president, a TV reality star. What's his name there? Ronald Reagan, a movie star. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know what kind of star you call him. But and then Jesse Ventura, a fucking wrestler. And then you got guys like Jerry Springer that used to be the fucking mayor. You got these guys that are out there that are actually fucking politicians. And then people wonder why the fucking country's going to joke. No, we got a fucking prime minister that, his father might have been a prime minister in politics, but he was a fucking drama teacher.
Yeah.
And what's he know about politics, really? What's he know about running a country? He knows how to put drama out there, and that's what he's done here. He brought his class to the country, is all he did, and he's the drama teacher. And now, basically, he's the big drama queen, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, again, though, that's that's all by design for distractionary purposes, and the main objective, of course, for the minions running their show are profit motive. Nothing to do with and this is the thing is when you say that the puppetry that's in there are really stupid and they don't know what they're really doing or whatnot. Actually, they really do know what they're doing, and they're doing it well. The people who don't have a fucking clue are the people. The people are the stupid fucking morons who are sitting there believing the puppet show and thinking that there's any actual legitimacy to any of this. And sitting there complaining because they voted somebody who's not like representing them properly, and it's oh my god, Okay, fair enough, they're not, but how many times do you have to see, you know, I've been alive for 45 years now. I've seen, I don't know what, 10 elections or whatnot. And how many times do you have to see the same story play over and over again where you realize it's just not what you think, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. But such is it, and by design, you know, it's getting easier and easier for them to do that because they're getting better and better at indoctrinating people through the institutions of school and whatnot. So they're having no problems, you know, getting the people to puppeteer themselves and be the demise of the people who want to perpetrate whatever agenda it is that is being perpetrated against us. They're succeeding at that narrative agenda almost flawlessly. Like it's ridiculous how well it's going. It's awe-striking to me how well it's actually manufactured. You got the illusions of nation states down to the T, even right down to language variables with accents and stuff. All this is fucking by design. You know, people have written the textbooks to make this happen, to have the illusion of like pride nations, that people would look at each other and think of differences instead of cooperation, and fight and compete and go to war over each other and think that there's a legit reason because we got to defend our territory and all this kind of bullshit. You know, they've really done an excellent job perpetrating this. They really have. It's the people who've been really stupid and you know, not well, I shouldn't say all the people. There certainly is a lot of people that I've met who have walked away from that and done a different lifestyle completely. But there certainly still is probably the 7.5 billion people that they talk about are 7.5 billion registered people. There's probably a whole slew of like maybe a couple billion or more that aren't registered and in the corporate lifestyle, but 7.5 billion corporate registered citizens that are completely indoctrinated worldwide and living out this dictatorial how did Max Egan put it? What's that word when I forget what it's called. Basically, when they want to just have everybody under the one rulership, not one world order, but
compliant.
No, there's a label for it, if you will. I'm drawing a blank on it at the moment, and it'll probably come to me. But anyway, this agenda, we'll just call it that. This ruling agenda, where everybody's just complacent and whatnot. They've done an excellent job at it.
Yeah, like the other guy said there in the video, and that to check around. And there's a lot of stuff out there. I've been trying to get people to. There's videos right here on YouTube, and you can go search them. But there's a senator, Senator Mitchell. I forget what state he's from. Or if he's Democrat or Republican, I'm not sure. But he brought the facts from the CDC and VAERS, which is the head organization for all of this bullshit that's going around right now in the States. And he brought statistics and showed them what was going on and the what was happening with the fucking Kool-Aid and shit like that, adverse effects and shit like that. And that I encourage everybody to go check it out. If you can't find the video of Senator Mitchell saying that, search up Senator Rand Paul. He's been doing the same thing. Or just go to the CDC website yourself and check it out. The information is there. but the mainstream media will not put it out there because then it would wake too many people up. But that information is there for everybody to see, but nobody goes and looks at it.
Yeah, well, of course, because people are too asleep. Same thing
And
with Agenda 2130, and there's a 52 I heard now. I haven't read that. That's been out forever.
But if people actually went and did their research, like I've been telling people to, I don't tell people, I don't give medical advice. I don't tell people whether to get it or not. I tell people that I won't and I can't get it. But if you want to, that's your prerogative. You do
You
what
mean the
you
jab?
want. Yeah, but
Yeah.
do your research first is all I tell people. And I give them like this type of information. Check these places because these are what's, the governments and everything are going on and putting the fear factor out there and fear mongering, but yet they won't show the other side of it, what's really happening. So I encourage everybody to at least go look at it for yourselves. Don't believe a word I say. I'm an asshole, I know it, but at least go check it out. You know.
Oh yeah, well, anybody who tells the truth typically gets labeled an asshole. I got a lot of haters already. That's for sure.
Oh, well, yeah, I got a few already.
It just goes with the territory, right? But
In
mostly
the
the ones who are really deep in it
Yeah.
are the ones who financially stand to have something to lose. People who got like pharmaceutical shares and shit like that.
Like just in the last couple of days, I've pissed off a few people. So
I
much
remember you
so
saying that.
they even unsubscribed to me.
I remember you saying that. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, there's a couple of different reasons, but a couple of different people on different streams and everything. But I happened to piss off two people actually in one day.
telling the truth will. I don't know if that's what happened, but
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And trying to put my foot down, like everybody tells me to do. And when I put my foot down, I'm called a bully and a piece of shit. And some people are saying that you're making me cry, and I don't feel like coming over there anymore. And it's like, holy fuck. They tell me to grow a pair of balls and take over my show. And when I do, you fucking jump down my throat and you fucking give me guilt trips. So, like, what the fuck? So,
yeah,
you
you
know
can't
what?
win, Ashcan. And you can't win them all, and you can't impress anybody. So you just do you and relax and let people make their own decisions. That's the best. Then you will not get energy drained. You'll sustain yourself.
But and that's what I mean. Like, and that is kind of a point I'm trying to get at. Is like it's so easy for people to get triggered and butthurt.
Yeah.
And turn on you.
That
so
again is
easily.
because
And-
the way people have been trained to uncritically think and have conversations based on egotistical debate type things, and people are interested in being right instead of interested in meaningful discussions and factual truth.
I look at it this way: World War II wasn't won by just the U.S. alone. It took Allied forces. People came together as a group and stood up for what was right, and they stood up for their beliefs and everything. And yet now, because the planes aren't flying overhead and dropping bombs, we're still in a type of war, but people don't
Certainly.
realize it, and they're just sitting back and they're saying, well,
Certainly, yeah. War does not necessarily mean at all bombs and guns
right.
and this. Not at
And
all.
it's-
No, this.
And it's getting to the point that it may be too late for people to actually stand up as a collective now.
Actually, when you look at it, corporate lifestyle is in itself war. It is civil war. It's how to live and survive instead of thrive with nature. It's a way of surviving through stepping on each other.
Well, you got our government that's enacting war on its people by reducing what they can do, restricting their God-given rights, and throwing the Charter of Rights and Freedoms out the window. Not going by anything. They're throwing that out the window now, and people don't see that. And I find that it's just getting to the point where it may be too late as a collective to go against all of this now, because too many people have bent over through this whole thing. Never grabbed a pair of balls, never went to Walmart and fucking got them on sale, anything. Like nothing, no kind of fucking balls at all that I've seen in Canada.
It's too late for anybody who doesn't want to take responsibility for themselves. It was from the get-go.
No, but
and it will always be too late for that. It's not too late for anybody who wants to still learn the path of cooperative self-sufficiency and all that type of stuff. It's never too late for that, because nature caters to that. Everything is designed for that.
I don't mean completely, but I mean as a collective, as a whole. All these people that sat around and did nothing.
A corporate whole.
But hold on, just let me.
That's
finish.
what you mean, right?
No, I'm just saying everybody as a whole. All these people that bent over and took this jab already, and now they're seeing that all of this is bullshit. That none of it worked and everything, and now all of a sudden they're starting to realize that well, maybe we should have done something. Maybe we should have done something.
Oh, yeah.
So that collective whole that was sitting back doing nothing now is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I agree.
It's to the point where it's too late. Because it's already happened, right?
Yeah,
and it can't
for
be
sure.
reversed.
Yeah, for anybody who took that thing, God knows what the effects are. It's anybody's guess for each individual and whatnot. And like I say, I don't have much semblance of trust for individuals, anyways. But with that, I don't even look at somebody who took the jab as really most likely not even the original human being anymore. I don't know what they are after that, and. It has been, it seems like it anyways, hundreds of millions of people, if not billions of people already taking that. So, yeah, for them.
Look at what's happening here in New Brunswick. In December, they were talking about making it mandatory that even grocery stores, you would have to show a vaccine passport. Now, I went out and did a test on this and everything. I talked with a store owner of the superstore and that, and kind of got their story on it, and I put it out there. But when this happened, there was such a bad outcry of it, and the two major food retailers in Canada, which is the Loblaws Group and the Empire Group, which is Sobeys.
Right.
They refused to go by it and said that they wouldn't ask. So then there was this thing where the government changed it, where they said that now they're taking it off because it was optional, that they were writing it right out, and they were going to put a letter in, a paragraph in there stating that grocery stores could not do this because they're classified as an essential service, blah, 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 and that they could not do that. Well, the government then, a couple of weeks later, when they rewritten everything and handed it back out, they conveniently forgot to add that part where grocery stores cannot do it. So now it's open again down here. Now where grocery stores can actually ask you for a vaccine passport. And there are some that are doing it already.
Right.
So that's what I mean about so many people bending over, and where it's to the point where I think it's gotten to the point where for the mass majority of it, of the people in Canada, it's too late.
Oh yeah, not just Canada.
Well, yeah,
Probably
but
everywhere.
yeah, I mean, well, I'm just, no offense, but I'm more concerned just about Canada. But I know that what happens elsewhere in the world, Canada seems to follow. But you know, sometimes Canada needs to be a leader. We are a leader in some things, world renowned in some things, but you know, we seem to follow what the UK does and the US. So with the UK, I also mean Australia and anything that's under British rule, because it's all, no matter what, whether it's the UK or in Australia or that, or even Crown land like here in Canada, they all seem to be going fucking just retarded.
That's
And then
because
and then
they're
you
not.
got the
They're not.
states
Neither them and neither the minions in Canada either. Neither one of these minions peoples are actually making any decisions at all. They're just following the directives. That's all. It looks
and
like they are,
exactly.
because it looks like, you know, this whole. And if you watch it, it's a joke.
And
Watch
think
the
about
House of Commons.
Who wrote all these recommendations and everything to start with?
Which one's the
all for all this fucking unicorns and butterflies that are going around? Who wrote all the major recommendations that all the health officials are going by?
The WHO.
No.
Yes.
Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, that's the WHO.
No, he's not the WHO. A lot of
Oh
people
yes, he
think that
is. He's totally the WHO. Him and Bill Gates and 7 other.
He may be part of, he may do some work with the WHO or something like that, but his main goal is he works for the research company, and he's the head doctor. And whatever kind of oncologist type fucking asshole thing that he does with infectious diseases, he's the head of the states. So whenever he said that these recommendations need to go out because of this, and this, the whole world followed. Now, where did all this get funded and started from to begin with? That was proven on the Senate floor and everything. It started with him to begin with.
Again, they're
all
minions,
the money,
though, right?
all the money comes down to him.
Yeah.
It's been
Again,
proven.
Again, they are minions, so they're taking. But they're just doing their job.
But what I'm saying is, whatever Dr. Fauci said, the rest of the country, the rest of the world followed his recommendations and made them as mandates.
Yeah, that's the point,
But
right?
they were
is
only
that,
recommendations. But they made them as
well,
mandates.
call it what you will.
Yeah. No, but
Right?
when he first said them, they were recommendations, strong recommendations that should be considered. And because what they did is they took those 2 words, strong recommendation, and turned them into mandates.
Strong enough for almost the whole world to be on lockdown in a hurry, right?
But it all started with him.
Yeah.
The whole fucking thing to begin with, right from the beginning.
If
he wasn't funding that shit and all that, funding gain of function research and that, none of this would have happened to begin with.
Yeah. Again, no, this is really how things are always run. So with everything, and have been, you know, that's just a really good showcasing now. It's now you've got like the obviousness of it right out in front, and there's no hiding or denying it, how that actually works.
And that's why it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission.
Well, I don't ask for neither.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to the government and that, it's easier for them to ask for forgiveness than anything. They expect, like, when it, say for instance, you catch a government official doing something wrong, you see it outright, like a cop, for instance. He violates your rights, he arrests you, it's on film, everything, you got it 100% slam dunk case. What happens?
If anything, mostly a slap on the wrist, if you're lucky. You're talking about what happens to the tyrant, right?
Right. Now, you were, say, walking down the road and you stopped and you took a picture because you liked the building. And you get arrested by a crooked cop. What retributions do you have? You got to spend a lot of money. You got to take them to court and blah, blah, blah. And in the end, what's it come down to? They say, well, we didn't really know the law, or they come up with some kind of excuse for the officer and that. And then they say, oh, we're sorry and it won't happen again. Right? It's
if they even say that.
But that's what I mean by it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission or actually know anything.
Right.
So the permission part would be like to actually know the law that you're actually trying to enforce to begin with.
Right.
And if you don't,
worst case scenario, they get a desk job or fired and then hired at the next subdivision over. Right.
Well, they never get fired. Because if they get fired, then they lose their police certificate. There's a special certificate that they got to be qualified for to be a cop. So what they do is they give, when something like that happens, they go in and say, listen, the shit's going to hit the fan. There's two ways out of this. You can take your chances in court, or you can take the retirement or that, and you can leave here and you can go and move on and go to a different
jurisdiction. We'll hire you. Yep.
Right. So, and that's what happens. But yet, if I were to do what a cop did, or even say what a cop says, by the fact that I didn't understand the law, or I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to do that, so I shouldn't be held accountable. But yet a law enforcement officer says that, and they get away with it, and they're supposed to know the law. A citizen says it that doesn't know the law, and they're held fully accountable to the law. So, you know, this is what's been plaguing me and bugging the fuck out of me too. Is like, why? You know, we have a maximum penalty here in Canada when it comes to murder now. For every murder, you can get a consecutive life sentence now in Canada. There's been one person that got that since it came into effect, and that's been since 2015. We've had a few different trials with multiple murders. There was one out west right around the same time the Justin Burke one was going on. It was a family of 4 that the guy killed, and the guy got 25 to life. That was it.
Right.
Justin Burke shot 5 cops and killed 3 of them. He got charged with and convicted of first-degree murder on 3 cops and got 3 consecutive life sentences where he has to do a minimum of 75 years before parole because he killed cops. But yet the other guy that killed a family with kids, so, you know, the kids didn't even have a chance to grow up or anything, make anything of their life and that. And he snuffed them out, and he only gets a regular sentence. So these laws that are out there, as far as I'm concerned, are bullshit.
Well, yeah, of course.
The penalties
They're
are
just words on a
bullshit.
paper.
Yeah. Until government officials are held to the same standard or higher than civilians and start being held accountable for what they do. You know that if you make a complaint and take a court officer to court down here in New Brunswick, and then they find out that or the judge goes against you, that you got to pay the cops fucking legal fees because you took them to court.
Absolutely.
So, but yet when they do it to us, they don't have to pay our legal fees when they find out that we were wrongly arrested. But yet when it happens to them, we pay. But when, you know, and if it happens to us, we pay. We're constantly paying for their mistakes.
Well, that's
And
the
people
price of
don't
stupidity.
realize it.
That's you know, you pay for an education one way or another, and whether you learn or not is a separate thing.
Yeah,
That's just the
like-
way it goes, right? This is
and basic math when it comes to economics in your city should be a pretty good requirement if you want to have any kind of a budget. Now, the city of Moncton wants to go back to a normal police force, a city police force, and where they would
what do you mean? What are they now?
It's the Kodiak RCMP that are there now.
What? Oh, I see. Okay, so they want to
yeah,
go municipal, is what you're saying.
So yeah, so they want to go. There used to be a Moncton Police, and then in
Okay.
the early '90s they got rid of it. They brought in the Kodiak RCMP. Now they want to go back to city police because of the bad rep and everything that the Kodiak RCMP has given them. Now on just a budget value of this alone, you got over 250 cops that are working in that station. Now, remember, this is just first year police wages, just for your first year out of cadet school working for the RCMP. Yearly wage is $58,700 a year plus bonuses and overtime. A sergeant starts at $78,000 and works up every time, every year, and all these officers get yearly raises. It's an annual percentage that goes through the union and that. So you got to remember, you got cops that are making a minimum of 38,000 or 58,000, and the chief there, or they call him the staff superintendent, is making almost $180,000 a year.
Right.
They want to bring their regular police force in and bring it back down to about $36,000 or $38,000 a year for the first year's cops on the street, and not have any more than $120,000 for the chief. So that basically they want to cut their policing bill by almost a third.
Who's
They
going to keep the
pay-
leftover?
They pay $56 million a year for police services in the greater Moncton area right now. That comes out of the Moncton budget. That's their share of it, the $56 million. Then Riverview and Dieppe also kick in, not quite as much, but it's, and Shediac, because that's all part of the Kodiak RCMP.
Right.
And so you're looking at, now you times 250, call it 300 because of the Shediac and that too. So you call it 300 people at over, call it 60 on the average of 65,000 a year.
So you got a
that's-
couple of politicians who are looking at the budget going, we can shed a few million off here to line our pockets better. What else is new?
Right. And now they've been in talks with building a new police station because the old one is run down and everything.
Oh, yeah, and
want
if they-
this- They want to spend $57 million on building this new police station. They got the property, everything. They got the designs, everything. 57 million.
Why
But the
not?
problem is because of these talks about them wanting to get get rid of the RCMP in the city and bring in the make their own police force. If they build the building now, the building would be owned by the RCMP because the way the tax and that the amount of money that was coming funding and that it was for the RCMP through the RCMP fund and that. So they would have actually owned the building and the city police wouldn't have been able to do anything with it if they ever got rid of the Kodiak RCMP. So they're still in the old one until they figure out what they're going to do there, and they're delaying it and delaying it and delaying it, and it's costing the city hundreds of thousands of dollars a week.
When you say the city, you mean who?
The city of Moncton.
Yeah, who's that? Like, who's literally paying footing the bill? Who's the city?
Like the taxpayers of Moncton.
Bingo. That's why.
Yeah.
It makes good business sense, and so they should.
Like and Moncton is nothing really like it. For a few years, it was one of the fastest growing communities in North America. Businesses, everything were booming. But a lot of people don't realize is that Moncton is the second largest call center outside of India. In the literally in the world, Moncton is the second largest in the world when it comes to call centers. There's over 70 call centers in that small city of Moncton that do worldwide things. And so that's what Moncton has to offer if you want work. Call centers. They're allowing all these new box stores to be built again. They tore down within the last few years. They tore down 11 rooming houses in one area, gave no place for anybody to go. They have right now. Moncton has the largest homeless population that they've ever seen in that town's history, city's history, with over 170 people homeless, with only 70 beds available in shelters. So like there's people right now out there with this snow that happened, sleeping on the street somewheres. But the mayor didn't want to do anything about that. She tore down those whole homes. The property was sold to a development corporations. Now they're building these apartments that people can't afford to move into.
Right. As nasty as this is going to sound, why should the mayor do anything about that?
Why wouldn't the mayor want to do something about the people that are actually trying to support her, whether it's in a small way or a big way?
Because the mayor doesn't make money off that. The mayor makes money regardless and actually makes more money when there's problems.
But again, it comes down to the politics part of it. If she wants to stay mayor and she starts doing social stuff, listening to the people, what's going on, because no, but listen though, because of the shelter situation and the homeless situation, where one of the shelters are, that whole fucking neighborhood is crying to get that shelter out of there, because right at the end of the street on the same block is a child care center. And as these people are taking their kids to the child care center and that, all they see is needles and condoms and that all over the streets and everything. You got people camped out all over the streets and everything. And the mayor won't do anything for housing whatsoever.
Right. And this is what I'm saying. Okay, now I'm going to put the realistic part as to why that happens. There's no incentive for the mayor to do that. The politicians' main incentive is to get in there, get out of there, get their paycheck while they're in there, and get their severance and retirement package very quickly. Well, that's where the money and all the perks of the shares of the lobbyists that give them all the benefits along the way. That's where the money's at. They don't give a flying fuck. And why should they give a flying fuck about the stupid the stupid mind, right? And that's the way they look at it, is the stupid mind who wants to look to somebody else for their well-being, when it's nobody else's responsibility for your well-being but your own. So as nasty as that might sound from that semblance,
well,
I side with them.
And that's why I've been telling people for fucking decades that what's going on, that these politicians are nothing but legalized liars. I've been trying to explain this to people. People don't listen. You know, that's why at one point I tried to run for city council in Toronto. I've tried literally.
What position?
I went for a city council member.
Oh, just a member. Okay, I got
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
And
even to get to that, what firewalls were you up against?
Oh, well, I had to get 1,000 signatures. I had to raise so much money for a campaign.
Right.
And I had it all. But when I put in my paperwork, they do a criminal, and that's what fucked it. Apparently, you're not allowed to have a criminal background to become a politician. But yeah, every one of them are fucking so crooked.
Right.
So it was kind of an oxymoron for them to even say something. But
that's hilarious.
I've tried different ways. I've been trying to tell people for years that this ain't gonna happen. You know,
that's what they want. They want that attention, right? And that's
Yeah, but I go out and I meet these people. I talk with these politicians. I go out and I'll sit, listen to their speeches and that. Look at one of my videos that I just put up with that other politician for the Freedom rally here in St. John that I put up. It's finally now public, so anybody can watch it. But like, I will go and listen to what they got to say. And if I see someone that I know that I could get behind, then I will support them.
In politics still?
Yes, not now.
Not now. Okay, all right.
The last straw was when with Justin Trudeau.
Okay.
I
you had enough now. That was
my line was, he came in, he said that he wanted to legalize marijuana for recreational use. He wanted to do what was called a basic income for people that are on disability and pensions.
Right.
And he wanted to create more social housing here in Canada for people so that there's and to invest I think it was over an extra $100 million a year into the homeless initiative in Canada. And the way that a lot of that was going to get paid for was from the sale of marijuana.
Right. I remember you telling me this. Yeah.
So he finally legalized marijuana, and he got everybody stoned and said the fuck with everything else, and then started taking our rights away. Now he's in fucking in Parliament trying to get changes made to our free speech on the internet. If that goes through, there will be videos on my YouTube channel that'll be pulled, or I'll be getting house arrest for a year. So this is what's happened. People say, oh, it's just him. Don't worry about that. It's just one guy. It's not going to happen. And, and people keep doing that. And they keep turning a blind eye to that one person. But people don't realize that one person is happening all over. And if we start standing up for that one person, then maybe we might start having some kind of control. But if you're going to keep turning a blind eye on it, the shit's going to keep happening, and you're going to lose all your rights. And the new logo for this country will be CCPC, Communist Chinese Party of Canada. is what this is going to
Isn't it?
become.
It looked like that's the way it's been for about since I was 15 years old already. That's a much better representation of this club.
Yeah, but now you actually have a our fucking dickhead prime minister that's praising the Chinese and working with the Chinese government, like
When
literally
haven't they?
in our face, and says that he's not. Look at when you come back to this country, you're forced to stay at what they call a COVID hotel.
Yeah.
All the COVID hotels are run by the Radisson chain hotels.
Yeah.
Now the Radisson chain hotels were
Chinese
bought out
owned.
5 years ago by the Communist Chinese Party. So
Right.
how are you not supporting them? You hire those Chinese hotels, you give them money, and then you make the people, you force them to stay there, and they're forced to pay $2,500, $3,000 for 3 days, and then they make all that money, and all that money's going back to the Chinese Party. How can you not literally tell me that you're not funding and working with the Chinese Party when you're doing this exact thing?
Mhm.
It's impossible to say that you're not doing it. It's clear as day.
Yeah. You know, all that though that's going on is just all so unmindful, unimportant to life. And it's only a semblance of concern for those who still have some kind of whether it be mental or financial or whatnot, vested interest in these illusionary corporate fiction things, nation states and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I mean, I'm just like, I listen to this and I see people who are still kind of wrapped with their minds around it, and I'm just like, holy fuck, thank God I don't fucking have any attachment to that shit. And really, that's the message that I want to talk about. You know, because these things that are going on, they're not going to stop, and to try and want to even stop them is really a waste of energy and effort that could be much better put to use with divestment and disobedience. Doing these things that make it so that these corporate people can't vampire off of your energy, off the fruits of your labor, because you're not operating within their construct to be able to do so. And that's what they don't want people to start thinking about. They want you to start thinking about, they want you to sit there and watch the puppetry politics show and whether you figure out that they're lying or not or whatnot, they want your attention. They still want you to pay attention and give credibility to their little fictional game as if it is a reality when it's not. It's just a puppet show that they're playing and people are watching it. It's just like watching a soap opera and believing that this is real.
Oh,
it's not, you know.
Yeah.
It's just people playing a game, literally playing a Monopoly game and having fun. They're having a blast doing it because they're succeeding at their agenda that they want to do at the expense of the ignorant and naive people. They don't give a shit about that, and they're not going to give a shit about that. So for the rest of us, if you want to say include us in it, we have two choices. We can sit there and try and change that narrative to our own demise, or we can go our own way because we don't need them. We never did. They don't want us to think that we don't need them, but we don't need them.
Well, if you think about it, everything nowadays, right now, what's going on comes down to divide and conquer.
That's right. That's the
Because
competing.
and you see it every day.
Mhm.
Even right here on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
We see people going against other people. Now, don't get me wrong. Listen, if that's what people want to do, God bless them. Do it. I hope you get all the likes, views, clicks. I hope you get what you're looking for. I'm not here to diss that. What I'm saying is that if we just those channels out there alone that are spending all that time fighting amongst one another, if they actually got together and collected all those hours and spent it at once and went towards something that's actually going on,
100%,
and to make a difference, we would,
100%.
but the government.
How many times have you seen people come up on a panel
how many people do you see coming into chat and throwing in some bullshit stuff into chat to get the chat going and to
that's
get
what
the
I'm talking
panel
about.
going in that?
A lot of times they'll sit there.
And they're usually cops or government people or someone working for them.
Oh,
to
not even
start
just
that
that.
shit.
Just regular people that are patriotic, and they sit there and they throw patriot jabs at each other.
No, but it's like they want people to start fighting against each other so that
they do.
But let me finish. They want people to fight against each other so that we're not seeing exactly everything that's going on.
Yeah.
And it's the hidden agenda is what it is, and that's why I keep telling. I've been saying this for months and months now here on YouTube. If we stop fighting with each other and go after and grab a camera and go after these cocksuckers, things will start changing. But until that happens, until all this infighting and everything like that stops happening, and we all stand up for what we actually came here to begin with, and that was to fight for our rights, then we're not going to have anything. It's collapsing. There's nobody around that's got enough. There's not enough support around.
You see, there's still a little semblance there of this
Hey, how
idea
are
of
ya?
who do we got with us?
The Michigander.
The Michigander. Hello.
Hey, you guys!
Love that. What's going on, man?
Good morning. I'm getting too fucking stoned. I keep falling asleep, waking up at fucked up hours.
So there's now think real deeply here, Ashcan, with this one, if you will. There's a semblance there with this that is another kind of bait and switch thing. They want people to get distracted with trying to fight for their rights instead of disobeying, instead of focusing on self-determining and self-sufficiency. You see the difference there? And when they choose to do this fighting thing, they end up still being the problem instead of the solution.
Yeah.
That's also by design. That's another layer of indoctrinative distraction. And it's a tricky thing because it's like, well, how can I say that? Because shouldn't we be like standing up for, yes, you need to stand up for yourself, but you have to do it in the proper context and you have to do it with honor. And trying to stand as a citizen in a club that is tyrannical and designed to be tyrannical and designed to be in a cooperative, in a competitive life by the get-go, by the design, and to sit there and bitch about it is just being a complete big fat hypocrite, and it's going to get you nowhere. And that's part of the design. Okay. Now that being said, I'm not trying to, and I will not discredit all the people, all the activists that are going out and cop watching and blocking all these things. Don't get me wrong. I completely condone that, encourage it. I appreciate it. What I want to do is I want to help bring to light this little plot twist here so that people can realize how to be much more effective of doing what you were just saying a minute ago, Ashcan, working as a unit and affecting change, being the change that they want to see instead of sitting there and fighting amongst each other and being the actual problem themselves.
Yeah.
right? Because the problem isn't really these minion puppets that are getting paid to do that. That's not really the problem. They're just leading a hand out saying, here, if you want to fight amongst yourselves and believe the bullshit we're talking about, it's totally up to you. You can do that. Don't leave it up to us to tell you the truth. Are you fucking, you got rocks in your head if you think we're going to do that. But if you want to believe that, hey, keep paying us your little tax money and keep thinking that you can come back to us and thinking that we are the ones that have the divine righteousness to give you your fucking freedom and your privilege while we continue to suck the life out of you because you keep coming back to us for it.
Yeah, it's like standing, at the corner of fucking Hastings in Maine and throwing a big wad of money up in the air.
Right.
You
It's
know?
like, and protesting against Starbucks while you're sipping a Starbucks coffee in your hand, holding a sign.
Yeah.
Right. This is what people are doing. They're like, oh, you fucking corporations. And you're sitting there sipping on a Starbucks while you're doing it.
It's to the point now, and American Amy just posted a video that's primed to the issue too. You know, you had officers pull a lady over, and she had a hidden phone taped to her leg. They just, took it upon themselves to start cutting up her clothes, and then the cops spent, like an hour unwrapping what looked to be a kilo of like cocaine or heroin. And the cops spent forever cutting into this kilo. What is it? What is it? She's like, look, you don't have a right to do this, and they already cut her pants up, took it. She had a burner phone taped to her leg. And this cop goes through layers and layers and layers and layers of shit that look like a brick of, heroin. And in the center is a cell phone. And when the cop gets to the center and he realizes what he just did, he tells her, yeah, we're going to get your ticket and get you out of here. And they cut the video off. They literally cut the cam off. Your odds of beating them when they have they, like, for instance, they could pull you over. There could be nothing in your car. These guys are so sick in the head just to make sure to get rid of you and get you off the street. They throw something on the floor of your car and they arrest you. You know?
Trying to rationalize with a psychopath proves there's two.
Yeah.
What do you mean rationalize?
Yeah.
Trying to rationalize with a psychopath proves there's two. And it's the same thing. Trying to argue or fight with an idiot proves there's two.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
Oh, yeah, I get that. I mean, I don't know what the fuck happened, because when I was a kid, like the heroin junkies and the alcoholics and stuff, they were shunned down to the river and the hobo train tracks and stuff,
Well, when I was a kid, believe it or not, cops were respected.
Yep.
Now, mind you, I'm up there in age, but now, cops are wondering why they're getting shot at. It's all over the internet. You can research. You can go do FOIA requests, record requests. You can go to any police station, any major city, check out all this. But when you got cops getting away with murder, left, right, and center, getting away with violating people's rights all the time, and using the blue line privilege and using police unions to back you up and getting your job back and everything else like that, even though there's been lawsuits filed and won and everything, and until then they wonder why when kids are going by, when they see cops, the 8-year-old kids are giving the cops the fingers now, because that's what we told our kids to do because of what they see and what we've been going through in this generation.
Freedom of speech lives.
Exactly. And not only that, they say to treat others as you would have them treat you or whatever. But you treat me with disrespect, I'm going to treat you with disrespect. My whole life, and it's been proven time and time again that cops do not respect people, period, unless they have some kind of military
Unless you're a lobbyist
rank.
with a lot of money or something. right?
No, they got to have a military rank. They're a private, which is an officer. They got to be a corporal or a sergeant or a lieutenant. It's all military now,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So if you don't have a military rank, you're an enemy.
Do you realize that a good portion of the military is hired from criminals? Young criminals who are given the option, either you go in the tank or you go in the military. Take your pick.
Yeah, first time offenders and that. Yeah.
Yep. And then if
then
people
their
don't
record
realize,
gets expunged. Yeah.
right, and then a lot of them, the next step for that after the military is where?
Police force.
Exactly. I feel safe now.
Oh well, you know,
right?
When you got 21-year-old kids running around with a badge and a gun and don't know anything about law but just policies and procedures, our streets are deadly. Look at the shootings every year. Police say that they have so many shootings and that. Do you know that the cops shoot more people in the United States yearly than there are mass murders and shootings by other
Probably.
people?
Probably everywhere.
That's the stats. And
Yep.
when it comes to shootings, the United States is number 1 and Canada is number 2 for police shootings.
Well, there you go. As we just said, it's they're criminals to begin with, and what a surprise! Psychopaths hiring psychopaths. Go figure.
Yeah, and the general public pays for it, and they're classified as now idiots.
Well, there you go. So psychopaths funding the psychopaths who are hiring psychopaths. Gee, what a surprise, right? So this is sitting there pointing the finger. You got 3 pointing back at yourself.
Yeah.
Right. So all these people are, and that's by design. Once again, divide and conquer divide, distract. Confuse and conquer is the full scenario.
Yeah.
And it works very effectively.
Oh, for sure.
When you have a town that they seriously call Chirac, not jokingly, but seriously, Chirac, you might have a fucking problem. Your job may not be working because it's corrupted.
Yeah, so this is why I'm saying, anybody who wants to still have a leg or a hair attached to that thing, whether it being patriotism or whatnot, truth being told, and this is where I'll get some haters and whatnot, but I don't care. You're the problem. You're the reason why it functions and continues to exist.
Did I mention I live in the woods and don't support the corrupt system? I refuse.
Hey, nice to meet you, man. We speak the same language.
1 second. Nude, I just got to step out to have a quick smoke.
Okay, man. You betcha. I'll hold the fort.
Right back. Okay.
You gotcha. So you live a self-sufficient life by the sounds of it.
Yep, I'm off grid. I'm 10 miles from pavement alone. I'm a mile off the road in the thickets. Fucking
awesome. I bet you don't have a semblance of the worries that most people do. When you say off the grid, are you fully, like, is in electricity and everything?
I pull a sled a mile from the road into my trailer with drinking water and food.
Wow. Cool. How close are you to a town?
I'm 15 miles, 13 miles one way, and about 10 the other way.
Okay, so that's still fairly deep into it. That's for sure. That should be, unless if you've got a lot of industry nearby, that should be clean enough to. And are you doing this, growing your own food and all that?
Oh yeah, I got a big giant pro greenhouse. It's like 130 foot by 40, I think. Crank up walls.
Cool. What about so you go? What do you go to? You walk to a spring or something for the water?
During the summer I tote tanks of water in, but I just went and got a well, so I'm gonna be installing a well soon.
Ah, cool. Oh, I hope the water turns out to be a blessing for you.
Oh,
What
yeah,
about rain catchment?
I got a 700-gallon tank behind one modified trailer, and then we put an industrial rubber roof on it with industrial gutters.
Okay.
I haven't used that for like 2 years because it's so much maintenance to keep the water clean because of whatever is going on up above. It's all like mildew and it's rough.
Yeah.
And I don't like the chemicals on me, so I go to an artesian well and I fill a 300-gallon tank and bring that
Oh,
tank back.
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Is any of this all on your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, shit. I want to make sure I'm sub to you, man, because we speak the same language here. Are you wrenched?
I don't know. I don't really care about that. The only thing I like to rent for is to look at the deleted comments.
Well, yeah. I'm just asking to put your link to make sure I'm subbed, but you can put it in private.
Every time I do that, they fuck with me. Every time I did it once or twice, but now all of a sudden it's telling me I got to put some kind of a code in when I try to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. Okay, well let me look you up then, and I'll plug you either way. Michigander, that's the name of your channel?
I'll put another video up of the greenhouse. It's got to be cleaned out and organized again, but yeah, the original owners of the land went and had me pick this greenhouse up from the Amish. They got a deal on a professional greenhouse from the Amish for $2,000, but I had to go take it down. So I had to go to location almost 2 hours away and tear it down, put it on a trailer with it numbered and lettered to go back together the right way, and then I bring it back and built it. We used it the first 2 years for growing weed. And I think he still thinks he can make a mint off growing weed, and it's like, no, look, man, the market's gonna dump out on that. I'm not paying for weed, so I don't know what anybody else is doing, but and I told him I was like, look, I'm a major pothead, dude, but I'm not paying for weed, dude. It's fucking called weed for a reason. It grows anywhere,
When I type in Michigander, there's a few. Is that the actual name of your channel, Michigander?
The Michigander, yeah.
The Michigander, okay.
You'll see me riding a snowmobile and cutting wood.
Riding a snowmobile, cutting. Oh, VMAX X6 SX600. Is that you?
That thing is fast. I ain't never rode on nothing that fast with such a small motor. I mean, this motor ain't even a foot, man. Dude, I can't believe that thing goes that fast. That's crazy.
Okay, let me make sure I got you. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 videos up, 74 subs. Is that you?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Oh, I will put this link in private. Make sure it's you, and if it.
I think I got a video trying to fetch some ash. I had the top half of an ash get hung up in a tree. And I went out to get it. And I think I put one of the sled up, one or two of the sled. Sled out the other day.
Okay, check that link I put in private. Make sure it's you. If it is, I'll give you a plug in.
Riding a sled at 80 miles an hour with no helmet on.
Good times, good times.
My eyes felt like glue when I got done. Yeah, I live in a pretty rural area, and the officers have gotten out of line so much here that people say shit to them at the gas stations and stuff. And it's been changing, believe it or not.
Yeah, I imagine
yeah.
it would, because they're just people, right?
Yeah, well, there was some other, over.
They don't want to die either. They don't want to have somebody come to their house, and people can find out where they live. And
up here, you got the good old boy network, and then you got one sheriff. He retires, and then his little peckerhead son thinks he's somebody and comes up to a fucking officer.
Right.
And then he's in another town he don't even fucking belong in and kills somebody. They're trying to sweep that under the rug, but that ain't happening. So it's not looking too good. But luckily, there hasn't been that many, deaths up here from, misconduct. The one that sticks out the most to me was they hit a kid on the side of the highway up here, and then they tried to cover it up, and then they ran his fucking family out of town. They literally, and this family was a good Christian family, you know, and they fucking ran him out of town because they were asking for info. It was pretty rotten. You know, this dude was a hardworking guy, raised his family and shit, and it was rotten.
I got run into the province of Ontario by crooked cops and the crooked justice system.
Yeah, but that's the mental issue we're dealing with. You have officers that are violating people. Then when it's pointed out to them, they violate some more to cover it up. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, that's what they did.
That's a mental illness. No, that's a mental. Listen, I could fuck up, and I'll admit it.
Yeah.
But when you fuck up and you got to keep fucking somebody over some more to get your side across because you don't want to be guilty.
Welcome to the corporate way of life.
You have a severe mental illness, and you are a danger to society. Period.
The mental illness is called indoctrination.
Yeah.
Welcome to the corporate way of life.
I heard you get a little bit on that. We're all guilty of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yep. And it's a individual responsibility to do something about that. Nobody else's. That being said, as we do that, we can be a team. Sorry, go ahead, Shane.
I got caught up in a bad fucking police raid, an illegal police raid at after hours club. The cops were going around raiding after hours clubs, robbing everybody, and a bunch of us reported them. Well, and then a bunch of them got in trouble for it. There was one that got charged for impersonating a cop and everything. This made national headlines and everything. And I ended up getting picked up one night. I was recognized by one of the cops because I put a statement on his buddies and had him charged. I took a beating so bad that I spent over 3 months in the hospital. And I ended up, because of that, 5 cops went to jail, and I had sued and won. But part of the agreement was that I leave the province of Ontario for my safety. Is exactly what the Crown said to me.
Yeah, but just think about what kind of fucking mental illness do you have when you have to tell somebody that's there to protect you, you have to leave so that the person who is protecting you doesn't hurt you.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Thinking that somebody is there to protect you is the mental illness.
Agreed.
That's the reality, right? And thinking that somebody thinking that somebody ever has that responsibility other than yourself is not living. It's living in a delusion.
Yeah, it's a facade. Agreed. And it
is a facade.
It's a facade. I mean, if you go into
what happens when the person? Sorry, there's a delay. You go ahead. You
know what woke me up to the facade? I built Universal Adventure Islands, all of Jurassic Park, Toon Lagoon, Popeye's Island, all the high-end stuff in the new end of the park I built back in the late 90s. And I learned what a facade was. They could take mesh fencing for chicken wire for chickens and mold it and shape it into a basic shape, and then start spraying concrete on it and mold it around. And the next thing you know, a week down the road, this dude's got his own fake mountain built.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, it don't take much really to make a
Canada's
delusional reality.
Canada's Wonderland was built that way.
There's two structural points. If you walk up to it with a hammer and hit that structural point of that fake facade, the whole thing falls down. Do you know what's behind that facade? A bunch of ugly, useless bullshit. Swear to God, they sprayed foam on it, shaved the foam to a shape, and then sprayed fake fucking concrete on it. Yeah. But at 2 structural points, if you hit those 2 structural points, the whole fucking thing falls down, and the shitty, natty building behind it is exposed.
Yeah. It sounds like Parliament and Congress to me.
Yeah, it's the metaphor of it. But the thing is, I
Yeah.
went from doing that, and I lived in a hotel room. So I lived in a hotel room 3 weeks on, 2 days off. Thing is, when I went back home to Clearwater, I just got a hotel room. I mean, there's no sense in renting a house when you're only home for 2 days, you know.
Mm.
So I come back to Grand Rapids, Michigan, where I was raised, and it was a shock when I went from living in a clean hotel room into going back to the hood. It was a
Yeah.
shock, and then that facade started sticking out. When I'm walking down to downtown to go to work or this and that and the other thing, the facade just stuck out so bad. You know what one of the biggest wake up calls was for me? I had not been on paper for so long because I'd worked for private, situations and companies. I went to get a factory job, and a lady told me she couldn't help me because I hadn't been on, any kind of paperwork for 6 months.
We have no way of contracting with you, exactly.
Well, check this shit out. So I keep looking for a job as I'm walking by the front of this building that I grew up. I grew up in this area. There's another story about this building from childhood. But as I'm walking out and walking by, I look over and I look kind of rough. And the thing is, I was fresh out of the shower, fresh shave, hair is clean and everything, but I had long hair. I was wearing a fireman coat, and I look kind of rough, and I'm like, man, what the fuck, dude? So later that night, I'm sitting at home with a girlfriend, and it just kind of bothered me. I was like, man, I shaved my head. Well, my landlord tells me to go down to the Van Daniel Arena and go to the security guard gate and put my app in there. She said they'll hire you immediately. So I did what she said. I get down there, put the app in. I didn't even get home and the phone's ringing. So I go back down to the security gate and I wait my turn. And they're like, yep, she's going to come up and get you and you go down and do an interview, blah, blah, blah. Well, as I'm standing there, the same lady told me she couldn't help me because I wasn't on paper for 6 months, walks out of a door. She doesn't recognize me because I went from having 3.5 foot long hair to bald. So she takes me down to this room and we're sitting there. She asked me a few questions and then, she turns and looks at me. She's like, are you on a computer? I'm like, no, I don't think so. And she types in, my address and she said, well, yeah, it says you're on the computer from a couple of days ago. And the thing is, she already told me I was starting. She already told me I had the job, and I was starting.
Right.
And she's like, well, you're on the computer. And I looked at her and I was like, yeah, I know. I was at your building up on Fulton Street there about a week ago, and you told me you couldn't help me. And she had already hired me. I already had my badge, my little click thing to get in the door, all that shit. And she just looked at me with a shock, dude, because she recognized me finally. And that's the facade. That's the facade thing. Everything has to be a fake ass facade. And it's about to crumble. We're gonna have to figure out new ways of doing things. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's polluted, it's diluted, it's gonna fall apart. There's nothing you can do about that.
It's nothing really to figure out. What you're doing is it, and we can do that and collaborate with others who are doing it, and everything works just fine. Cooperation over competition. It's really that simple. It's not rocket science.
Yeah.
This is all by design. I think they're gonna let people get to the outrageous point, and then they're gonna pull the plug and say you're on your fucking own. Like a purge.
and those who didn't figure it out are gonna panic and whatnot. So that's why this is. It's good. It's a double-edged sword, right? Like people who panic.
I'm watching some pretty retarded stuff. Like the LA County Sheriff just came on national television and said, do not come to Los Angeles. We cannot protect you. It's like the movie Purge.
Yeah.
Well, right there, you just admitted guilt because you ain't doing your fucking job. These people have signed a contract with the people to protect them. If you're going on national television and saying that, you obviously fucked up somewhere. Somebody needs to be held accountable. Anything else is delusional.
Yeah, but you know what? They've been doing that for years, and I did a little research, and from 2012 until 2021, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has had over $550 million lawsuits against them. Just that one department.
Well, I don't know about you, but if I do something and get sued, I got to pay for that. I don't get to just hand that off to somebody else. So the fact that the society is accepting you know, the retardedness of having to pay for these guys' crimes is fucking just I don't give a fuck how you try to put it on a plate. That's fucking insane. Guy
Yeah, I
fucked up
know.
and got to pay for it.
But we allow these fucking gangsters to fucking run the streets and do this, and like I said, that's
More
only
than
the
allow. More
but
than
that's
allow.
and
Funded.
and remember, that's only the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. That's not counting Alameda or like anywhere else in the United States. That's just one fucking county, $550 million in 10 years or something, 9 years in lawsuits alone.
Yeah,
Like,
it's getting beyond insane. I mean, I'm watching some. I'm not left. I'm not right. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democratic. I'm a fucking human.
Yeah.
But this shit's just getting fucking retarded. I mean, what I'm watching is fucking retarded, dude. I mean,
It's only become more obviously retarded. It already was and was for the
It's
longest
fucking
time
retarded.
completely fucking retarded. It
It's
was for the longest time.
Oh my god, dude! And the thing is, the people that try to, you know, I'm over it. Can't we all just get a ball?
You
Can't
know
we all
what was
just get a ball?
you know the worst thing though that's happened to all of this supposedly is that back in 1888 there was this invention that they made and they sold it to the public and it was called a camera. And you know, it's been around for 1888, so you're looking at 134 years this instrument's been around. We all know there's on almost every street corner, almost every business, they're there for security and everything. But you pull out a fucking cell phone and it's like you pulled out the fucking Uzi. You know, it's people just don't understand, and they can be career killers for sure. They shoot 60 frames per second. It can only do what you put in front of it. So you know your behavior is your behavior. It's not scripted. If you want to lose your shit and lose your job and do it on live, bring it on. But it seems like some cops, they just don't care because of the qualified immunity.
Well, a little more than that. So the reality is, and this is, you know, as retarded as this might sound, it's shedding more light, and this is the good part about the video part. We've got hundreds of millions of accounts of tyranny now that nobody can deny or say that it's a conspiracy anymore. If you're still saying that type of shit, holy fuck, you got rocks in your head. But the other part about it is the tyrannical acts that these tyrants are perpetrating by design are rewarded. So you're actually helping them to get promoted, and that's the fucked up part, right? It's like they get, you know, as well as I do, they got gamification rewards like rings and all this kind of shit for getting their first kill and their fifth kill and all this kind of shit that's going on, you know. So until it becomes further than just shining on the light on the cockroaches is the first step. But if you're only going to go that far, you know, they just go into the cracks and come out at night and they continue to suck your blood, you know, and they get more clever at doing that. It has to go further than that, and it's not going to happen until people stop putting their focus and their energy where it's unproductive. And that's in trying to cause the change inside the system itself. That's a waste of energy and a meaningless endeavor, where the real constructive energy is in divestment, disobedience, and in resisting tyranny, banding together, doing the types of things that I'm talking about. No holds barred. If tyrants are doing this against other people, trying to force their will against other people, we as people need to stop them. We need to do something. We need to intervene and interfere. If we don't, we're condoning it, we're allowing it, we're accepting it and funding it. We're saying it's okay, and we are the tyrants by doing that. This is what needs to be realized.
We are the tyrants that hired the terrorists.
Yeah. And we're saying the bullies we're accepting the bullyism. We're accepting the tyranny, right?
Yeah.
By funding it, allowing it, and this little fear excuse is just an excuse. It's a fear of not taking a stance to it. Well, not taking a stance to it is exactly why you have this position of fear to begin with, because you've given over that. You've given your what's the right word? You've given your will. You've given your will over to them.
Yeah.
And allowing them to have their will be dominant, so to speak.
Well, we've been taught to accept fear. And the thing is, most of these fucking psychotic fuckers, if you don't listen to them, they will kill you. They will kill you. If they pull you over for a seatbelt, they done lost the fucking mentality that you're a free individual. And if you don't comply with them and get out of the car, they're likely to fucking shoot you or kick the fuck out of you. Another fucking mental illness.
Yeah, and as long as you just said, as long as we accept what we were taught, it will continue to happen. It will stop happening when we stop accepting what we were taught, and get over the fear, coward mindset, and make a stance. Yep. Whatever you want to call it. Some people call it vigilantism. I don't give a shit what the fuck you call it. I just call it as sane, rational thinking for a change. I don't know. What would you put on it? Taking responsibility for an outrageous problem that isn't going to go away by continuing to put our heads in the sand. It's just not.
Well, and that's why I've been keep telling people, like, I hate to say it, but my fellow Canadians, they're a bunch of pussies. No, we can't get enough people to stand together to fucking do anything, and that's why all this tyranny's winning. So I'm sorry, but I hate to say it, but I live in a land of pussies.
Well, wherever you go,
Did you hear America's having a severe shortage of tampons because all the pussies?
Yeah, somebody said that. I said as soon as they said that, I figured what my next business venture should be.
Well, for months I have it out on my videos. I've been saying it on live streams and everything. To literally go to your local library or something like that, usually in the public washrooms, you can find feminine products, and you get yourself a tampon. You put it in a fucking envelope, you seal it, put a stamp on it, and send it to 24 Sussex Drive, Ottawa, Ontario. And
I sell anthrax wholesale. Just saying.
And that is Justin Trudeau's official residence.
Do you know what the sucky part is about tampons?
And I want everybody, if you do this, if you do send that, tell them that Ashcan told you to send this tampon because you're a big pussy.
Do you know what tampons were originally invented for?
Gunshot wounds.
Yep.
Are they really?
No.
That's funny.
And now pussy stuff it in a hole. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, if it works, dude, if it works.
Yeah, we used to joke all the time and tell the cops that there's in Barrie, Ontario, there's a Kotex factory. And I said, we would tell them, you can get a better job at the Kotex factory. They'll probably pay you 3 times what you're getting paid now. And they would always say, doing what? And say, being a fucking fitter.
Hey, to be perfectly honest, I don't know about Canada, but the culture doesn't help their situation at all. Not that I'm giving the police an excuse for what they're fucking doing, but I mean, look at all this gangster fucking trash. I mean, even in the biker community, I just seen one dude that I knew from afar. All of a sudden was on TV in Florida, riding down the fucking highway. Another club went to pass him, So the guy starts shooting at him for passing him. Well, the guy that he shot at, he hit in the back. The guy that got shot in the back turns around and starts shooting at him to protect himself, and fucking shoots his old lady, right in the fucking head. And it's like, man, you motherfuckers watch too much TV. You mean to tell me you opened fire on a guy on a crowded highway because he passed you? Man, get the fuck out of here. I mean, and then you got the gangster rap, and I know I could, dude. They've stressed it out to where alcohol, ass, pussy, drugs. That's how it's gangster shit. And all forms.
Yep.
It was by design.
It is 100% by design, and it's very effective, incredibly effective.
Yeah, because I remember how they did it with the boomers. Now that I learn by patterns, I see patterns really, really well, and that's how I learn music. And the pattern that I see now,
It's a dissonant symphony.
Yeah, it's infinite, and that's a big thing. So once you get thinking even more in depth, because for a long time, the only thing that I could think about was watching and growing up alcohol, drugs, and pussy. I mean, that's
while the TV
rock
is
and roll.
right, while the TV is flashing that at you, and the music is blaring at you to continue to encourage that, right?
I grew up, and I remember that Married with Children. When that came out, that TV show Married with Children, people freaked out just because Christina Applegate was wearing a short fucking skirt or something like that. And now you got two dudes teaching another little dude on 2.5 Men's cocaine, pussy, and booze. And fuck everybody else. I'm the guy.
Right.
So to watch it escalate, and the thing is, like, I was raised with good morals and stuff like that, but my dad, he worked his ass off, but he partied hard on the weekends. You know what I mean? He don't drink or party or nothing no more, but just when I point some of this stuff out to him, he just kind of looks at me like, fuck you, you fucking asshole. Like my little nieces and nephews, they'll be fucking up, and I'll get in their ass. I'm like, hey man, what the fuck are you doing? No, I don't care. You ain't talking to no adults like that around me. You got it? I'll break my foot off in your fucking ass. I don't care. And then they'll go, oh, don't act like that around him. I'm like, well, it was okay for people to act like like that to me when I was getting brung home for the cops at 13. No, it wasn't. Well, I remember your buddy Badger jumping over the table, yelling in my face about getting dry fucked in the ass if I go to prison because I got long hair. And he just looked at me like, because it shocked him. He didn't remember that's the kind of shit, that was going on.
Right.
See, in nature, survival of the fittest means teamwork, and teamwork to endure on the path of least resistance with cooperation. In the corporate world, it's survival of the fittest of if any teamwork at all, dominance and to kill and destroy. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie one bit. To live off grid, 100% completely self-sufficient, you got to be a tough motherfucker. And
You do. But it's not an easy road, especially when you're learning it. But once you get there, and depending on where you are, the more suited to your anatomy you are, the easier it becomes, because you have less things that you need for comfort and whatnot, and food growing around more all year round and all that kind of stuff. So there's all that to take into consideration as well. But as far as like pairing with individuals and whatnot, nature incentivizes cooperation, and people don't realize this because they're taught not to even think about this. I mentioned it earlier, but if I'm going to be a team with you, and it should be the same way in the corporate world too, but with the aspect of money, it changes the narrative a lot. But in nature, I want to make sure if we're going to be a team, we're going to be neighbors or whatnot, I want to make sure you're healthy and strong, because if we're going to do a project together, it's not going to help me much if you're run down and sick.
Right on. And one of the one of the biggest things I think as a species we need to do, throw away the currency, figure something else out.
Bingo.
Look,
We don't need it.
Pardon. I try not to touch cash, but I have everything that I strive for. You know, it may not be the best, but I have what I need and what I strive for. You know, I set a goal, I work for it. But guess what? I don't go punch a clock. I make sure Uncle fucking pig-headed pig fuck Sam don't make no fucking tax money off my pecker beaters.
There you go. And, you know, just the simplest little idea about it. You never go up to an apple tree and the fucking thing says you got to put $3.50 in the slot to pick an apple off my branch. It don't work like that.
It still boils down to fucking morals. Because you have to be willing to dump everything. Because if they come up to me right now and tell me that I can't live like this and start taking my shit, I'm walking the fuck off. Further into the fucking woods. Further into the woods. And all I need is a fucking pocket knife and a hatchet, and I know how to make those out of stones if necessary.
I'm with you. I'm on your team, man. Give me a
Call.
call.
That's
Absolutely.
just it. That right there collapses all their power. They have one option left after that: murder you.
Murder. Yeah. And that's where I'm on your team. Give me a call. Stand with you thick and thin with that.
And I'm not afraid of their murder. So I guess they really got fucking shit. At that point, they got fucking shit. Because if they murder everybody, what do they got? They're holding their pocket.
Who's going to continue to be their little slave after that, right?
Well, they're all dead if they keep murdering everybody because they don't comply.
Yeah, exactly. And when the paycheck that they're working for becomes useless.
I see something beautiful coming down the pipe.
I do too, man.
I think we're going to have to straighten up the fuckheads. I think they're going to have to be dealt with. We're going to have to figure out how. We can't just keep blaming them because it ain't all 100% their fault. I mean, fuck them.
That's right, man. It's up to us.
I was brainwashed. I'm still brainwashed on certain things. This ain't going to be something that happens overnight, man.
We speak the same language. Ashcan, we're totally on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't care if you're Mexican. I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're Chinese. Quit doing bad shit to each other. If you know it's fucking wrong, don't fucking do it.
Humanity, right?
Fuck.
We are all one nature. One nature. I harm you, I harm me, and I harm everybody.
If you fail because I won't help you in one way, shape, or form down the road, you're a burden on me. No matter what. No matter what. Because you're gonna get desperate. You could rob my grandma. You could get desperate, you could rob my mom, my sister, my dad.
You got it.
Know?
So
it's in my best interest to see what I can do to help you prevail.
Absolutely.
Right now. Or you could be a selfless piece of shit living in fucking misery and say, fuck that motherfucker. And he goes down the road and does that to your family anyways, which causes you 10 times more misery than handing that sumbitch a fucking chicken sandwich.
I can say off with your head, but then my children are going to have incest with each other. You know? Nature does not incentivize competition. It doesn't. And that's a big message. That
here's where the thing that comes in, that when you get into real good depth thought on that, watch a flock of chickens of 20 or more. There's always a natural fucking pecking order. I don't care what. There's always a natural fucking pecking order with all animals. You can go watch a herd of deer. You can go watch a herd of fucking wolves, chickens. It don't matter. There's always a natural pecking order.
You got it.
Well, it's like 7:18 here, and the chat's going a little weird. So, and I'm like super tired. So,
all right, buddy.
I'm gonna shut her down. Michigander, thank you so much for stopping by, brother. Much appreciated.
Yeah, but I've been for a while. I try to slip in every time I can lately.
Oh yeah, anytime.
Michigander, just one thing before we head off. I put my email address in the private chat there. I have two things. I have a quote of the day thing that I do, and I also have a Google Hangouts outside of YouTube.
Cannibal. Nude cannibal. I like nude shit, but a cannibalism, man, I don't know about that.
Well, I'll tell you about that. That's the story behind that.
Holy
I'm
shit,
actually,
what is that?
if
Oh,
anything, I'm a vegan, but I turned cannibal. But I'm only going to eat non-vegans. Let's put it that way.
Ain't my problem.
Anyway, it's a joke. So anyway, I got a Google Hangouts room with a bunch of people, like-minded people in there. If you want to participate in that, and my quote, feel free to shoot me a quick email and I'll hook you up. I like your mindset. It was a pleasure meeting you. I like speaking the same language and meeting other people who can do so. It's a bit of a rarity around here.
You know how comfortable it is to walk around nude?
Tell me about it.
I'm telling you right now, dude. I'll walk around out here in the middle of nowhere and I'll shower right out in the open with a garden hose and walk around until I'm dry. It's awesome. It feels so good.
Long live nudity and freedom. They go hand in hand.
Yeah. Do you know why we put clothes on?
Insecurity.
No, shame for the creator.
That's insecurity.
Yeah.
I forget the whole story, but it had something to do with came to God because we did something we weren't supposed to, or somebody did something they weren't supposed to. Trying
That
to write
fucking
down-
evil woman in the fucking valley called Eve. That's what started all the bullshit to begin with.
You know what they say? Don't trust anything that bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die.
Right.
Oh wow,
I'm
that
just
was
kidding. Any ladies out there, kind of. I mean, I'm a dirty biker. It is what it is.
That was a smack to some. Just saying.
Hey, I'm a fucking asshole, dude. My mom tells me that all the time, loving me, and then punches me in the fucking arm.
That's right. We're gonna get along just fine. We tell the truth, and haters will hate, right? That's the way
But
it
I know
goes.
I'm the first person they call when they need help, so it's all good.
All right. Well, Ash,
take it easy, guys. I got this written down. nudeguru2020@gmail.com.
you bet, man. Give me a quick fire, and I'll hook you up. Ashcan, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Appreciate you inviting me up. Everybody in chat, pleasure as well. You guys take care, and we'll see you all on the next one. Cheers.
Okay. Cheers, guys, and thanks again.
Yep.